And good morning, everybody, from beautiful, cold Boston. Yes, we are there as we speak. You can see me down there in one of those yachts, as they call them. I'm absolutely a yacht kind of man. But here we go. Hello, good morning. I hope you're doing well on this beautiful Sunday where we have more Siege to give to you as a gift. It's a wonderful one for this weekend. Yesterday, we got to talk about the EUL LCQs for the 2025 Invitational. And well, today we're going to see who makes it. This is a kind of a clear path now with 3 teams left. That's it. You're out of chances. And, well, it's last chance. So, kind of is in the name, right? Asparagus, G2, and Machiko are fighting for that spot. I almost said makers, but that's kind of the old nomenclature, as we were hearing yesterday in our interview. But yeah, only one team can make it to SI and make history potentially. We'll be representing EU. That's something to be proud of for sure. Hi, I'm Milos, your host. With me are always our wonderful, passionate friends here in Rainbow Six Esports, Grace and Chamberine, who kick off our Sunday morning. My friends, how are you doing today?
Amazing, stoked. Very excited to see how this Asparagus G2 game goes, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Super excited. It's a bit earlier today than yesterday, and I definitely have as much energy as I had yesterday. I think, and probably more.
I mean, look, you got to sleep right after. At least for me, I'm old, so I was asleep by 11, ready to go, waking up early in the morning just to get hyped up for our matches, and that's exactly what we got in store for everybody today. And before we kind of get into the now and the near future, wanted to talk about the past, and the past being kind of hooked to one of the squads that is playing today, G2 Esports. Of course, not qualified to this particular invitational just yet, but no one has ever won more than G2 Esports. And even recently still up to SI24, performing excellently, being, if I'm not mistaken, the top 4 teams at the Invitational. And the question is, where were you when G2 won SI? And we may be asking, which SI? And yes, that is a very good way to put it, because they've won so much. And I want to ask my friends here. Grace, we'll start with you. Where were you over those wins in general? Can you remember?
I can remember very, very vividly, even as recent as I did unfortunately make it to Brazil to see them then, but at least when they won SI in 2023, that was the last time I saw them live win. And I remember looking at Doki's face as he won, and it really made my heart explode, to be honest, with joy. I think there's no, it sounds maybe a bit far-fetched to say, but there's no Siege without G2. You know, I used to, back in the day, even as early as like 2018, used to put on a lot of watch parties, renting out a cinema to actually put on watch parties to watch SI. And I really do think that G2 as a team, as an org especially, they are a org that is a big part of the Siege community and a big part of my heart and my joy and my experiences within Siege.
And I think that applies for everybody out there, whether you love them or love to hate them. That's kind of... It's an immovable object, the amount of the impact that this organization, these players have had on Siege Esports. But Cham, what has been your experience? Tell me, what really hooked you in to this esport, and where were you when G2 won last?
When G2 won last, I was just in a Discord with all my friends, to be honest. I think that's that simple. I wasn't at any fancy watch parties or anything like that, Grace. I was just Discord, late night Discord hours, just sitting watching G2, sitting watching Siege. I watch so much Siege now, it's a joke actually, how much time I actually spend watching this game. I wasn't present for the time before that. My first SI that I actually experienced was SI 2020. That was the first one I actually fully watched. I only just got into it, and this is why I'm a BDS fan, is because it was the first team I actually watched. It was literally just a lottery. Just picked it up one day, and I was like, actually, I'm getting a bit more serious with this. I've been playing comp for a little bit, and I think I'm going to get more into the esport. And I picked it up in BDS for the team that was playing. I was like, cool, guess I'm a fan of them. And then they got qualified for SI 2020, and then from then on, I've just been kind of watching along. And yeah,
BDS your hook? That was it? That's what
BDS were my hook. BDS were my hook. Yes, I know they're not here today, but I am getting a bit more attached to this G2 roster, and I think that is just because I've personally met Doki. I met him last year in Malta. He hit me with the traditional Scottish saying, which he shouted across the hall from me. He just went, "Where are you, Faye?" And that was the first thing he said to me. So I'm getting a bit more attached to this and this roster, and yeah, like Grace said, it was great to see his face when they won it.
It's the personalities.
I agree with that. No, 100%. Like, I agree with the Doki point entirely, because even back in the days of ESL Prem, right, Doki was a player there, and seeing him as a person kind of progress, and then again go into this wonder roster of G2, of that org that is Siege, in my opinion, you know, that is just a match made in heaven. And I think the proof is in the pudding with how things have been in the last few years.
Absolutely, and you know, I was there watching all of their wins in person. I was even there when they won as Penta. You can see me in one of the in one of the videos jumping in the background where Intero had turned around and looked at me in a really weird way because he thought that I was going to break down that entire elevator platform that we were on, so he was a bit more afraid for his life in that case. But yeah, you know, you go back to it, there's nothing like being at a Siege event, genuinely. And I know, you know, many people here that are watching have been, you know, either recently or in Montreal or in Manchester before that, which there was so many wonderful people that I got to meet for the first time, or at least enjoy my time with, because, well, we hadn't seen one another for quite a while. It's incredible. You know, watching Siege with your friends over Discord is one thing. When you get to go to an event and experience it yourself, and something else. And I hope Siege will come to the entire world. And we have been actually all over the world, but even more so in the near future. However, we've reminisced enough. I know I can also go off on tangents myself. So this is more for me to just hold myself back. I feel like
my heart is like beaming now, though. Now that you've brought all this stuff up, I literally feel it like in my chest. I'm like, oh my goodness.
This is what you feel when you go to an event, because you go in the rotunda and you see the cosplayers and you see the artists and the people that actually work on this game that are always present. They're talking to people and everybody's having fun, and you just see the players and they're taking pictures.
The sesh as well.
Yeah, you're like, you know what? This is it. This is my cozy place. And I love that.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here. That's what keeps us all coming back. You know, despite any ups and downs that we might have or the game might have, we're still here despite it all. But we need to have a chat about these two squads because, well, there's people that will support them no matter their ups and downs in general, but we have to talk about them at least in as much of a serious matter as possible. G2 Esports, yes, we're talking them up. Yes, they've won SI before, but that's not the same roster, and also they're not at SI just yet. They'll need to win the next two games today, or two matches today, pretty much back-to-back with only a little break in between to watch yet another game, and they're going to have to perform. So, Cham, you're talking about kind of loving this team now. What keeps you coming back for G2?
Well, originally, of course, there's the bias of the fact that Doki's the only other Scottish person, so that's nice. But for now, I'm starting to get attached to the likes of Loira, Blaz coming in. Loira right now is fastly becoming one of my favourite players, and I was really enjoying what they were putting out last week, and to see them shine yesterday, you can see just from the statistics alone, if we're just going to go on KD, I know it's the kind of the most obvious one, but 27 and 14 MVP yesterday in that series. I think probably MVP for the day. I think, we'll touch on Asparagus later, but we'll kind of discuss and compare that. But for me, I think Laura was my standout yesterday, and I think that's why I'm getting a bit more attached to it. I think it's the young gunner coming in and actually, stepping up and, I guess, outshining some of the people that have been here for a while.
All right, the question is now, Grace, will this dynasty continue? Because I mean, it's not the same anymore, right? It's not the dynasty. It's fallen off. It's something else now. It's a Brazilian dynasty. It's your Furia, your W7Ms. But still, even at SI24 last year, G2 were in that top four. We got 2 Brazilian squads, 2 European squads in G2 and Virtus Pro. They're impressive throughout. Although personally, I believe Wolves are the best team in the entire world, because they actually beat the previous W7M, now Furia. Whatever, they beat everybody that was there. Copium aside, G2, what can they do to kind of uplift themselves and lean on that previous experience to make the W today?
I mean, realistically, I think going into this, it's one that they may feel confident being like, okay, it's like a majority kind of what would be considered a T2 team at this point. I know, did Jay and Hungary aside, I think a lot of people still regard the majority of that roster as T2 now. But it's this idea of, okay, expect the unexpected, because when it comes to a roster like Asparagus, they need to be prepared for anything. And I think that's the thing you can't predict. Even Doki said yesterday, you can't predict what they're going to do. When that happens, you basically have to really rely on those mid-round shot calls. You have to rely on, okay, they're doing X, Y, Z, we're going to do A, B, C.
Yeah, you can't over-prepare against a team like this. You have to be more confident in yourself. And that's it was good to hear it from Doki himself yesterday, just because it kind of solidifies it when these are the players themselves that are experiencing it in the server itself. However, what happens with Asparagus on the other side? Some would say unexpected. Others would say, well, they're great players. They're eventually going to make it this deep. And, well, they're absolutely here. Rexon yesterday was an incredible player to witness, Cham. But,
oh, yeah.
I mean, this squad, they might have what it takes, as surprising of me to say.
Honestly, I could talk so much about Rexon at this moment in time, but I think I'm actually going to give this one to Grace, because I know that she's probably sitting there just vibrating with excitement just to talk about Rexon, because she absolutely loves him.
The Lysan Al-Gib. I love Rexon so much as a player. Again, you've got Hungry, Packball, Jay. I really do think when you look at Rexon, Jay, Hungry, Daya, they are that Project X backbone. They've got in Packball for that extra T1 experience, that extra kind of heavy hitter to try and get it over the edge just for such an important and big event, right? But Rexon, let's not be around bush here. 2023, the quality had kind of fallen off a bit at T2, and I was very worried for the progression of a lot of players. And I thought at the time, the prophecy was foretold, guys. It was foretold that eventually we would have a T2 player shine through the light again, and we'd have so much expectation of them. And for me, that is Rexon. They have put on such a phenomenal performance in the last 6 months. It's something I want to see continue, and I really do think the sky is the limit for Rexon. Can he do it today, though, especially against the likes of G2? That is going to be a really nice, to be fair, that's going to be a really nice scale point for us to look at, seeing how they actually perform against the likes of G2, because I really think that that'll be a nice little bit of data for them to have, even if they do lose right now.
Yeah, it's you go in, if you lose, fair enough, you still have another shot, you're still in the upper bracket. And, regardless, you got to experience the real deal, an actual incredibly important game against a team that is going to play their best given this situation. That's the best practice you're ever going to get. So let's take a look at our map bans, or picks also in this case. These are all best of 3 series that we'll be going through today, just like we did yesterday. 3 best of 3s. Clubhouse will be first out as G2 has gone in for the ban. Nighthaven and Lair both banned out, I'm very sorry to say. However, Skyscraper and Kafe are in. Cham, can you walk us in through this, please?
Certainly can. G2 are serious. That's what I'm going to say. There's no hidden strats here. They are just like, yep, let's just play the maps that we think that we are going to win on. There's no hiding strats. There's no nothing. They pulled out the Nighthaven yesterday. They pulled out the Skyscraper today. They haven't played it a lot. They've only played it 3 times. They've won it 3 times, so they'll be feeling comfortable on that. Not ideal, I think, for Asparagus. I think, yes, they get the comfort pick of their Kafe. Yesterday, they were absolutely excellent on it. 7-1 yesterday. They almost didn't put a foot wrong versus ITB, so I wasn't surprised to see them get to pick that. But I don't think G2 will be too bothered by that. Going on to Border as well as the third, the decider, I still think that favours probably G2. They're the Gunners. They'll be feeling that a bit more. But I don't know, it's up in the air a little bit. G2, they're definitely serious, and I think that this ban phase slightly favours them.
And speaking of up in the air, as you say, Skyscraper is our first one, very high up. The question is, what will G2 be bringing to this one? As I assume they'll be starting on the attacking side from seeing the graphic here. It's not the easiest of starts, but hey, if you're comfortable and cozy, maybe that's the way to go. Anyways, with our game started, Cham, Grace, please, friends, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. A wonderful Sunday morning starting point for us. Well, afternoon probably for him, actually. Slightly ahead of me. Here we go, though. G2 Esports starting on Skyscraper. It is their pick. Grace, how are you feeling on this fine Sunday?
I'm actually so excited. I know you said earlier that I'd be vibrating in my chair, and I pretty much feel like that right now. I am so hyped. Like, I really think this is a win-win situation, really, for both sides. I think it's a kind of matchup which will give you a lot to work off data-wise. The Buck ban from G2 is quite interesting.
Yeah.
Themselves being like Buck off in the chat, a bit spicy, but I think that's quite an unusual one, really. Again, yes, there's a lot of capability for some verticality from above and below. Remember, Buck is also very useful if you do want to use vertical pressure from below as well. But I'm wondering if they're reading into something there, because again, Kafe, it's something about Asparagus are relatively, not Kafe, sorry, Sky, it's something that they're relatively not that good at. You know, they played it once as this roster. It didn't really go as well for them. Maybe that's more G2 trying to leave open the Blackbeard, for example, and other shield operators. Of course, we do have the Monty ban, but both aggressive shields are in play. The Vigil ban as well means that we're not going to see any spicy action from Jay. I want to highlight a point, right? Jay has been absolutely unhinged this winter. Like, I'm not going to beat around the bush about that one. Some of the plays Jay has done has been absolutely insane. These kind of moments where, again, it's expect the unexpected, because he will just pop up out of nowhere and do the most ridiculous things. It's something that G2 themselves are probably aware of. They're going to have to play pretty slow and steady to begin with. It looks like they're going for a very heavy utility setup, though, Sham.
They keep doing this to me, G2, man. I'm excited about the Boss G being in the hands of someone on G2 roster. I have so many notes about this Boss G, and I've not been able to see it once. It's really letting me down, but it's okay. It's all good. I'm sure that they have something planned, because it's very pointed bans coming up from them that you've just pointed out. Very utility heavy set from the defense here of Asparagus. BC4 sent right over the top. Setup lands at his mark, and it does. What a start to the day that is from Packbull. Put that one in your TikToks, because that is absolutely perfection.
And again, when you get that kind of opening pick, it can't be traded back because it was on the external, and you just fall back, and it's a nice little safe bet for you. Jay on a run out as well. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Absolute shenanigans from Asparagus. I don't think G2 are going to be too flustered right now, because they probably did expect these kinds of shenanigans. It's just unfortunate that for them, they've already lost 2 players with no trades to come through.
Absolutely, and all action from the get-go. Jay falls, or finds one into Blasian. Versus 2. Popping a window. There's ready for it. Okay. Leaving it the round. Now it's all up to Uno. Try and work something from what is a very aggressive start here from Asparagus. So definitely not shy. Definitely not holding back. I'm going to get right in the face of G2. I guess the silver lining for this round so far is that G2 is that the HP is not too hot for the defending side. But it won't matter. First flawless of the day. Asparagus starting very aggressively here, Grace.
And I absolutely love that, but again, I don't think it's something to be too surprised about. Asparagus, they want to get that upper edge nice and early. They want to start rustling the jimmies of G2. They want to be able to be like, okay, if we go fast and heavy, we go for these runouts, we go for these external C4s. It caught G2 off guard. G2 themselves are not going to be too bothered about that. Like, I don't think they're going to be like, oh my god, as if we started on a flawless loss and you know we couldn't trade anything out. They're going to be like, okay, yeah, we expected that. We expected that it was going to be absolute monkey business. We expected them swinging out of windows, swinging out of doorways. For G2, realistically, it's just going to be about being prepared for that going forward, giving a few seconds, giving a few moments, being aware of these runouts and expecting them, maybe catching a few of these players off guard as well.
Office now. Slightly different site, of course. We'll see if they continue on that trend of jumping out windows and getting aggressive and taking the fight to G2. I do think that that is one of the best ways to try and counter them, because play them at their own game. You know, because a lot of people expect them to lie back, and the teams can sit off, get a little bit too shy, and they don't really want to take a gunfight versus G2 just with that name, but they're definitely showing up so far as Paragon. But just one round gone. Like you mentioned, I don't think I'm too worrying for G2 heading into the second round of this matchup. Hungry with a little bit of an extension over towards Geisha for now. There's a couple of drones at their feet, so they are aware of that positioning for G2, just making the decisions of which we want to approach this. Jay is downstairs at the bottom of the black staircase, supporting Hungry. Head towards the drum site.
Hey, this is the thing, you can go for a full extension when it comes to this map, but it's this idea of you're trying to burn out that timer more and more. If the attackers catch wind of you, it's usually this idea of, okay, they're going to have to try and find me, they're going to have to try and force something here. However, G2, again, most likely, they'll react pretty quickly to any information that they gain. We do, of course, have the Deimos. They have the Grim Bees as well. That's a lot of information that they can gain if they want to go to some of these nastier little angles that they have to contest against. Of course, they have Blackbeard in the capable hands of Doki. Lots of aggression that they themselves can bring, to be honest. I'm surprised we haven't quite seen that from them yet, but again, they just want to go for the motions. They just don't want to give too much free space right now to Asparagus.
Yeah, just trying to make them uncomfortable with some of this vertical. You've got the nades coming through that window as well. Trying to do a little bit of work to get this wall open, but Kubaral and Cade combination will keep it closed until the halfway point of the round, so you're still not able to get that opened up. Use it as a point of pressure. Will likely be opened up in the next few seconds. For now though, relatively comfortable for Asparagus. I imagine that 1, 2, 3 calls will soon come through. G2 still just making those decisions. Rexon's the most extended for now, over towards the Dragon area. No one playing into this. Not as an aggressive start as we've seen in the last round here, Grace, was it?
Arma's trying to push from below as well. Loira will be dealt with though. Beautiful pick there from Jay. It's not being traded just yet, Beauchamp.
Certainly is not. Vertical angle as well will be held. Found off of it. There's yellow thing to
Needle set.
Let's give the information that they have to be wary of it. Wall is finally opened up. 45 seconds to go. Now G2 will have to make decisions where they want to go for. The ping comes out from the Deathmark drone. It will find that it's marked on Hungry, who is feeling a little bit of pressure given that their position has been given away. Dai will find another one as it flags to fall, and from behind the Jays found Alamo, and it's just completely collapsed for G2. Asparagus looking really comfortable in that round.
Again, I really think for Asparagus, it's more about the fact that they decided to pull back towards each other, hold a lot of space. When they realized that there wasn't any opportunity for full clearance coming out from G2, they were like, okay, let's just fall back and wait for them to come to us. Very good denial as well, just constantly keeping the pressure against G2. Everything they were doing, they were like, no, we're here, we're present. I think it's really interesting to see how Clean Cut Asparagus have been playing this weekend. There have been a few moments where they can be, I'm not going to say trolling themselves, but like there are moments where they maybe aren't performing to the level that they could potentially create. And I do think when you look at that roster, again, especially when you're putting someone like Packball in, it's kind of like you don't want to huff the copium and be like, oh, they could actually potentially do this. They've already caused one upset this weekend, Chad.
Yeah, they have. And yeah, I said comfortable there in that last round, and it did look comfortable because throughout that G2 just didn't
10 seconds to insertion.
Look like they had made a decision really what they wanted to do with it, and really where they wanted to actually set the execute up.
Initiate jammer!
Kind of interesting actually. I think it's surprising me a little bit as the start of this map. But first couple rounds of the day, I'm not going to be negative. I think that, you know, Targets are finding a good foothold in this round. Jay with a pre-set up C4, surely not again. Almal's on the other side, so they'll be safe from this for now. Almal's went around the long way, so they'll not be removed from around the early doors, and that at least gives away the idea that there is someone floating around at that opposite side. It is, of course, Jay that is over there on the Capcan of all people. Lots of doors, lots of places that you can catch features on these EDDs, Grace. So they have to be very careful.
Absolutely, and again, Jay as a player, he likes to play a little bit ratty. He likes to kind of lurk in the shadows. When you least expect it, he'll pop up out of nowhere and get aggro. Maybe a few little flankeroonies incoming. Again, given the size of Skyscraper, it can be a little bit risky, but time it well. We'll see how he does with that though.
Bomb located by attackers.
How do you two? They're just trying to get a bit of info, trying to get a little bit of utility swinging in their direction for them to react off. Again, they're not being too gung-ho about things. They're really taking their time and being patient.
Yeah, doing their due diligence now just to try and clear out this gate position, which still has a warden wedged firmly in there. It's Daya. Flashbangs will come through, but they're able to see through them. And they'll just wait and hold on this position. You know how important this area of the map is for this type of site. It's very important when you're on top floor, but it's also just important when you're defending that barbecue site as well. more E1Ds come through, more flashbangs, more pressure, and Alimal will at least break something. It's going to be a big collapse here for G2. They just wipe the floor with Asparagus and leave Hungry with it all to do in a 1 versus 5.
Looking a lot better for G2 right now. Hungry potentially just looking to deny the floor, but G2, of course, they're trying to hunt him down. Don't want to allow any opportunity for him to deny or even getting that final pick. Finding G2 getting around on the table, Sham.
Yep, absolutely.
Just taking their time with it. Patience is a virtue, as the saying goes.
Certainly is. Certainly is, yeah. Took a little while to kind of get the foothold in the actual map, as well as that round. Took a little bit of time to kind of actually remove the player inside the geisha, but eventually they just made the call and pushed and got aggressive and they just won their ones, what we expect from G2. And that was it. It was a very quick collapse, very quick turn on, ignition for them to win that one. And that's what expected from G2. That's what expected. They change the pace, they get in the face of Asparagus, and they win that round. So back up to the top floor we go, up to T. And we'll see, of course, what the adjustments can be made here for G2. Of course, likely not dying to an opening C4, probably.
I think it's that kind of idea of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I really think G2, they're prepared at this point for the way that Asparagus are playing. That from the get-go has been very evident. I think, again, they knew going into this it was going to be shenanigans, window shenanigans, doorway shenanigans, C4 shenanigans. Realistically, for G2, they're just again playing through this idea of, okay, we can work out where people are based on where they are not.
Stay clear.
For Asparagus, that means that what they can ideally try and do, if they are droned out, they have to move immediately, or they have to play around these duos a little bit more. That could potentially catch G2 a little bit off guard. Let's not get it twisted, Shab. I mean, again, Asparagus, I don't want to act like they're not gunners in their own right as well. We've seen them do incredible things. Sometimes Jay has problems translating to officials, but he's doing a very good job of it today.
The case. Ooh, Jay thought about it. Thought about going out that window, but the zero cam gives away their position, so it's just thought better. I'll pull back for a sec. Jay now moving positions to the other side. Rexon in a very comfortable area behind the Sazam barricade inside a drum, waiting for someone to hop in that window or come through this breach that is yet to be opened up. It looks as though G2 now will start to make work of that. Approaching the minute in mark, and pretty good timing for them. Get that geisha pressure begun and started. A couple of pre-fires through the wall. They're kind of maybe suggesting that they know there's a player inside of Dragon. The death mark currently out on, not the death mark, even information, the bees, should I say, are actually out on Hackbill. That will make it a bit uncomfortable for them.
Getting a bit scrappy now.
Reloading.
Uno taking out back full. Boy will fall to the hands of Hungry. First spray there. Jay actually falls. Doki a pistol whip to the face. Uno as well to follow things up. Hungry now left on 1 versus 3. Tiniest bit of HP. Can he try and deny this part? I don't think he's going to have the angle really, Sham. There we go. It's a posty P for him to try and clutch out. This looks very, very good for G2 right now. They just need to hold on to these angles and wait for the approach. There we have it. Uno popping up behind this little half wall. Even then, we just see at the end there, yeah, the importance of setting up those post plants bits of utility by having the zero. Yes, they didn't end up using it, but it's just this idea, right, of you send out those zero cams and it allows you to get a little bit of an idea of what's happening in that site as well. So if they do start to defuse, you can react to it. You don't have to show your bodies as much. So love that G2 are bringing a lot more utility when it comes to these approaches. They're bringing a lot of kit in their pockets to get every single outcome they possibly could under their belt.
Yes, they are indeed. You do love a little bit of utility. I know that you highlight that quite often. You know, it's a controversial take to say that I didn't actually enjoy the utility meta, and that is maybe just because I could hide behind the fact I can't shoot straight. And yeah, guys, I'll get the ADSs. Hop on the ADSs, of course. I'll do that. So yeah, G2 playing into that, bringing plenty utility, but bringing quite a spread of operators as well, actually. They're showing that they're quite willing to change on 2 different operators on this attack and be really fluid with it. You can see just now that they are changing things around. It looks as though we're going to see the Maverick come through. We're going to see the IQ, the Blackbeard, which Doki just absolutely loves at this point. I think we're going to, it's like trying to take candy away from a baby. I don't think that we're going to be able to do it.
It's just such a good bit of kit. Like, it's insane. Like, the rework has been insane shenanigans. It's one of those things we were like, okay, this is a very, very strong operator. It's got a shield. A lot of people kind of expected, I don't know what people expected actually from the rework itself, but when it was announced, I was like, oh my goodness, okay, so we're going a bit of shield work with the MK17. It's this whole idea of, okay, how much more ferocity do we want from a shield up? I always feel Blitz was like a very aggressive shield, and now we have the Blackbeard as well, so we are going to see him so much all the time. Most maps we will see a Blackbeard at the moment.
Ooh, very lovely work there. The thermite charge going on the ground. Just make sure they can open that drum wall up. It was electrified, so that'll get round it. See if it did actually open up. Hungry will find the first kill of this round, and Loira will just hop in and find a double again. I absolutely love that he just keeps doing it. Just keeps hopping in somewhere, finding a gap, and getting himself a double. Blaz will find another. It's a 1 versus 4 for Rexon. The defuse is going down. It is there. Can your Lisan Al Gaib come up with the goods with 30 seconds to work with? They won't be able to do anything. Doki on the Blackbeard will finish the round, and G2 take the lead for the first time in this series.
And that's a really important point, actually. They're taking the lead now, and they're on the attack on Skyscraper. Skyscraper, typically, in terms of statistics, tends to be very defender-sided due to the side of it. Whenever we have a large map, usually assume that that timer is going to really work against the attack. Of course, yes, there are standard approaches everyone will take, but it's not as easy when it comes to the potential of, okay, are they lurking behind us? Are they going to go for a really long rotate and pinch us behind? You really have to keep one eye over your shoulder the entire time, and normally that makes things very difficult. G2, again, one of the best teams in the world. Incredible stuff right now, taking the lead. Can they pull it to a 4-2 so they can go into that defensive half sitting very, very happy indeed? Only time will tell.
More and more operators seem to be coming through the roster for G2 today. Bravo making appearance on potentially Striker. Though on the defense, cross coming along, Daya, Fenrir, Legion, Malusi. It's giving, we need to slow them down. We need to stop these guys from getting in the building, getting in these doorways. We need to do something because the guns are not quite firing. We can't quite stop them. We need something to slow this attack down. I'm not opposed to it myself. I think that is a sensible option, I think, Grace.
Yeah, I think right now for Asparagus, I think what would really benefit them is maybe playing around the trade a little bit more. It is difficult though, again, a large map, you have to spread yourself out just so you get that information, that initial point of contact more effectively, I'll say.
Yeah. For sure. Rexon, first one out for Asparagus, decides to come back to Drum just so they can get across with Pack Bull. Wait for this Geisha pressure. Again, this is a very big pressure point and power position, I guess, if you want to call it, for the site. An area that you really want to try and clear out and get control of, which should dictate which side you can actually come from. By getting potentially just a little bit bored, potentially, just waiting for something to happen at the top of that black staircase. G2 really taking their time, and I think I'm going to have to commend them because I think this is the slowest I've seen G2 play in a while.
The beauty of playing slowly and just relying on that utility first, again, it allows you to use these clutch drones. This allows you to get a lot of utility under your belt nice and quickly. It also allows you to get those house cams if you want them. And think about how much information that can gain you from the get-go without you even getting in the building and having to be potentially in some firing lines. Speaking of which, Loira getting stuck in now. Daya's gonna fall.
Yep, they're just lulled in a false sense of security for a sec there. Not much happening, and Loira pounces at the back. Doki will be meleeed, or will melee G right in the face. The death marks will come out and form up a Laz. Packbill feeling the pressure inside of his Geisha. Trying to dance around, move away, trying not to fall, trying to hold on to Geisha as long as they can. Hungry finds one elsewhere, it's Blaz, but Loira from behind will find Packbill, and they finally have control of Geisha that they were looking for. Quite a lot of shots peppered in towards Loira, holding in position and way. A Pokeball comes right into the face, and now it's Rexon in a 1 versus 3. Will find 1 and 2 right immediately, but Alimal's there to clean up shop for G2. They're looking very comfortable now here on Skyscraper.
pressure from below, and again, trying to just dislodge Packable from Geisha. Packable can't really do anything about the incoming presence that is Loira. Again, Loira has been phenomenal this weekend. Let's not get that twisted at all. Loira has been absolutely on fire himself, and I think these are kind of plays by G2 where they're like, okay, it's kind of like this moment where they have this penny drop and they just go for the jugular all together as a team. Very well timed. To split on the attack on Skyscraper. This is looking very, very tasty indeed for G2 right now. Can they secure these final 2 or 3 rounds? Take the map to Kafe. Interesting thing, of course, it is their map pick. We do expect the teams who pick the map to win out their map pick, but I think realistically this was a very good choice from G2 in the get-go. It is a map that realistically, again, Asparagus, they don't really have a good time on it. They've only shown it once and they lost that. G2 themselves, they feel a lot more confident on it. They've played it 3 times and they've won it 3 times. So it's definitely a map that they have a nicer time with. We're not too surprised by this result right now.
Yeah. Definitely not. Definitely not surprised at all. The 3 times that they played it as well, they won it pretty comfortably. 7-3, 7-4, 7-2.
Yeah, sorry.
Not too surprised to see us in this current situation. I guess the only surprise really is that they managed to really well deal with that initial aggression from Asparagus. They've struggled to get that back, struggled to really deal with it. It seems as though G2 are feeling like, yep, alright, we see you, alright, let's get back into the action here. Don't need the timeout for it, don't need anything for it, we'll just let you have them 2 rounds and then we'll just hit you with the 4 right back and finish off the half. Defense here now is where we are. A couple of Claymores getting set up on the windows, making sure that if there is any jump outs from G2, we know they love to do them. They will be punished. So keep tabs on those Claymores. But for now, you've got Loira thinking about going in and out and trying to maybe get in the face of some of these attackers that are trying to open up that wall in office.
They've really prepared those black eyes to essentially be below the site, right? It's that underneath approach that people like to do sometimes. I think they themselves maybe expected Asparagus to go for a pocket strat there. You know, there's a lot of things you can do if you are pushing from below. You can even use the Gara hook, for example, to whiz yourself up into the office. It's something that we've seen a lot of teams do. And it's something that you can expect Asparagus as a team to have the pocket strat, but they are actually being very, very sensible about things. They've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Deimos, and they've got the Grim. A lot of information utility, and it's kind of information utility that allows you to play aggressively around it. Let's see how they do with it though, Sham.
Uno and Blaz, the most aggressive here for G2. They're linking up over towards this T side. Got Uno inside of Geisha, now managed to move back for now. Blaz just lingers still inside the T, waiting for this pressure to come through. Uno retakes that position inside of Geisha. Not quite been able to get a foothold in the map yet, Asparagus. So kind of rethinking the strategy. Do they want to play in it? Do they want to be a bit more direct? Looks as though they're not really going to play into what G2 have in front of them. Instead, they're going to pull back, go for the site here. Loira opens up the scoreboard with their opening pick onto Daya. Doki finds another. That's 2 very quick kills to fall from Asparagus' side. For now, though, G2 still thinking about swinging it out of places. It's Loira again at the double. We've mentioned it so many times this weekend. I feel like I'm going insane by repeating it. Loira with a 1-tap. Remove Pac-Bill's head. Doki will finish off the round for G2. They're looking mighty, mighty comfortable now on Skyscraper.
Crisp, clean, and clear right now from G2. Again, not really reinventing the wheel there, just waiting for that approach from Asparagus. They had so much information that they could work off. And again, it's this idea of G2, if they see where you're not, they can work out where you actually are. And that was very crystal clear in that round. Rightfully so, Asparagus are going to call a timeout. I think that's maybe come a little bit too late, but we'll see if they can convert it into a round win. Right now, again, it's not like they are doing anything wrong. I think Asparagus have the right idea of being like, okay, we'll go a bit more default. I mean, what is nowadays considered default? You know, we'll take some hard breach, we'll have a nice entry point, we'll take a lot of information utility. If we have the information, maybe we can find out where G2 are, we'll try and pinch them. It's just, again, G2, they're prepared for it. They know that you're on the approach. They have that information and they'll shut you down. Really is coming down to gunfights at times. And again, it is one of the best teams in the world. is this a bit of a shame to see Asparagus not kind of fall into the vibe they usually do, Sham. They are a team who do some very spicy pocket strats at times, and it's something I'd want to see them maybe go for here.
I think it's potentially the map. Not played it that much, not shown it that much. Maybe not expecting GT to pick onto it. I wouldn't have expected them to pick onto a map that, yeah, they themselves haven't played that much. I thought they would go for something a bit more default, a bit more kind of standard. No, Skyscraper, they're just like, yeah, we'll pull it out. Don't mind playing something different.
I think it's the idea of, okay, Asparagus in this, you know, this reiteration of this roster, they've just added Packable in. Maybe they haven't been able to plan too much with Sky. We've seen they lose it once. We don't want to take them to Clubhouse. Again, G2, the first ban they did was Clubhouse. They're like, absolutely not. Like, Asparagus, that's a really good map for them. Yes, it can be default, and a lot of people would potentially argue that would be a good playing field for these two because of how even Stevens it can be, but why would G2 risk that? They were like, no, we're going to take you somewhere where we know you've lost and we feel okay and comfortable with it.
Yeah, exactly. I think was just holding out hope I get to see Alimal and Rook again on club. He was an absolute demon last week on that. It's terrifying. And speaking of demons, Loira 9-4 for now. We highlighted them before. MVP pretty much yesterday. What a performance they're putting in so far on the map of Skyscraper. And they're going to continue as they have done for most of this weekend, which is hanging out next to a door, waiting for someone to wander past and swing out and demolish them. Imagine that someone will be in a gunfight with him shortly. Uno as well in a little sneaky position, waiting potentially to wander out that doorway and catch the player that is outside. Alimal just patiently waiting as well downstairs. A little bit of a lurk as well, a little bit of a linger. Rex takes a bit of damage upstairs. Geisha is now a point of contention here as Doki goes right through and almost starts off with the opening pick, but just can't quite land the shots. Bit of an awkward rotate to kind of wander through. Blaz now coming round from the back end. They're not quite aware of Blaz's positioning. A couple of kills fall elsewhere as well in favour of Asparagus. This is the first time they've had the man advantage in quite some time. Has to be very careful here. Blaz now going to be isolated and on their own for the moment in time.
Rexon waiting for a very long time for that repeat to happen. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Blaz dealing with Loira. Rexon can take him out. That's unfortunate stuff indeed. That is a massive mistake right now for G2 to have 1 versus 5. Not the most ideal position to be in, especially with this much time remaining. Asparagus have all the time, all the space in the world to set up what they want. It does look like they're trying to go for some cheeky final picks though. Jay didn't really need to push for that, but he went for it, and I respect that, to be honest, Sham.
Yeah, exactly. I respect it. Just get in their face, try and win something. Alimal tries to win another, but they is there to finish for Asparagus, who collect another round and finally break the wave of G2. They finally get another round up on the scoreboard, breaking that 5-round-in-a-row streak from G2. So they're still here. They're still existing on Skyscraper. They're not out of the running just yet. Although G2 are looking pretty good. That was a great round there from Asparagus.
It was somewhat gifted by the accidental team kill. And again, I've got it again. I sound like I am being his #1 fangirl, but the fact that Rexon had the patience to be like, I'm just going to stay in terrace for now and wait for you to re-peek me.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
The confidence there, again, not willing to kind of push to the doorway. It's a bit of a silly thing to do. It's like, no, I'll just wait for you to push me. I'll wait for you to push me. Blaz eventually did go back and attempt it, take it out his teammate in the process.
It happens to the best.
Asparagus in a really good. It does happen to the best of us, but I think that's one of those moments where you know that there's a little bit of that whap happening in the team speak.
Yeah, how to counter Loira? Just make sure someone team kills them. That's basically how you do it. Like,
I mean, true.
Yeah. Let G2 kill Loira. Like it's fine.
Now though, the Scopos coming out, I do like to see that. I was wondering if we'd see a bit more Scopos action, to be honest, when it comes to Skyscraper. Again, given the size of the map, having a bit more flexibility around your movement certainly can be a benefit, especially with Pantheon Shield, right? You can just shove one on site, you can shove one off site. Ooh, attempt at a C4 from the get-go. Doesn't land though. I respect it, I respect it.
Oh yes.
Hair of the dog that bit you.
Yeah, Packville ready for that one though. Packville, the TikTok master. He knows all of those neat little tricks, hopping out windows and tossing out C4s. He goes around the long way and avoids losing their life early on. Though. Getting back into this round though, the Scopos of Balaz on the top floor, of course, can get back to site depending where they put that Pantheon shell down. Of course, a lot of extension from Alimal, just right now in pantry, waiting for someone wandering into that double door. imagine the due diligence will be done here from Asparagus to make sure they don't just send it in there without checking whether they're in that position. For now, though, a lot of DMRs ringing out, a lot of shotguns ringing out, so they're trying to redecorate this map a little bit so they can make it a bit more comfortable to work with your G2.
Breaching sequence activated.
G2 are very good at doing this. They open up so much just to give them more opportunities to be aggressive, to be bolshy. Is what they do best. It is how their energy gets flowing to their advantage. Packball is going to fall. Rexon's there to at least take one down, keeping this at 4 versus 4. Stokey will go down into the hands of Deo. This is looking pretty decent for Asparagus right now, especially now. There we go, Rexon dealing with Blaz. So much time and so much kit still. Remember, they've got that send. They can cut off some lines of sight. Yes, G2, they've done a bit of interior decoration, but there we go, that disc flies through. Hungry dealing with Loira, Uno in a 1 versus 4, and they're getting ready to go for a fast and furious collapse. There we go, the planet is going down. Can Kit be stuck, or will Uno be able to deny it? Looks like he doesn't quite have the right angle. There we go, it's post TP.
Stuck on the top floor here, Uno, not much they can do. Trying to open up some more angles with the C4, trying to find something. Does find quite a bit of damage onto Dea, but they're going to get themselves out of that scenario. It's not looking too hot here for Uno. Had to try and get down and find something. Hatch drop could come through, but for now, we'll at least find Dea off the top here, but only 20 seconds to work with. This is going to be very, very difficult for Uno to work with. There's at least a bit of passion on the top floor as well. A hit fire to the face of Jay will deal with them, and Uno finds a double inside of this one, but it's Rexon and Hungry linking up, and it's going to be very, very difficult here now for Uno to recover this covering angle on the window. Hungry's there, finish the round off. Asparagus, they'll find another one. That's 2 in a row now, Grace.
Absolutely, and again, this is the thing, sometimes with a site like that, right, you're kind of backed in this awkward little corner where, you know, there's a doorway, there's a window, there is an immediate entry point towards the site. So it is pretty sensible to be like, okay, we'll just open it up a lot, we'll play slightly wider, we'll play above. But unfortunately, Asparagus were just able to get those picks under their belt initially, really spin that momentum in their favor. As soon as those bodies start dropping, again, you've left a very exposed site. They have a gorgeous amount of kit to deal with it. Again, taking the sends, cutting off a line of sight. It's like kind of using what you'd intended to use yourself against you. You intended to have these long lines of sight and all this cover from a distance. The sends basically renders that impossible, even if it didn't come down to a 1vx.
Different site here now, though. Heading to T. See what G2 have in their pocket for this one.
10 seconds to insertion.
Geisha will continue to be a point of contention for this map, as it so often is the case in Skyscraper. Have an extension as well inside of Office. Laz and Doki out there. Doki and that got the Lesion. Loira has been forced off of it and forced onto the smoke. Okay, as well, was firing a bit better today. He's been kind of a struggling day yesterday, but I think that just kind of happens when one of your other teammates just steps up and decides to collect most of the kills anyway. See, of course, if they can continue that form. Uno, prep C4, waiting to toss it out a window. I've seen that quite often in Skyscraper. It seems to be a bit of a meta formulating here for this map anyway. Right, people ready with C4s to toss them out, eh?
Ooh, Doki, looking like he's gonna go for it. Wants to get cheeky, wants to get spicy. I think, again, rightfully so. G2 frothing at the mouths to that match point right now. Looking to take these gunfights as quickly as they possibly can. They want this opener so badly, Sham.
They really, really do. You can see them just checking every angle that they have possible. Everyone at their disposal. You can see Doki just waiting. Where's it going to be? Where's the feet going to float past? Is someone going to come up to that window? But no one's really moving. No one's playing into it yet from Asparagus. See, Rexon throws a nade out just to make Doki a little bit more uncomfortable. The drone will come through so they know exactly where he is, exactly what his position is. But it's Doki at the end of the day. He'll not care. Move out ever so slightly. We're starting to get deeper into the round so they can begin to pull a little bit back. Jay, downstairs inside the reception. Wants to dance away for the moment in time. Just waiting for someone to potentially come around for the flank. Still looking and hunting. There is one down there. It is Alamo. Just waiting in the corner, waiting for them to come round. The yellow ping's there. They have the information. Uno's finished it before it can even be delivered to Alamo. Uno from the top floor, from the hatch. They knew exactly where Jay was coming from. Now a minute left to work with. They're now to start to put this pressure on the drum.
Attackers have dropped
Can
the
use
bomb.
those Grim Bees if they want to
Attackers
contest these
recover the
corners, where
diffuser.
again, if you send them out, it can allow you just a little bit of a live ping for you to react to, or maybe go for a pinch. They're taking their sweet time with it though. Rex and Packball can start to get a bit aggro using that util together, but looks like they're coming to a little bit of a standstill, splitting up a little bit, making sure they can at least try and get a pick back in their favor by spreading out, spreading even. This is a difficult take to make. Oh, beautiful stuff there then. Daya getting one. It's opening some breathing room for them to at least take the Geisha control. They have to be careful for Doki just round this corner. Can't do it though. Daya Rexhunt shutting down the attempt at defending from G2 right now, giving them all this breathing room. They can attempt to stick the plant. There we go, Sham.
They are going to go for it here. Alamau and Blast trying to link together, the sense covering it. They're not able to see where the plant is going down. It will be successful. Asparagus on a posted P, as you would say. Plenty of time to work with for either side, but Day has found himself a triple kill. Alamau has to come up the black stairs. They know exactly where they are, and Asparagus, they'll close that one out, and they'll even up the scores at 5 each.
Which is insane, by the way.
Yes.
That's actually, if at the start of the side switch, I was like, oh, this is not looking great for Asparagus right now. You know, it's a 4-2 attacking half on Sky for G2. Asparagus themselves, they've really relied on that util. They've relied on taking their time, finding these opening engagements. They haven't been too hasty with it. If anything in that last round, they basically punished G2 for the eagerness for that opener.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Tends to be the case though with G2, is that they do get eager, they do leave themselves open when they try to go for something, and that is generally how you get a bit of success. That's what we've seen most of the teams, and that's where Matchco were doing well last week. And I think that is how you kind of play them, kind of counter them. It's nice to see though that Asparagus have got this up to 5-5. I'm excited for this. I didn't expect that. I thought this was going to be a bit more one-sided.
I just can't get over how important it was to dislodge the player in Geisha from the get-go, because again, as soon as they did that, it was like that's what, again, that twig snap, that penny drop. They come rushing into Geisha. Doki's stuck around the corner. He's the only one that can essentially shut down that collapse into Karaoke. Fortunately, he loses that gunfight. Loira gets dealt with as well. Then you've got all that breathing space, and again, still the sends to cut off lines of sight. So really good going from Asparagus right now.
I think the unfortunate thing as well with that Geisha push is that they lose it because Uno gets a little bit overzealous and peeks into it when he didn't actually really have to. He could have just chilled for a second. I think that's the frustrating part of it. Geisha is a really big point. Can't stress it how much. Most of these sites, it is at a point where you really need to get control of. It's a really big point on that note. Anyway, for this round, up to Office, something slightly different. For now, attacking side, trying to figure out where their approach will be from. Looks as though it's a bit more direct. Looks as though they're going to hit the bottom part, be it playing off the potential of vertical. They know there's a player downstairs. They know there's someone over towards the pantry side. It is indeed Uno on the Valkyrie that is down there. The drones will come through, get the information, see if they go on the hunt for them, see what they can get off at the back of it. For now, Uno is pulled all the way back, all the way towards Barbecue, so quite a distance away. The first Kafe call rings through, a couple of shots through the wall, so trying to really hunt down Uno, really try to isolate this gunfight and try and get this opening pick, but Uno just still dancing around, gets back through to Pantry. They haven't been able to get them. There was Jay now moves them towards Pantry. Try and find out.
Rex, I'm just waiting for Jay to come and meet him on this approach from below.
Deploying a drone.
G2 are expecting this. They do tend to be pretty good with placing those black eyes below when they are holding this site, so they should at some point get an inkling that there's pressure coming in from Jay and Rexhunt. Packball's thrown up with them now too. Looking to establish this vertical pressure. They're aware of it now. It's quite difficult when you've got this Deimos as well, because again, nades in pocket, something can occur, catch you off guard if he sends out one of those Pokeballs. A good job at least trying to deny this wall, but I do believe that is it being opened now. A little bit of pressure starting to tighten around G2.
Yep. Death marks come up as well. And the revolver rings right through this floorboard to try and find something. Blazdo will find the opening pick. It'll be Daya to fall. As Alma lingers on the house staircase, waiting for someone to push up. The nade was thrown at them, but nothing off the back of it. Uno managed to get back towards site and get a kill onto Rexon. Hopping into site here. Pat Low tries to take the game by the scruff of the neck, but it won't happen whatsoever. It's a flawless for G2. It completely collapses there for Asparagus. G2, they find themselves the first match point of the day.
Again, they had the information, they just had to react to it, they just had to try and get those off angles as well. And again, not be baited at times by Asparagus. So Asparagus were trying to rely on, again, using that utility to get G2 to push a bit more aggressively towards them. I'm thinking of, the staircase hold.
Yeah.
Send a bit of a nade there. Maybe you catch them on the off angle, but G2 playing pretty stoic there in that round, to be fair. Very sturdy indeed. Pulling us to match point now. But can Asparagus take us to that overtime? I think already, despite the fact that G2 are currently on that match point, people have to yet again take their hats off to Asparagus. They had a phenomenal time yesterday, causing a massive upset that a lot of people weren't expecting. And now it's 6-5, right? This hasn't been a steamroll for G2, despite the fact that that first half was a 4-2 for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Asparagus have made them work for it, Sham.
Oh, they absolutely have. Absolutely. I mean, this could go either way. We could be entering to overtime, or we could be heading to Kafe.
5 seconds remaining.
All up in the air. Flip of a coin as to which way we are heading. Where we're heading for now, though, is barbecue. For the site selection of G2. I imagine they'll hold on to Geisha as long as they can. Again, very important point. Can't stress how much it is. Especially on this site, it is directly above. You lose that part and it becomes very, very difficult to defend this site. That's just the nature of the vertical. That's just what you want. Well, it's a bit of an extension though. The garage for the out to the dragon side. I don't know where garage is coming from. Oh, I'm already on Kafe. Hungry for the EMP, just trying to open up Geisha and make some work of this.
Cover me.
Patience is a virtue, as we've touched on before. Asparagus getting the feelers out. A lot of kit they can work around here as well. They do have the Grim Beast still for that info around these corners, but the Yings and the Vinker in play. Maybe a bit of an aggressive push towards the end, so it looks like they're just trying to get the feelers out on that external, work out what they want to do here. If they want to go a bit more direct, or if they want to maybe take that verticality fast and furious. Looks like that might be the case here. Jay, already getting into the building now. They are attempting to go for it, just putting the feelers out. G2 not biting either. A lot of patience yet again from G2. Doki dealing with Jay. Batty little angle there. Blast gets it, deals with Daya. The trades, they're being attempted to spray and pray through the wall, but it's not quite capitalizing. It's not quite coming to fruition.
And was also felled, courtesy of Rexon. Pac-Bill's found himself a double inside of this round as well. 2 on side for Asparagus. Pac-Bill and Hungry have to link together. Pull this one back from the brink. Alimal not looking too great for the HB. They have control established on this top floor. They have something to work with. Hungry waiting on the hatch, waiting for someone to step into their crossfire. Just waiting. Lingering, the drones come through, try and get the information, figure out where G2 are hanging around, which corners they're sitting in. We do at least for now know where Loira is. He's been quite quiet on the second half. Still checking the vertical, using the candelas just to flash them out, smoke them down to cover those feet angles as well. They know there's a player inside of Pantry, but they don't know how close Alamal is. It's actually a triple kill for Pac-Bill, who'll bury Alamal. Doki and Loira now to try and link up and finish off the round, and it's Loira with the C4, makes a very comfortable finish there for G2 as they close out Skyscraper 7-5.
Yeah, really sensible for G2 just to stay on that offsite and play around the utility, play around denying that plan. Granted, really good going there by Asparagus to attempt that kind of collapse, sending out all that Ying utility, the smokes, the flashes, just to try and give them a little bit of breathing space there. But unfortunately, it was close, but no cigar. Again, hats off to them, to be fair. A 7-5 is nothing to be scoffed at, but it is G2 at the end of the day. G2, of course, that was their map pick for a reason. They have won it, and that's map number 1 under their belt. But right now for Asparagus, it's like, okay, even though they lost that, it still does spell a little bit of excitement. Remember, they caused that upset yesterday, Sham, and They did not make this easy for G2.
No, they didn't. They didn't lie down and just give them the map at all. I thought it was going to be a bit more one-sided than it was. Asparagus really turned up to the races. We could be very much still in Skyscraper, still on overtime. We could still be talking about the game, but we're not. We're going to Kafe and G2, looking pretty good. Asparagus looking pretty good. I'm excited for Kafe. I'm very, very excited. It's going to be a close game, I think. I'm hoping for it.
Absolutely. We will have a short little break now, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Oh, get better. Never look at it as if you're only there for one map or whatever. It's fine. You will do better later, and the fact that you hold yourself accountable for a certain level of quality that you espouse is already incredibly important. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the show. As you see, we continue on, and it's our first, very, very first map in the series that has gone the way of G2, but only just. We're talking about starting signs. Turns out it's a bit harder to play defense on Skyscraper, at least in this specific matchup between our two squads, but G2 do triumph in this first one. Here to break it all down, Grace and Cham. And look, you guys have watched every single detail of the game. What was that separating bit that almost flipped the game fully to G2? Because there was a point where I went to get T, went back, and it was 5-2. And I'm like, how did 3 rounds just kind of go by? It was just such a G2 heavy bit, and then completely swung the other way to get us to a 7-5.
I think it's this idea that they didn't want to expose themselves too much on those attacks when they realized that that was not going to go well for them. Talking about Asparagus, of course, they decided to play more around this idea of relying on that external to give them almost a safety net. And then they went for the jugular. Then they went for these sudden collapses with a lot of kit in their pockets. G2, they started well. They had the information on that defense. Again, even having that 4-2 attacking side. Same as Yumi last round. I was like, okay, GG, it's Jova. But no, Asparagus were able to pull it back just by relying on patience and utility. And again, patience is a virtue. We said that multiple times throughout that map. And it really does show that, sometimes if you just take your time with it, and you just allow yourself to get information, get a few of those picks under your belt, it really does enable you a bit more breathing space when you are going for an execute. You use a bit of utility. They relied so much on the Ascends to get some of those rounds on the table as well. Just cutting off lines of sight from G2 again. Potentially going around this idea that G2 would maybe outfrag them at times. Just use kit to hide behind.
I love that. I do love the idea of just hiding behind different pieces of kit, different pieces of utility. That was definitely one of the strongest points for Asparagus as well. Potentially, nearly getting us into the overtime point. Oh, some of the replays in the background showing just exactly what happened. The amount of clips there that are in Geisha is incredible, because it just seemed like that was just where we were arguing about the entire time. Both teams just fighting tooth and nail for that point of the map to try and hold on to it, try and take it, try and really dictate it. And it seemed as though whoever got that point really was going to be the one that was going to be the one that gets that round. And yeah, geez, I was quite surprised at how close it was.
It makes sense because every map and every different floor within a map has what you call power positions, right? Linchpins where a lot of the action is directed towards, because either as an attacker you have to take control of it to break a defense in half and push in, i.e. Geisha in this case, or Drum, etc. Or be it as a defender, you have to hold it as long as possible to play the timer to your advantage. Makes a lot of sense that we got a lot of action around Geisha, as you mentioned. And hey, still at the end of the day, G2 victorious in our first map now. With how close it got, this being G2's pick, that's always a question that we have to wait for map 2 to really try to answer of, hey, was it just trying to warm up into the day? Because that is a real thing that, unfortunately, when analyzing the game, you can't really quantify it and really give it, well, they were actually 55.7% warmed up going into the game. That's not a stat we're going to be able to pull in any way, shape, or form. But if we were now to take our focus away from Skyscraper and into map 2 for the series, I really would like to kind of take a look and see what happens there, because this is an opportunity now for G2 to close it out and just take time to rest in going into their third game, into the grand final, or it can completely flip on its head and Asparagus can bring it back. And statistically speaking, teams who win map 2 in a best of 3 series have the highest shot of winning it all, Grace.
Certainly so. Again, it's the idea of getting that momentum under your belt. Going into Kafe vote, G2 will be starting on the defense, Asparagus will be starting on the attack, and I am wondering how that is going to impact things from the get-go. Again, Asparagus, they've proven time and time again, they can be a competent attacking team, but consider how much verticality exists within Kafe. You can't really rely as much on just kind of getting that information on the external. You do have to kind of get stuck in as the time progresses, or you're going to run out of time very, very quickly. You have to get stuck in, you have to start start establishing control all the way. I like to, again, calling it the gravity waterfall, start from the top, trickle your way down. I think G2 themselves might up the ante a bit here. They've got that map number 1 in the belt. They might go a bit more aggro, and that could catch Asparagus off guard here.
But Sham, yesterday the big talk about Asparagus was that they are a very reactive team. They're able to think on the fly. Does Kafe fit that? Does this game against G2, especially showing in map 1, that they can pull it into a map 3, and how?
I think so, yeah. I think that's a good point to bring up, the reactivity of Asparagus. My issue is it is G2, and reacting off of G2 is not the funnest experience to perhaps be in. Kafe is a bit of a weird one for G2 because they've played it 3 times, they've lost it twice. Their most recent time they were on it was actually when they played against Sonics and at Montreal, and they went home. They got absolutely dominated in that entire series. So it's a bit of a strange point for G2. I'm actually not really sure how this is going to play out. It's one of those ones where they're not too bothered. It's a bit of a strange one, I think.
Okay, well, it's perfect timing. Goddamn, perfect timing. Our game is ready to go, so we're going to send it over to Cham and Grace to take us through what potentially can be G2's direct run into the grand final. Maybe Asparagus can upset and keep this into turn this into a 3-mapper. Asparagus versus G2 with our casters Cham and Grace. Enjoy.
Ooh, starting off with a sense ban on Kafe Dostoyevsky. Thank you very much, Milos, for taking us through that disc segment. Go and enjoy more tea. I've seen that on the camera there, him drinking his tea, so I imagine he'll be downing even more. We'll get a tea counter up on the stream at some point for him. Now, into Kafe. Grace, sense ban? What are we thinking?
Again, Asparagus really relied on that to cut off the lines of sight that G2 could have used against them. So maybe it's kind of feeling into that a little bit. Maybe it's just a little bit cheeky. But Sense is actually quite powerful when it comes to Kafe. A lot of people have been relying on it when it comes to that kitchen attack, for example. You can cut off the long line of sight all the way from Whiskey. It allows you a little bit more of an easier entryway if you want to start contesting people in Bakery. Go a bit more direct. So I don't think that's anything too flamboyant from G2. But it's kind of taken away maybe a bit of kit that they themselves were a bit annoyed about in that first map. And the Maestro is also interesting. We're taking away that Alda, such a powerful gun. And of course, those evil eyes. It's information, it's plant denial. I think Asparagus have gone a little bit more standard. They've banned out that Blackbeard. They themselves not looking to capitalize on it, but they don't want it in the hands of G2 when it comes to that side switch. The Azami is very, very standard, especially for Kafe. Consider Christmas, where you can throw them here and everywhere. Gone are the days of holding Pixel with a shield. When you have Azami, there's Kiba barriers, you can just fully redecorate, send a Kiba here, there, and everywhere. Give yourself lots of cover to play quite aggressively around. So I'm not too surprised to see that ban either. Now, Sham, the interesting one for me is how much information G2 were able to gain on their defenses on Skyscraper, and we're already seeing kind of inkling at that, but also potentially some shenanigans. Vigil is in play, and they are choosing to bring him out.
Finally, some Vigil play from G2. We've seen like a couple of flashes of it, but the Boss G... I'm surprised I haven't seen it more this weekend. I'm just so surprised. It's just not that people have not been like, yeah, we'll just evac. And Boss G, it's so strong right now. Love a little bit of Boss G accent, Can you tell that I love it? I think I've got that point across enough. I think that people understand that. First sight of this map, though, we're heading down to a reading, and the Boss G has already been unleashed. Hasn't found anything. Uno right out of a window. No one there for the spawn peak, though, and I think this is going to be pretty much the tempo for this map. I imagine that G2 will be in and out of windows and trying to catch them out, trying to be aggressive and just playing basically like G2 always play, swing absolutely everything in sight. Almal with a prep C4 ready to go out the white window should someone appear. The bullets have actually came from the other window though, so I have to be careful of someone around the corner on the white corridor. Re-rips the C4 and waits for it. 3 people on the top floor for now. Vigil in the hands of Uno. Loira waiting in that pixel position inside of Lounge. Upside down Repel, just to see if they can try and put the pressure into Lounge here now.
Quiet before the storm. Once again, Asparagus taking their times, getting the feelers out. You have to start making a bit of an entryway into the map, though. Again, top floor control is the first step of this approach. Looks like they themselves are just waiting for aggression from G2. That's not quite trickling through. That could be a little bit of a misread. Asparagus, they have to start making their way into the building soon, or it's going to get a little bit awkward.
I don't like how quiet it is, Grace. I don't like how quiet it is.
Very,
a Kafe
very
map.
suspicious.
As,
Very suspicious.
Something sinister as afoot.
It does seem like Rexon's keeping his eye on Cocktail, though. So again, maybe they're looking at doing a little bit of a 3-2-1. Dropping down to dislodge the players around there. There we go. Gifted a C4 just by waiting on the rappel for so long. Loira has been dealt with, though. Hackball, he will fall too. It's looking too great for Asparagus right now, losing 2 bodies. Make that free. Dare will also fall. Goodness me, Sham.
Oh my god. It's just completely collapsed here. Before I can even get a word in, G2 have just finished the round. Final shot is indeed a boss G. It was just patience, and eventually when Asparagus had to make the decision of, right, okay, we need to go, we need to do something now, let's get in amongst it. G2 are ready for it. Honestly, Alamal's fingers probably in pain just from holding on to that C4 for so long, just waiting for a window to throw it out. It did pay off in the end, which is always nice.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because we saw for the longest time Rexon was holding the cam in Cocktail, and I was like, okay, Cocktail Balk, maybe they're gonna do a little 3-2-1. We saw someone kind of hovering around the skylight. I was like, are they just gonna do a sudden drop? But they didn't really have any util that would imply, or like the full position that would imply that was the kind of thing they were going for. Felt a little bit, I don't want to say chaotic because it wasn't chaotic. It was just more confusing, to be honest, on the side of Asparagus. Was waiting for almost G2 to be aggressive there, just holding on to these angles, and G2 were like, no, why would we? Like, come to us. Come get you some.
Yeah, exactly. Just wait. It's the most patient I've seen G2. I've said that today a few times, actually. I felt like patience has been actually something that I think we can commend them on, because usually they're in and out of windows like... I mean, don't get me wrong, they did hop out of windows a few times, right? But based on the expectations and based on how many windows and doors they usually jump out, it's certainly a lot less. Loira, you're waiting at the bottom of the white staircase, will open up the garage wall with an impact, but doesn't quite land any shots to the player that is outside. Dips back into VIP and continues with their setup. So this is what I'm talking about, GT. So eager to get the opening pick that they haven't finished their setup.
And of course, as is standard for the beautiful map of Kafe, especially when you are approaching this kitchen site, we are going to see the ram come out. Packball gets his one though. C4 ripped from the hands of G2 as well. Some pretty important shotgun action that could have occurred in those final moments of the round, but for now, G2, they're not going to be too flustered about that. They're just working out where this approach is coming from. Asparagus themselves, they have to go above, start working that verticality and force G2 into these off positions. But G2 themselves, they're playing pretty off anyway. They're not really playing on site.
Oh.
They're expecting it from the get-go. Beautiful stuff there. Blaz gets his one, pulls back to site, and I love that. It's denying the trade. You get your one, you pull back to safety. It's a really good way to maintain that equal player count.
Packwell joined with the Grim of Hungry inside of Pillar. Now they can start to look at doing some of this vertical play. They've really not made great time of it so far, and it sounds as though they are now beginning to get it done. They in a situation above. They've dropped down with the buck and begin to, as you would say, interior design will commence inside of train. And fireplace, opening up the walls, opening up the floor, making G2 uncomfortable, but they won't give an inch as of yet. We're approaching that final minute, and still Asparagus struggling with a little bit of time here.
Certainly is. Again, having to create some rotations, just by using that skeleton key to do it. Don't want to faff about wasting util on it, dealing with those castle barricades either. G2, the setup is very structured, it's very strong. Asparagus, they're just looking for another pick, I think. And speaking of looking for picks, Doki looking to get a little bit sneaky here on the approach on red.
I think they know, though. You can see Hungry's outline there. The Grim waiting. I think they're aware, although Hungry has moved off of it. A slightly different position. I think they know they have to manually hold this. There's the bees there. So they do send it, push Doki back a little bit. Oh, thinks better of it. Thinks, yeah, they know my position. I've been clocked. Let's let's head back, and it's looking like this 1-2-3 is about to come through the Kafe call, the flashbang through the hatch here. Oh my word, that's a shot and a half from Patbill, removes Lyra's head from its shoulders and leaves Doke in a win. Technically, well, almost a 1 versus 4 because Uno's down. Blaz is not on good HP whatsoever. Somehow Blaz gets a triple and gets across to the diffuser. Where's the cover though? It's above. They finish it off. Asparagus still find the round on Kafe.
Oh my goodness, just by the skin of their teeth. Really came down to the nail there on both sides, I'd argue as well. Of course, yes, the sometimes issue with being on those offsite positions is that if they suddenly drop from freezer, they can just go in and try and stick that plan. It was a really good attempt at shutting it down coming out from G2, but ultimately that cover from above, Taylor's oldest time, vertical pressure already being established, it could be used to shut down that plant defuse. So right now, 1-for-1 on both sides. I don't think either team's feeling too flustered though, to be honest, Sham.
Yeah.
We are going to go to dining and mining. I really think for G2 right now, it's about maybe bringing a little bit more presence from the get-go. They've been patient. They've been quite passive in these early rounds. Maybe this is the time for them to up the ante and try something a little bit more feisty, just so they can get that opening pick under their belt. Again, pull back to safety. Start on that more advantageous position.
Mining is where we head to next. And G2 on the top floor yet again. An extension of Cord, of course. That's usually the case on Kafe. A little bit up top, a little bit down below. Lyra will start things off very quickly. And they're finally rewarded for that aggression at the start of the round, hanging out of windows and doors. It's hungry, taking off, and the Grim Bees go with it. So very difficult later on in the round. Should they require someone to displace someone out of a position? C4 prepped as well from everybody. They all just waited to throw one out a window, Grace. Both of them just looking at the same window, ready to toss it out for anyone that could be there.
But that's exactly what you want to see, right? This is G2 just trying to get that opening pick nice and quickly. They're trying to catch them off guard. They're trying to rustle the jimmies from the get-go. Again, if you can try and find something, you've already dealt with Hungry. If you get a few more just by being a bit more passive and playing around util, it can put you in a really good place. Gives you more bodies to go for these more aggressive pinches that G2 know and love. Love the fact that as well G2 have really focused on denying information from the hands of Asparagus, because yes, Vigil, the ability in itself, you can lurk around without being spotted out as effectively. There'll be a slight inkling that you're lurking somewhere, but not the exact positioning. And of course the Mozzie mute combo. Oh, nasty stuff there from Lloyd with the traders there though. Packbull is able to keep on top of things. Tagged up a little bit as Jay will fall, that's unfortunate. Rexon and Packbull. Certainly two incredible players in their own right, but Rexon will fall to the hands of Uno, and there we have it. G2, another round on the table. A good utility setup to allow them to play, again, pretty smoothly behind, but still passive, but a bit more of the ante being up now, relying on C4s, relying on getting those picks and hiding behind the setup. Nothing too bolshy from G2.
Yeah, it was really good. You know, the mirror windows upstairs inside freezer and bathroom, they just struggled to clear it out there. It doesn't help when you've got Lyra just one-tapping people from behind. But, you know, it happens. That is the kind of case, though, with that type of site. You have to try and sweep through the map and kind of go, I guess, section by section. And if you can't get control of that, it makes it very, very difficult to take one of those middle floors if you can't get that top floor control. And Asparagus just couldn't do it. They couldn't crack the egg. They couldn't get there. And G2 won that one in relatively comfortable fashion. Now taking the lead on Kafe, heading up to the top floor, heading up to that cocktail site. See what they have in store for us. More Mira, more Castle as what G2 like to bring. I don't think I'm too surprised on what the setup will be. Likely some focus inside of that cigar shop for the Castle hold and the mute as well. A classic little kind of hold. Mute. I do like when they do that, when teams do that and then they prep the Castle barricade. I think it's one of the most underrated ones. It's kind of like mid-round reinforcements. It's like one of those little kind of niche things that can really change around when you prep a castle barricade, just so you can move when and if you need to get out of that situation.
Safety first approach right now from Asparagus is setting up a lot of kit. Deal with runouts, deal with flanks. The stuff you love to see. Again, just putting the feelers out, working out what they want to do here. Nice little extension from G2. Got Doki all the way downstairs. Ooh, he gets it. Fair enough. He goes to the run. I was like, ooh, will he? Won't he? He indeed does. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you get that pick, you pull back. Where is the trade? It does not exist. A freebie there for G2 to get things started.
Hungry again, man. Not twice in a row. The Grimpies go away. Oh, he's going to be gutted. Gutted there. Just gets caught out on the upside down rappel, though. This round, though. Oh, a little bit of tension as they know there's a player on the window. Both of them, actually. And they're just going to peek it. Doki gets one. Looking for a third. It's Doki. It's the Scotsman himself. He gets himself a triple inside of this and dips right back into bottom white. Rexon at least gets a lifeline for Asparagus as they fell Blaz inside of Cigar Shop to take that position. But through the castle barricade, it has exploded, and Loira removes Rexon, the heaviest hitter for Asparagus of the whole weekend, leaving Jay in a 1 versus, well, it was 4. Now 3 as Loira falls. And Grace, this is very quickly falling apart here for Asparagus.
My apple pie, that's exactly what I wanted to see. But can Jay do something? No, he can't. Uno gets that final pick. That's what I'm talking about, Sham. I was like, hey, when are they going to up the ante? When are they going to choose to go for something a bit more bolshy? Because in my opinion, G2 have played it very, very passive up until this point, relying on C4s, relying on these tighter angles, these hidden angles to allow Asparagus to come to them and maybe be caught off guard. This was the first time that G2 actually upped the ante. They went for a really, really cheeky run out. Doki doing absolute bits in that round, as you all just saw. Asparagus calling the timer, and I think that's a very sensible choice indeed. You do not want these attacking rounds to slip away from you. Feels at times like Asparagus are just taking a little bit too much time, which is a big shame, really. They know this map pretty well. Again, they're 3-1 on it. They had such a good time the other day. They even caused the upset yesterday on it. They just need to go through the motions that we know that they know.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Is it too early for a rendition of Flower of Scotland from me?
No, go for it. Please do.
I would absolutely love to if I could sing. I'm not going to subject anyone to that. Maybe a karaoke night, at some point in the future.
There we are. But next major.
Next major. Everybody keep me accountable to that one. Remind me of Doki's 3K on Kafe. Absolutely wonderful stuff from him. Now back in after the tactical timeout, heading down to a reading middle, and looks as though we might have a rehost coming through in just a second. As Hungry and that leave the game. So yes, we'll probably have a little bit of a discussion as to how this kind of first half is shaping up. Grace, how are we feeling on Kafe? Are we feeling that G2 are going to start running away with it, or are we feeling that there's still room for Asparagus to squeeze back in?
I think it really does depend on how things are looking at that half. I do think that, again, like at the end of the day, this is G2. I know that they haven't really been as flying high at times on Kafe, but you need to remember who they were playing against in those moments as well. Right now, for them, it's okay, we're playing against Asparagus. It's a very unpredictable team. We just have to show up and play the Siege that we know and love, the Siege that we can again, at times it might get a bit basic with G2 in terms of utility, but it's more around this idea, okay, what's the positioning going to be? How are we going to play around the aggression? I think it would be very silly if you're a team like G2 to suddenly start throwing all of everything at Asparagus, because I think Asparagus themselves would be able to capitalize on that a little bit more. So G2 have actually been very sensible. We've seen it from the get-go. They're playing very, very passive, very, very safe, and that's leaving Asparagus wasting a lot of time. When you waste that much time and you're not really getting into the building, you're not really starting to clear things, that's when the pressure can really start to form, because you eventually start to kind of go in a little bit blind, so to speak. And it's where things can fall apart very quickly. Now, G2, they've upped the ante. They've started getting a bit more cheeky. We've already seen a run out for Doki. And that puts them in a good power position because for Asparagus, they're like, okay, are they going to keep doing this now? Are they going to keep being aggressive? Do we need to watch all these angles? Remember, Sham, if you're watching the angle for one of your teammates while they're going up on their rappel, for example, that's a lot of time wasted where you could be elsewhere, finding some more information, clearing some utility. So it's kind of like the mental warfare that we're going to start seeing throughout this map, trickling through more and more as time progresses. Judging on the lineup we just saw before the rehost as well, again, G2, they're not reinventing the wheel. They're being actually quite old school. I think we saw some ADSs come out to play as well, which was quite interesting. I'm wondering if they're going to be played around those mirror windows, which again, it's this kind of solid sentry style setup. It's almost like building yourself a fortress. Of course, mirror on Kafe, it's a tale as old as time. You know, you have that line of sight. They don't have that line of sight. You're really relying on maybe some throwables to remove people from those positions. We could see some ADSs played there, or we could see ADSs played more around the actual site executes themselves. You know, okay, fair enough. Maybe we'll allow them to a point where they try and go a bit more direct, and we're able to capitalize on the fact that we know they're going to send a bunch of flashes. We'll put those ADSs down, they'll capture them, and we'll just win our ones.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted the mirror because we've seen so much mirror today on this map. It's been a point of contention quite a few times, especially on that top floor. The double mirror setups, the swings from behind them. I'm absolutely loving what G2 are throwing out so far. Oh, the game's still quite close. Game is still very, very close. Not much in it. Not much separating them whatsoever. Of course, we'll see just in a few moments once we get back in. Just getting players back into the lobby and getting things set up. Oh, Grace, I'm going to grill you a little bit. I'm going to put you on the spot. Just a teeny tiny bit, and I'm just going to say, do you think G2 close this one out, or do we think Asparagus can get us to a third map?
Oh, I don't like when people ask me predictions because it is Rainbow Six Siege, and I do think in the current format, especially given how the T2, T1 contention can be at times, I think it's still very unpredictable. Of course, at the end of the day, it is G2. They are at that 3-1 mark, and I do feel like if they're able to kind of dominate a bit more on defense, they should realistically be able to take on the attack, because I do feel Asparagus usually have pretty clean-cut attacks. They're very good at finding opportunities and taking advantage of it, but they're kind of struggling on this map. It's like the wind has gone out of their sails somewhat. I would like to see them maybe go a little bit more buddy system mode with things, but again, there is the risk factor there that G2 themselves can take advantage of that, can take advantage of two of you maybe being in a position and not aware of their presence. So there's a lot that Asparagus need to think about here.
A very diplomatic answer there, Grace.
It's just because, like, you know, on the one, like, again, like G2, this roster, previous rosters, it's such a big part of Siege for me, and it's such a big part of my enjoyment from Siege from many moons ago. And with Asparagus as well, as like I say, Rexon is my Laisan Al-Hib. I think he is the prophecy. He was the prince that is promised to redeem the T2 scene in Europe right now. And, you know, it's him and a lot of other players at that T2 level. I really want to see how they're going to progress in 2025. And I think this is a really great start for someone like Rexon, where you're already in the LCQs, right? You've already established that you are the kind of player that can put on a phenomenal performance at this kind of level of tournament. Ooh. That's unfortunate. A C4 to the face of Jay to get things started, Jam.
Straight into chat with a ha 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 ha. Loira. It's a classic. You wait below the hatch on the top of Kafe, and someone just comes right off the rappel, right into the waiting arms of the C4 things. It just happens that way. That's what it is. We've seen a lot of C4s in hand from G2. We've seen a few of them rewarded, and there is another one to boot. Now though, where do Asparagus go next? They've lost the opening pick here, and they know that Loira lingers inside of Cigar's shop, and they have to try and weed him out. Doki downstairs inside of Pillar. Also aware that there is a player on the reading door and is supported above from Uno. Another C4 in hand. Alamal's hands genuinely must be frozen over at this point, because I don't think I've seen someone hold a C4 this long, this many times on one window so passionately. I love to see it.
I respect it though. Again, if you've established that they're playing those rappels to get a lot of info from the get-go, new player on something like a C4, again, you don't even have to peek them. You don't have to push up, just use the C4s. Beautiful stuff there. But the trade comes through from Hungry. Remaining players of Asparagus at least trying to keep on top of it, but Rexon's gonna fall. That's unfortunate. A 1 versus 4 now. Can Hungry do it? No, he can't. G2, another round on the board. Clean cut, smooth sailing. It's really good stuff indeed, and this is where maybe you start to feel a little bit concerned for Asparagus.
Yep. Yes,
Things
absolutely.
slipping away from them, Sham.
I think so, yeah. And of course, just to remind you, yes, we had a little bit of a tech pause there, but just before that happened, we did have the tactical timeout from Asparagus. That's already been and gone, so they've already had their discussions and tried to figure out what their issues are. And to not convert the round after, it's not a complete loss. It's not the worst thing in the world, but that's ideally what you want to do. You want to try and have those immediate effects. And fortunately, it's not went their way. G2 looking pretty comfortable so far and looking like they're playing like their usual self, getting aggressive, swinging things. Loira there inside of Cigar Shop was more than happy to swing out and get really, really aggressive and deal with the player at the top of the red stairs, as well as getting that C4 early on now into the current round. So heading to mining, and we will be seeing a bit of Scopos action coming through, and Echo as well. I do like a little bit of Echo action here and there.
I absolutely love a bit of echo action. I think, yes, you have it for the plant denial, but it gives you so much information as well. I think, my mind always just automatically goes back to the Berlin Major, where we saw some really creative use of the echo drones, just going on that external and getting info. I doubt we'll see that here, because it is Kafe. But you still have a lot of flexibility with where you want to move around those yokais. And the kind of information that they can bring, Doki getting punished, that's a great start right now for Asparagus.
Absolutely is. Tries to get something going very quickly. Unfortunately falls on the top floor. Loira also trying to get cheeky on those windows and trying to find something using the ACOG. See flicker of something on that window. It's next to the small bar. Over the drone. We'll decide to pull back for now. Same situation as before, trying to deal with these mirror windows, the doubled up mirror windows inside of freezer and bathroom. This will be a tricky point to try and get by. Again, I just love how G2 are just so committed to trying to get something early that they haven't made the rotates or anything yet. I love it.
Yeah, that's a really good point actually, Sham, yeah. A bit of a late setup just from the fact of them trying to go for these window peaks nice and early. One of the mirrors being dealt with as well. Rexon cleaning that up very, very swiftly. At least cuts off one line of sight from that bathroom area.
Loira still going to be difficult to deal with them. Playing around the pixel, playing around the mirror windows. CJ, though, has managed to get himself in a pretty aggressive position on the red staircase. Blaz, loaded behind the bomb chassis, lying in wait for the call of... Should have peeked the window, should have peeked the staircase, just wait for the feetsies to potentially appear. Very, very nice here from Loira, who recognises, yep, there is space being taken. They've taken Cigar Lounge. They're probably going to now focus on getting in the mirror window and taking up that area inside the bathroom. It's been dealt with relatively easily just because they brought that ash, and that is one of the most underrated ways to deal with the mirror. Just because it means that they can't play behind it. It makes it a bit more difficult. So Loira pulls back. Mid-round reinforcement, and down below Blaz will feel a little bit more pressure as well. So much pressure that they almost lose their life, and they don't even. They are just not ready for the smoke. Blaz, beautiful.
Trying to remove the Pantheon, getting caught off guard by Jake, and Blaz kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally there. Does remove the Scopos, but Jay catches him off guard. Lots of information right now for Asparagus. They're holding for that plant. Look at the angles, look at the Grimbies.
Oh.
They can just go for it now. Loira, beautiful stuff, dealing with Jay. The ping might come out, shuts down the plant though, but the trade is there by Packful. Can they try and do this 2 versus 2? One of them needs to stick that kit and the other has to cover. But this is where the Yokais can come in clutch. Let's see if they can do it. No, maybe not. He's been shot out actually, Sham. That is massive. A toasty P. Uno will fall. And there we have it. Rexon with the follow-up. A great round to finish this attacking half for Asparagus. Shutting down any attempt there from G2 at denying that plant, denying that round win. Good positioning, good comms indeed.
Oh, that one had me on edge. That one had me on edge. I could have went either way for a bit there, but Asparagus, they get the job done. They deal with the Echo drone. They stop it from coming through and making sure that they can't play off of that. Uno not able to deny the plant. They get the posted P situation set up, and then they just get aggressive after that. I do like when teams do that, and they just go, yeah, I'm not just going to hold here. I recognise where the player is, and I'm just going to go and take their life. That's it. Straightforward. I'm not going to bother trying to play off this angle. Sometimes you just need to get aggressive, and you need to try and push them and deny it. But great round there from Asparagus. Grace, unfortunately, the Echo drone didn't quite work out.
It didn't, but I appreciate the attempt, right? We saw it whizzing through. Ultimately, at that point, yeah, Asparagus were able to shut it down, and they're able to do that. They already had a lot of presence in that room themselves, so for G2, they know that they only have 2 points of entry, really, they can come from. They deal with them. Really, really good going there. And especially given the fact that, like, that could have been a 5-1 half for Asparagus, which would have been dodgy. This gives them a little bit of a lifeline. It's still a little bit dodgy, but it's a lifeline nonetheless. They've been able to at least keep hold of 2 rounds on the attack. Kafe can be pretty defender-sided. Asparagus will be looking around, playing around that timer, dodging, ducking, diving, weaving, maybe trying to catch G2 off guard with that kind of momentum shift that we keep seeing. Falling between being more passive, being more aggressive. Again, aggression works better on the defense, and it also works better when you have been pretty passive to a certain point. If you suddenly up the ante and you pop up out of nowhere, that can catch your opposition off guard, because they have their checklist, Sham, at the end of the day. They have their step A, B, and C that they need to go through. If you're on the defense and you pop up out of nowhere, that's a very powerful position for you to be in.
Speaking of powerful positions, Jay inside of Bakery. Playing in there for the moment in time. And we'll try to pressure them out. We'll have an extension of VIP as well. Almost get things started. We'll deal with Packwheel. Almo already inside of Train, already utilising the Ram Boogie devices to open up as much of this floor as possible. The pressure on Jay now as well. The flashbangs there, the flames as well from the Capital. It's really, really making it a bit difficult to play here, but still alive and kicking. Jay still ready for it. We'll see what Mischief Alamal's getting up to on the top floor as well. I see Mischief is Daya that tries to sneak in from Fireplace. Alamal's aware of it. He'll find himself a kill off the back, and just like that, the kill lights up. 2 versus 4 for Hungry and Rixun. Hungry's now taking up the position inside of Bakery. They brought along that Echo. There's a yellow ping as well. Malusi as well pretty much puts Blaz dead to rights. Beautiful shot there, but not enough as Doki now comes in from behind and finishes off Rixun, leaving Hungry with it all to do. It's Doki to finish the round, and G2, they'll take another one in their first on the attack of Kafe.
And that's a great start for them. Again, going a little bit direct there, to be honest. Again, why would they faff about? They just want to get stuck in. They're hunting for that opening pick. Granted, you know, Asparagus from the get-go, they're doing a really good job at shutting down that checklist, the standard checklist, when it comes to approaching a site, especially from that Bakery side, right? We saw up close and personal dealing with the Selmas on the wall to try and deny that wall from being open and for prep to be fully exposed from the external. So Asparagus, they knew what they had to do. It's just G2 ultimately winning those gunfights by going a bit more direct, maybe catching Asparagus a bit more off guard there.
Bomb located.
G2 getting closer and closer towards that match point, and that's a little bit heartbreaking. Remember, this is Asparagus' map pick. They did such a good job at trying to contest against G2 on that map number 1. But the quality in that team, the quality of G2 Esports, albeit, yes, they are in the LCQs right now. They did. That's a little bit dodgy for them. They themselves looking to redeem themselves. Never say never. Not the first time they've had to redeem themselves.
No, yeah, they do love a little LCQ.
They do love it.
They do love an LCQ. Famously got there, of course, now 1 SI in 2023. So we've done it before. Could do it again. Loira now on the Ash. Being let loose with an ACOG and an R4C. See what work they can put in for this round. And very, very quick. A march, I guess, if you want to call it that, to the top floor and all the way to the roof for G2 to then begin to open things up. The yellow pings as well on some of these windows, so they are aware that Jay is inside of Cigar Lounge and could potentially go for that jump out. Classic as well, the mutant side of Cigar Shop. And there you go. We'll get one back. It's going to be Jay to get C4 onto Alamal this time.
And again, the idea of using those C4s to establish that pick, and then you just play around the defensive angles. You don't have to worry about giving them the trade. You just pull back at that point. They're hunting for that trade. They don't want things to slip away from them too much. I love this one, Blaz right now, getting just fully stuck in. Air jab's going out just in case someone does go aggro around the corner. Gets caught off guard by that position at top white though. Jay lurking around planks. Unfortunate business was not quite having the information, not reacting quick enough.
Yep, just tried to do it too quick there. Loira down below though. It's a Banshee, and that will give away the position there. The Mira Daya is ready for it. Ready and waiting, so Loira has to pull back. Uno joined with Doki together inside the lounge. They tried to make work of this bathroom wall, but start to mount some pressure, start to isolate some of these players. Loira will find Hungry at least, so that's at least something back for G2. And we'll say of Rexon will be definitely feeling the pressure here. Bearing down is indeed a Montaigne Uno in that position. It's Doki who's managed to move past and actually sneak their way up towards Bar, moving by, but someone's aware of it from the vertical. What angle that is. Rexon knew someone would maybe come past that. Doki falls, not quite ready. There's also a dropped hatch situation as well for Jay. Uno with it. Montaigne and Loira with the Ash. It's going to be a difficult end here, Grace, isn't it?
Absolutely. Again, it's a bit clunky for Uno to have that kind of kit, because it's not just the fact that you've got a pistol to work with, it's the fact that you give a massive audio cue. There's at least one for Loira. That's swinging things a bit more back in their favor. Asparagus right now, this is where they have to essentially not peek. They have to try and behave themselves a little bit. Looks like they're trying to force an execute here. Could be that Uno tries to stick the plant. Loira looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a backstab. The barricade is there, though. That's kind of shut down that attempt at being a little bit sneakier here. Loira just getting stuck in. Rexon shuts it down and shuts down Uno as well. The Lystan Al-Ghib doing bits to pull things a little bit more back into Asparagus's favor.
I get the vision there from Loira going around the background to reading the barricade. Ultimately, it just completely undoes the attempt at bringing that one back. Just ran out of time. That's all it was at the end there for G2. Asparagus doing very, very well managing that and making sure that they can close that one out and not peek, like you said. Not peek, just don't peek. That's basically all they had to do, and they would win that one out eventually. Well, a couple of points though for G2, just moving quite quickly, trying to take a space that was perhaps not as vacated as you want. You've seen that first replay there. Jay was ready at the top of the white staircase for Blaz, who was very quickly inside the lounge and tried to just sneak their way into the bathroom and deal with the bathroom player. Perhaps I'm not looking, but Jay was ready for it. And at that point, you end up with 5 versus 3. It's difficult to recover from there. So G2, there's a bit more left in this, or in the tank of Asparagus on this match.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Again, look at the utility Asparagus are bringing. Nothing too snazzy, but it's more about the placement of these bits of kit. It is a bar cocktail hold. They've gone for the full shutdown of that Christmas area. It's something we've seen time and time again. People occasionally bringing castle barricades to cut off that double from Cigar, to cut off a few windows. It really slows down the default approach from the attackers, and sometimes can force people to go for a bit of a dodgy cocktail take. We're getting stuck in from below as well, and I love this so much.
Yes, very, very quick work to head up the brown staircase. This is very sneaky. Just going to wait and see if anyone perhaps just exposes themselves on that balcony. Patience game as well. Of course, there's a bit of a pinch with Alamal on the rappel. Came off it for now. Blaz waiting outside the window. Ends at the first EE1D to try and give information. Position of Hungry was given away during that. And there's a jump out as well. Blaz will find himself a 2-piece of nade catching out Hungry. You don't see nade kills all that often nowadays. But Blaz ready for the jump out, ready for the second. It just absolutely eats them up. Who's next into the bull ring? It's the head of Amira. But they decide, I don't want to challenge Blaz out there. It's Loira with one. Another one. Daya's managed to find himself in a nice position to at least deal with it. Doki, C4 will go over the top inside a bar, but flashbangs are coming in. I imagine they're going to start to circle through, start to push through and deal with this, and it's a melee to the face because Daya can't see a thing. Oh, that is wonderful, wonderful. With a little bit, just a little bit of chat, a little bit of a bite in the chat there.
They're trying to get in the mental. They're trying to get. It's been happening in this map. I know the Loira kind of piping up a bit. I'm like, okay, the mental warfare has started. Match point for G2. Again, though, and that just proves perfectly like my point. You know, you have these castle barricades around Christmas. You have to go for a cocktail take. G2 themselves, like, okay, we'll send someone below. Or Loira will go below. We'll start pressuring cocktail. Again, the cocktail tape can be very, very dodgy unless you have someone pushing up white or pushing up the brown stairs. But the issue there was the fact that Asparagus basically gifted G2 those picks. Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, Rexon, bless him, went for that run out. It got shut down. A nade as well at the same time that had already been thrown out. Hungry getting caught off guard by that, potentially being a bit too passive there due to Rexon probably calling that he's going for that run out. Really unfortunate business, losing bodies that quickly in succession. It gives a lot of breathing space for G2 to then start to put the pincers in, and that's where things start spiraling rapidly out of control. Unfortunately, when you're in that 1vx and there's a bunch of flashes being thrown towards you, not really a lot you can do. Asparagus, they've already used their timeout, so again for them right now it's more about just, okay, we have to just desperately go for these communications in the round. How do we pull back 3 rounds?
It's a tough ask, but this is the last chance qualifiers. There is no more chances. Well, I say that, but Asparagus, they do have a chance because they got the lower bracket, but anyway. This is the last chance qualifiers. There is pressure here. You ideally want to get it done, get yourself a spot in the grand final as soon as possible. Ooh, at least now set up here with the Ram gadget, ready for Blast to open up the white window and put pressure in very early. And this is, I think they're just starting to change the pace here, Grace. They're really starting to make quick work of these opening parts of the round. Hungry downstairs inside a reading Daya is already taking quite a bit of damage. The Kafe calls come through as well, just to try and weed out some of these players and find out where exactly they are. Uno's already inside, he's already there, he's found himself a double as well, just decides to go in the gap at the top floor. Doki's also found Packbill. It's looking like it's really starting to unravel here for Asparagus. Rexon and Hungry have it all on their shoulders to keep themselves in this upper bracket, but it's done! It's Loira Demon to finish it, and it is a flawless round from G2. They are absolute perfection on Kafe, and they're the first name in the finals of the LCQs for SI.
The big doggy dogs of G2, a flawless finish to what was a pretty dominant map for them. Albeit, I will add again, the Skyscraper a little bit closer, but at the end of the day, this is G2. They showed up and did what they do best. They played together beautifully as a team. They really put the foot down. They were like, nope, Asparagus, we're going to put you in a position where you're getting a bit flustered, you're overthinking things, and we're going to capitalize on that. Ultimately, it is such a shame, but Asparagus, they're not out yet, Sham.
No, they're not out yet. They still have another chance against Matchko later on. But before we get to that, we'll invite our good friend Milos back into the discussion to try and have a little breakdown. Hello, Milos. How are you getting on?
Hello. And what can I say other than, wow, that was a very much G2-sided Kafe Dostoevsky. At the end of the day, their experience really trumped whatever Asparagus can kind of throw at them. And they absolutely did try it, but holding that composure, G2 just looked excellent. A flawless round to close it out at the end. I mean, valiant effort, but at the end of the day, it's G2 that move on to the grand final, and everybody being active on this squad today. We were talking about this. I think you mentioned it, Cham, when we came in the map bans phase. We're like, you know what? G2 are not playing. They know exactly what they're trying to do in this case, and definitely look like it.
Yeah, absolutely. When I seen the map bans come through, I was like, yeah, I think G2 have this one on paper. I think, yeah, despite the fact that Asparagus have managed to get onto a map that, yes, they do favour, they do like, this suits G2's playstyle to a T. Lots of windows, lots of opportunity for jump outs, and we've seen it so many times. And then on the attack, they can just make quick work of things. They'll find the gap, they'll seize it. There's so much things to be worried about on Kafe. Such a condensed map that it just played perfectly for them. G2, wonderful performance from them today.
glad you brought up a kind of inkling around the share of lifting, I think, on the side of G2. I think that was very evident even on map number 1. 3 of the players had a 0.83 KPR. On the side of Asparagus, it was mostly Rexhun in that map doing the heavy lifting, also on that 0.83. On Kafe, it was very much the same vibe. You know, as G2 really sharing the load, sharing that payload together of, okay, can we all go in? Can we get these picks under our belts? Can we time things perfectly and do a lot of heavy lifting individually? And again, on the side of Asparagus, it really did come down to just Rexhun having these really incredible moments of just trying to fight fire with fire, essentially, in terms of aggression against G2. And I think that's something that Asparagus really need to be careful about going forward. It's how much they're all kind of playing together as a team. And I do understand that, yes, you do have, you know, Packball now thrown in the mix. This roster in its current iteration is still very young itself, but that backbone is that Project X backbone, and they should be communicating a lot better with one another and kind of doing, again, more of a shared lift there. Absolutely, and we're going to dig into that in just a moment here before we go into our break, but I have a few questions to ask Doki in G2, so let's get into it.
Hello.
Hello again, Doki. We see one another one more time, and maybe there'll be a third time through it. We'll see. Yeah, it's a great song, right? Incredible song. However, Victorious, I mean, map bands, Chandler was talking about it. It looked like you guys are completely locked into it. You're picking into what was comfortable for you. But talk to me about map 1 and how it was such a close and a return, almost slipping into OT and even a loss there in Sky.
Yeah, I mean, the score-wise, I think was pretty close, but I think the game was totally in our control. Like, 4 Sky attacks is kind of unheard of, so it's like, in my mind, the game's already won. Even if we go overtime, it's like, that's crazy. So, yeah, they played good in their attacks, to be honest. They got some good individual plays that really caught us off guard. I think the ace on Geisha won them like 2 rounds in a row. And, you know, if he didn't do that, it could be a different story. He could be looking at a 7-2, 7-3, something like that. So, but yeah, like, prep to those guys. They did good on their attacks. They definitely understand how to play Skyscraper. Not so sure about Kafe, but yeah.
But yeah, that's those are other questions to ask there. It looked like you guys were fully locked into it. Like, everything was flowing well, at least from us observing it on the outside. Was that the case also in comms and from your mind?
Yeah, I mean, we're historically so good at Sky and Kafe, so obviously we're going to be relatively happy with that map ban. But we are prepared for any map to play today, apart from the ones we banned, of course. So, yeah, props to cameraman, our new coach, as well as Ramalho. They've both been working a lot with Uno, who's, if people don't know, he's now IGL for us instead of Alamau. So those 3 guys were working a lot last night to prepare for Asparagus and Matchgo. So, yeah, like, they've put in a lot of extra work, and I think it's shown in the server. Like, I literally don't even need to do anything. I just listen and do what I'm told, and it's good. So, yeah.
Actually, I want to ask you about that, because that is a big shift over how things kind of were handled over the past couple of years, where Alamau calling mostly, things being different. How is it now with cameraman? One, obviously someone with an insane amount of experience playing, plus how that all factors together with Ramalho and Uno in the game itself. I'm curious.
Well, the reason we changed the IGL was like 2 reasons. Carl or Alamau wanted to step back from it because he felt that the role that he's playing in the game right now, which is kind of entry lock role, doesn't suit the IGL for our team anymore, and he can't focus so much. Whereas Uno, who's playing your Monties, Thermites, support operators, he can see the bigger picture a lot more, and he has a more commanding voice. And he's obviously really smart, Uno. Like, he's been a player for a long time, so he knows the game. So that's the kind of reason we made that change. It allows Alamau mainly to play better. He doesn't need to think about the whole team. He can focus on his role, and nothing really changes for Uno. Like, he's been doing that role for years now. He just can have a bit more control, which he likes. So yeah, that's the reason behind that.
Honestly, it's beautiful to say. I remember in the days where even it was Pengu and Uno on the same squad, where Pengu would say, you know, when Uno dies, Uno dead and on cams is better a player than most people will ever be. It's just,
he's really good at that. Yeah, he's really good at that, and like coordinating stuff, and like his brain works really fast. Like, he might be getting on in the years, but he's still thinking sharp.
It's the strategy. It's the strategy game kind of part of the brain that starts developing as you get older. You'll get to it eventually, Doki.
I'm getting there.
Sad buddy. Though now with this victory, you're one win away from the Invitational. So what's the next step? What are you going to do now? Of course, both Machiko and Asparagus you've beat at this point. They're playing one another in a bit. What are you doing in this time?
I think we'll take some time, chill, eat a bit, keep warm in the server, watch the game. Of course, we've already did all the work for both teams. Maybe make some slight changes if we want to change some things. But apart from that, we're ready to go. Just want to play, to be honest. It's kind of boring, so let's hurry up.
Fair enough. You know what? I'm going to leave you to it then. Go, get ready. We're going to hurry up into the game, and hopefully we'll remember to press the button to get started ASAP.
Yeah.
Doki,
I'll talk to you later.
Congrats. I will talk to you later. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But anyways, there it is. Doki, thanks so much for joining us. And again, congrats on making it to the grand final of the LCQs. However, we have one game to go through, really, before we head into that final. We have to see who plays G2, and it'll be a rematch regardless here. Asparagus, Machiko, we'll talk about how they face up against one another in a bit, but let's round this game out, Grace. Loira on top once more.
Absolutely, and again, a 73% cost, so it's not just this idea of getting those picks under your belt, it's the impactful picks as well. Just really dominating throughout this server, and at the same time, we have Rexon. We keep highlighting Rexon, but it is for good reason. Like, I really do think he's done a lot of heavy lifting throughout the entire qualifiers, and even previously, before even the SI LCQs, he's a really good asset to that roster. At the end of the day, it's G2. It's G2. I don't think we can fault any of them, really. I love the fact that Loira is still absolutely heavy hitting. Again, I think a lot of people were excited to see how he would fall into this roster back in summer. And he's just been phenomenal, and I don't think that's going to stop. And I don't know. I'm not going to say it because I might jinx him, actually. Never mind.
I'm just careful.
So
Sandra's
happy.
watching.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Loira, by the way. I'm just so happy. Doki's mentioning the age there, by the way. There's 10 years between Uno and Loira right now. Uno is 29 and Loira 19, so there is quite the gap. So I get that change. I actually spotted that yesterday, the change. I seen a line on Wikipedia and I was like, wait a minute, Uno's an in-game leader now? So I'm glad that Doki brought that up, and the system, because the system seems to be showing that Alamau is on this looser role, is taking that kind of back kind of area, and is just able to just kind of push in and kind of get frags and kind of play the lurky role. So I'm kind of glad that that's happening. But Loira, man, just so glad that locking in the MVPs. I knew there would be one to watch for the weekend, and I just feel so full of joy that that's been their weekend.
It makes so much sense when you think about it, because both Alamau and Loira, Alamau is kind of guiding Loira through his professional career now, and them being this duo that are opening every single round, the spearhead, the tip of the spear for G2. It fits so well there in this case, and kudos to Alamau for realizing that, hey, it's probably better for me to give this position up. It's like he takes a step back to the front. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it fits so well, and I'm here for it. I think this is a change that should have happened a long time ago, maybe, but hey, now we get to see it in action, and it's gotten G2 to the grand final, but they're not out of the woods just yet, because Asparagus and Machiko still have a game to go between them, another best of 3 to see who gets into that final and faces off against G2. Both of these squads have taken L's to G2 so far in the bracket, but there's still one shot, and it's all about who's better on the day and in the game. Grace, Jam, I mean, it's been a pleasure having you here. Anything you'd like to say now? I guess your watch has ended over this bracket.
That's it. That's going to be it from us today. I don't know. I guess the only reminder is, G2's new jersey drops tomorrow, I guess. So if you're looking for to support them, I guess you could do that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the Asparagus Machiko game for so many reasons. I don't even know where to begin with that one. I think Asparagus are going to be licking their wounds a little bit after that. I think they themselves maybe expected that they would go against Machiko. Both teams would have potentially prepared for that too. So it'll be really interesting to see what's brought to the table, especially in terms of those map bans. It's looking a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real teeth grinder there to get through in the lower bracket final. But hey, we'll see. We got to have a chat with Toki, our up and coming player, as some have been mentioning, specifically with a T compared to it. But we have more to get into, and for that, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks so much, Grace and Cham, for your watch over this bracket and over the broadcast. It's been a pleasure having you on here and just hanging out, talking about our favorite game and the best teams in EU in this qualifier. Reminder, everybody, it is yet again DNX's birthday, so make sure that you wish her happy birthday one more time, just to be sure. We'll see you after the break.
See ya.
Welcome back, friends, as we hover over beautiful Amsterdam. This is basically the view directly coming in from the main station of Amsterdam. If you've never been there, highly recommended to go there and then go somewhere else, because Amsterdam gets a bit stinky real fast. Anyways, not to disparage a beautiful city like that, we're going to another beautiful city, this time in North America on the East Coast for the Invitational. That's in Boston in only a few weeks' time. That's basically the start of February when everything kicks off, but we still have to select a team from EU. And there's 3 teams left in that conversation. You saw G2 making it to the grand final, but 2 squads that had previously been knocked down a peg by G2 themselves. Well, they play one another for a shot. They're spotted in that grand final. Asparagus and Machiko. This is basically Machiko, the Italian squad, versus Asparagus, which it's German, but also it has a lot of kind of previous days experience, a mishmash of many players that got in together and made it very, very deep so far into the SI LCQs. Those who are not sure, LCQ does stand for Last Chance Qualifiers. That's it. That's all you need to know for now. It kind of sets things up here. But as we have said goodbye to Grace and Cham, who are in chat right now, so happy birthday to both Grace and Cham. It's everybody's birthday today, right? That's how it is. Dianic, Grace, Cham, Gibson, and Whippet. It's also their birthday today, and thankfully nobody has any birthday suits on. Gibby, Whippet, I hope you're doing well today. I hope you enjoyed that first game. So how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Watched all the games. You know, the games we weren't involved with yesterday. Kept an eye on the game earlier. Felt like G2 fans are feeling pretty confident about themselves going into the matchup later on today. But by all means, do not write off either of the 2 games we're about to cast next.
You absolutely can't. I mean, you think about Matchco, they've got victories in best of 3s against G2 going into this, but they do have to get against Asparagus to get that spot in the final. But what a qualifier this has been. You know, 2 teams that have not been inside our Tier 1 circuit have made it all the way to this point where they're 1 game away from challenging G2 for that spot from the LCQ. And everyone knows G2 are somewhat the LCQ gatekeepers here in Europe. So can that throne be taken away from them today?
Look, it's better to qualify than to get a pity invite, is what I say. Anyways, our squads, let's talk about them. Asparagus is in first, and Rexon's been the talk of the town. Let's be very honest, they just played, so they're going in fresh with half an hour, basically, in between the end of their last game and the start of this next one. So, Gibby, what can we expect from this squad? Because they've shown they have what is needed, really, to go even deeper.
Yeah, when you look at the results, they knocked out ITB, which a lot of people had as favourites for qualifying for SI. And then you look at the players that they have with the tier 1 experience with Packbill and Hungary, with the S tier event experience with, Jay and Daya, who played over at Gamers 8 a few years ago. This is a team that a lot of people are going to underestimate. And the teams that have underestimated them so far have done so at their peril. The big thing for me is they're a reactive team. They're playing against a team that know them inside and out, as they've been coached by the same coach. They've played together under the Wild banner in the past. So Asparagus will need to change things up just a little bit and play more into that reactive mindset if they want to get over this hurdle.
With Hungry on the helm, though, I don't think they're going to change their ways at all. Expect a lot of Ying, a lot of Sens, a lot of Grim, a lot of Route 1 style of play. Every team Hungry plays on. That's the mindset that they bring, and it has worked to this point. Again, this is the lower bracket finals of the LCQ to go to Boston, so it hasn't been a failing strategy for them. But Matchco, I think they have a structure that might be difficult to break down for them.
Yeah, you got to be ready for that ice cold in Boston, and already keep that cold in your veins as you go through this lower bracket. That has not really been the case for Machiko, though, on the other end of this, because they've barely squeezed past ITB. What I would say mistakes from ITB's side that led to Machiko coming into this position in the lower bracket final. Whippet, this Italian squad has basically been topping Italy for a long time, and different kind of formations where there was one player on one side, they've been changed up, they've retired, etc. Can these ones be the team and the players to bear that flag once more?
I mean, this has been, I think, the landmark core of this roster have been waving that Italian flag for a long time. Players I really want to give attention to is actually going to be Dora for this one. Gibby, I know you've been hyping Dora up for this one. It might not be the prettiest of numbers, but always the backbone of this team in 1vx positions. You put Dora in a 1 versus 2, there's a good likelihood you can win that round for Matchco, and that's a core fundamental backbone to have for this team. Akwi, again, has been fantastic, combination with Lolo, a lot of firepower on this team, but they have a more structured play style. They have leadership from players like Teb with the stint inside Tier 1 with Wild, and of course, a lot of these players did make that miracle run all the way back to an Invitational through qualifiers not too long ago. Well, kind of long at this point.
Yeah, but it's only 2 open qualifiers ago, I guess you could say, because we didn't have one last year. So it's a team with a ton of experience as well. A lot of people in the T2, the European scene, are going to know all these players. A lot of Tier 1 players might not realize, or Tier 1 fans, that the former CAD coach Hybrid is at the wheel here as well, as he is a coach who is very big on counter-stratting, very big on understanding all the intricacies of the teams they're playing against. And a little bit of gossip, a little bit of tea that we got was last Sunday, teams had the opportunity of playing best of ones for the seeding going into this. This is a team that pushed hard to have those games be best of 3s and to choose every single map in the pool that they could, just so they could get tape on all of the teams and understand how all the teams will play these maps. Now, whether or not these teams showed anything in those games, I don't know, but it just goes to show how much prep they've put into this.
Honestly, that is another level of dedication, to say the least, to the craft itself. However, you speak of maps and map pool, let's kind of bring it up and see what we're going to be working with for this series. Again, a best of 3 until the very end. And what do we get? Chalet is out, Sky as well, Bank is out, and that also means Club is out. Okay, we'll head into Kafe and Consulate, and please, Whippet, can you please guide us through the rest and why you think this is a good decision or not?
Well, the final 2 bans, Nighthaven Labs and Lair, don't make the cut, and the maps that we have been left with, well, are we even surprised at this point? It's Asparagus, they've been going to be picking Kafe time and time again. It's not a lot of teams' favourite maps, and guarantee a lot of people in rank don't like to play it either, but they have a very direct style of play, and this map enables it, so that's almost a guarantee for them. There's a massively high preference. Matchco have done the same thing, a map that they're comfortable on, they have dominant performances on, they had a victory on it yesterday as well, so these 2 maps, high preference for both of them. Expect, if this follows the script in my head, this should be each team takes their own map choice going into it, leaving us a border for that final decider, and a map that requires you to be a little bit more active with your rifles, but still have a sound strategic head. I think Matchco have won this map ban, actually. I do think if we need all 3 maps, border's going to favour this side if we go there.
I'm not surprised at all at the bans, but in my notes, I have that Chalet is going to be a poison chalice for Asparagus if they let it through. It's their first ban. I have that it's a perma ban for Matchco on Sky. They've banned it straight off the bat. And then I said that Asparagus are going to try to force Clubhouse or Kafe or both. No surprise to see Matchco get rid of Clubhouse before Asparagus could make that pick. And then finishing up on Border, it's no surprise that we're going to go there at the end. Both these teams know how to play it. Both these teams have played it during quals. And all in all, it's a great bare knuckle fight to go to at the very end if we get that 3rd map.
So that's the question, because I actually think that of the 2 games that are left right now in the LCQs, this is one that I expect to go into a map 3. Maybe not so much the grand final, given how kind of G2 has worked themselves around both of these squads. But if anything, this has to be a big proving ground for both of these squads. And I'm really excited about it. I really want to know who has an advantage and why. If you're someone out there, because you hear G2 as a esports and Siege esports fan in general, you're thinking, oh yeah, I know these guys, right? You know what they're about. But for Matchco and for Asparagus on the other side, not so much the case. You're tuning in. Why should you be backing Matchco in this case, other than the fact that you're Italian and you think, you start singing Fratelli d'Italia in your head with it?
This team has been there and done that. There's so much experience within that T2 circuit for Matchco. They have been in the trenches, essentially, for a very, very long time. And always in that discussion, if a team needs a call-up in the side of EUL, they should be it. They have been there, done that, seen it all, and the experience they have without being in a lot of international events, without seeing the top flight of our Siege or our esport, is insane going into it. The talent runs deep. Akwi, Lolo, a combination pairing that has been running Italy for a very long time, are going to be running on full fuel for this one. And of course, Gemini on this team had a stint with G2 as well. So again, was a massive interest. Didn't work out when that transfer happened, but when he returned to competitive Siege, made that move to G2, decided to come back to Italian roster from that. So might have a vendetta if we get to that grand final, they make it there later on. See if he can knock out his former teammate for it. But Matchco, an incredibly talented roster, and realistically are worthy of that comparison to a lot of these tier 1 teams. And well, they're here and ITB haven't made it.
That's actually very fair. Just drop the line.
Whip just
Sorry,
gone and
ITB.
like he's literally gone and put ITB in the thick of it without even playing today. It's not fair on ITB, but I kind of, if you're thinking about Matchco, everything Whippet said definitely applies to this one. But on the other side of the scale, if you're looking at Asparagus and you want to get some, good vibes about them going into this game, well, first off, they've got Peter Bull. Ireland's a very small island, and we claim Mr. Bull as one of our own. So Whippet and I would love to see him perform very, very well going into this one. But with seeing what these players could do, I feel like this is going to be a very good matchup, and I bet you G2 hope this goes all 3 maps.
I mean, G2 are just watching this. They're sipping on hot cocoa going through it. So let's see. I'm expecting this to go to map 3, but as always, you have to go through the first 2 to get there. Maybe. Kafe Dostoevsky is up first. Please, Gibby, whip it. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. It's been a long time since I got to say that one, Gibby. Normally you take the handoffs for it, but diving in the Kafe, Matchco have made a massive statement ban saying, Hungary, you're not playing sense. Get that away. We don't want that operator to play. We saw how effective it was against G2 on Skyscraper, getting them some executes to work their way, especially that one out towards Karaoke. They don't want to take that risk again. And watch the bans from Matchco here. Very much will be directed at slowing down the very aggressive, very Route 1 style of Asparagus. Expect even a Maestro ban here from the defensive Matchco when they get their opportunity, as Brava next to go is Castle taken away, and I like that one, Gibby.
Yeah, you think of the bans already. Brava being banned means that you're forcing Matchco to potentially ban that Maestro to get rid of those evil eyes. The Castle ban changes the whole layout of Kafe. We saw yesterday and today teams barricading that door between Cigar Shop and Piano, allowing players to play inside of Humidor. That's not going to be a possibility anymore. Maestro has been banned. Again, if you're at home and you're wondering why are they banning Maestro, it's because Brava has been banned. Maestro is essentially a non-factor when Brava is in play, but when Brava's banned, you gotta ban Maestro.
Really, from what I see from this ban phase going into it, there's directed bans out towards the Sens, for example. Then the Bravo was picked to try and enable that Maestro. The combination of getting rid of that Castle means the map's going to be more open and free-flowing, which will suit Asparagus on their offense. And Matchco deciding to take away one of the very core pillars of what this team brings out, the Evil Eyes on the Maestro. So it might not look like the normal ban phase that we have seen throughout this bracket, but remember, we are now in the lower bracket grand final. Meaning these teams have seen a lot of tape, they have a lot of experience, and now they're banning more on preference what they've seen so far today and yesterday, and even some experience from qualifiers to get to this stage going into it. Gibby, downstairs to go for middle force site defense from Matchco. What are you expecting from them here?
Well, you see a lot of pressure on the top floor, both by Asparagus and Matchco, as they try to make their way through the map from the top to the bottom, get vertical control inside of Library itself, and usually you'll see an attempted plant on that door. The attacking lineup from Asparagus very much shouts out that that's what they're going to do. You're going to use Dia with those Terror drones to clear any soft breaches you can to get rid of any utility on the way in. And then with Hungry and Grim being used by Packful, you're going to be able to make the push over towards Cocktail. All in all, it's a nice game of chess that's been set up in the early stages. The ace in the pack, though, is going to be Teb on the pulse, playing below and feeding that information to the team, and not to mention that C4 in hand.
Yeah, it could be a massive impact. Again, right now from Teb, it's going to be no information is still information. You will see one heartbeat off the distance, and that will give some construction, some idea of what this push might look like in the early stages of it. On the offensive lineup of Asparagus, we do see Hungry donning that Ying, and there's no surprise to that one. Expect a lot of prevalence from Grim and Ying from this side. They have had a preference to bring a lot of Flores, and that's going to be a big thing for me, Gibby. This team likes to go direct, so what does Flores do? Well, clears that utility before you even have to enter that building. Those Rotero drones have a massive impact for this team. Again, that DNA of a hungry IGL side essentially coming in for this one. So, and Rexon donning the Ash. You've had such a success with the end of your rifle, you may as well keep that going. The R4C, a trusty tool to get that done, combination with the breaching charge to get some hot soft destruction as well. So I like this lineup from both these teams. Slow start from the minute 50. No engagement yet. No entryway made from Asparagus, but they're still joining things out, figuring this out. Drone economy looks good. Only 2 lost. Well, make that 3 now. So still lots of eyes to work with on the ground.
Information is how Asparagus won their matchup yesterday. And you can see them keeping the drone safe, droning into the map. On a map like Kafe, that could be difficult to do. But here's the signal of the extent of this push. Smoke grade's going to go up, but there's the first C4 ringing out as Jay will fall. No execute off the back of it then. With that player falling, we're not seeing the hatch drop. You do have control inside a piano, but it slows down the push. And that's all you need to do now from Matchco is keep some pressure up. There's that second C4. Great economy from the explosives so far. We might see another kill come through, and it's not going to go their way. Paxel will get the kill. Rexon gets another whip, and it's a 2v3.
Just like that, that third C4 goes up, doesn't connect on the white stairs, gives a brief opening. Grim shouldn't have won that fight realistically out towards pallets, but that's going to be a freebie. ARX finds one. The camera was very important for that one. Hungry was left on 20 HP from the revival. Rexon has been exceptional so far in 1 versus 3. Has to find a way to save this round here in the opening of Kafe. And this map does lean towards the defense, and not red alert yet for Asparagus. Freebie there. Exactly, he's going to fall to that one. 2 in the round now for Rexon. Some cheap damage taken via that barbed wire. Case is cold. Very far away. Pushing round will try and give him an extra line of sight to work with. Player close in that door frame should be peeked out wide via the rotate on the door. Does get caught out. Perfect crossfire. And the shotgun makes sure Rexon doesn't have a chance to fight later on this round. So first one wrapped up for Matchco, and very well done from them. They've been watching their tape. They were ready for this one. You mentioned Hybrid likes the counter-strat teams. Again, Hybrid, the coach of this roster, coming in now. Not coming in from CAG, but had a stint back in Japan with that famous roster. The best in the world, of course, as I would say. And you can see that kind of DNA as well with how they dealt with that one. They had 3 C4s ready. They knew Asparagus would drop in, get aggressive, and they had everything in the right place to deal with that.
I want to talk about the fact of Rexon's play at the end there as well, because yes, he lost the fight, but it was so clever. He used the Ash charge to create a bit of audio distortion for him to push up on the white stairs to engage that gunfight. It didn't work, but it was a clever way of using that utility in a different way than's normally intended. And it didn't work out though, of course, because it was a great crossfire held by Matchco in the end. But if that round is a little bit of a taster of what we can expect in this game, it's going to be a lot of fun going into this one. A few things I want to point out early on in this setup though, Whippet, is the barbed wire below the hatch. The fact that they're opening up that wall. What this screams to everybody, which this should scream to everybody at home, is there's going to be a VIP hold. This is going to be a very extended hold from Matchco. They're not going to hold site itself. They're going to hold everything around and above it. Usually you'll see a smoke being played by the defending team to slow that down, but it's not being brought by Matchco this time around. But the whole key for this attack, if you want to push through Freezer, if you're Asparagus, is VIP. You have to clear that player to enable that drop.
I couldn't have put it perfect myself, Gibson. We've seen Asparagus do this same take time and time again on this map. It's part of their core DNA, and again, they start things off very aggressive on these matchups. They tend to try and, I would say, they throw out their jab. They see what they can get working for them with their aggressive Route 1 style. And it didn't work in the opening round. It fell extremely flat. They got caught by a check hook, realistically. Packbull donning the Ossa, which is a pickup that is, again, you don't imagine counterintuitive to the aggressive play, but if you want to drop that hatch, that gives you hard cover. That means someone can only have to watch that window or doorway, limits the angles that you can take that pressure from, so I do like that from them. But again, all this really does focus on getting control of VIP, getting control of that Christmas tree area, meaning that you have that pressure, you can get that drop for free, and you begin to flood sight from that position as well as double door. But so far, Asparagus focusing on that vertical play, going step by step, floor by floor right now, and I like this. A drone ahead of Rexon, enabling that Ash to play a little more comfortable, a little more aggressive, looking for that opening. Again, they're just playing their time, and again, this is a very default but nice and perfect start for Asparagus so far.
Jay on the gridlock will have a very important role when it comes to the flank watch as well, throwing out those traps which will prevent the defenders from pushing up without either A, taking damage, or B, making noise as they clear them. But that little dance will begin now. White being held from VIP by Dora. You've got the presence as well to prevent the retake from White Stairs on the other side of the coin, as now we will see that hatch become available to be opened up. Now Kaid will try, as our colleague would call it, the electro shuffle, but it is going to work. They keep the breach solid. IQ will be able to spot where that electric claw is, but they've only got one more charge left to go. Nade will clear the arcade claw this time around. They can now open that hatch. Whip it at some point, you still have to deal with VIP.
This is a scary one, Gibson, because that single Electric Claw has now delayed so much time and kind of showed the hand a little bit. Okay, we know we tricked this exothermic charge, this hard breach, so now this push is guaranteed. You mentioned VIP is still in contention. The only pressure they have to work with that directly is going to be Rex, who has to take this fight. No one's on the window via bottom Brown yet, so this is going to be a very simple fight. And Dora has those keeper barriers to work with. None in pocket, so already deployed them, but is in a great position to slow this down. 30 seconds, less than that now working in this round, and they haven't cleared Azami. And that's going to be Packbull on the Osa, using that shield to buy that cover. Rexon finds one on Akwi, and now they pounce, clearing VIP. Jay and Rexon in a crossfire. They need to win this, but Azami might get an escape here and find a freebie on the gridlock, and does so. Back to a 4 versus 4, and this trade is oh so important. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for Matchko, and the case should go down, but a flurry of chaos in the site upsets that rhythm, and time will be the enemy. A pick from Daya. 000 dawning, but the cover is good. Daya finding 3. Asparagus bring themselves level 1 apiece, but whoa, that was a nail biter of a round, Gibby.
And remember, one of the things that I pointed out was Smoke is a great operator for preventing that hatch drop. Usually that's who you'll have playing inside of VIP or playing over by Kafe. They didn't have Smoke, which meant that if you drop, with the shield, or, as we saw that time with the Osa out, the player in VIP can't stop it. Look, there you go. You can't do anything about it. So that's why you would tend to see a Smoke player playing in that position as well, to choke the push out. All in all, lots of credit to Asparagus. They got the job done. They leveled the sides at 1 round apiece, and it forces the side swap again. And this time, Whippet, we're still not going to top floor. We're going to mining and reading this time.
That's going to be a theme this entire game, by the way. Watch Matchko be very... Matchko do not want to go to the top floor in the slightest. Asparagus, we should say.
Yeah, Asparagus, come on.
Asparagus, you had this debate earlier.
Yeah, it's goose.
The second... Right, chat, I'll ask you a question. Do I pronounce it asparagus as the vegetable, or do I add the extra U in the pronunciation?
Add the U. It's asparagus.
Asparagus? Okay. Yeah. It flows a little bit more clumsily, but I respect it. I like it so far. I like the style of this team. But back on track. Matchko will be very adverse to going upstairs. They don't want to play at the top floor. That's because that is the most susceptible to an aggressive rush play. You can kind of be punished as well down in reading, but that's easier to deny that. So that will be kind of a theme for this one for the opening 6 rounds. And round 3 goes away halfway through the opening half of this matchup. Can we see a lead getting broken out here? Matchko on the defense still holding on to it, and I will draw your attention to Lolo on the Capcan. We'd love to play a game back in LATAM in Stage 2, Gibson. We would always predict who would walk into the Capcan trap. I'll ask you and chat for this round. Who will be the victim of that Capcan trap?
It's so easy. You just say it's going to be Rexon. You always pick the Ash player. Like 10 times out of 10. We almost see Akwi getting obliterated on the window, but manages to fall back in towards Pixel. But what about you? Do you think it's going to be Rexon, or do you think it's going to be someone else?
I asked the question, Gibson. I'm not going to be... You can't turn the table on me, but it's going to be Packbull. So...
It's a conversation, not an interview, mate. Come on.
Gibson, you've done enough podcasting in your day. It terrifies me when you ask me a question.
Don't worry, you'll not get in trouble. Anyway, getting back into the game, Whippet. We've got full information onto Akwi. Playing inside the bathroom. The Smoke will push off. The planks rotate as Teb, though, will manage to get a quick double.
He's just out. He's in the thick of it, as you would say, Gibby here. Not a lot he can do. Caught by Hungry. But Teb go 2 for 1. Rexon finds a way to bring that back. Repelled in via Heaven. No aggressive swing from that mirror. Rexon finds a second one, and this is where you have a player who can just use his rifle to find openings like that, and that's very well done indeed. Back to advantage now from Asparagus. Utility in hand. Hungry with actually no bees to work with either. No air jabs. Only 2 breaching rounds on the Ash, so it's going to be relying on information. Drone Eco seems good as well. 2 flashbangs, 1 smoke, and 2 sets of pocket EMPs to work with. Not the greatest set of utility to make this work.
Minute and 10 seconds to go. Still garnering intel. This is what Asparagus have been very good at in the games that they've won. Working out where these defenders are. Capcan identified now inside of Library. The white camera will confirm that he's still in that position as the other player still lines in reading room. Remember, this of course is not the site. You want to push over towards mining, which is why they've got that rotate, the extra rotate in the fireplace. With 45 seconds to go and a numerical advantage in the hands of Asparagus, it's not stretched to say that they'll edge this out a little bit longer. There's a lot of time to work with, but that Capcan right there, those 2 on the door in towards trains, could be the problem.
You're reading my mind, Gibby. You're reading my mind with that one. At this moment, you've got under 20 seconds to work a play, and you have Capcan traps scoured across the map. And you got to be worried if you make a last cast dive around the inside, you might find yourself detonating from an ankle bite. So 15 seconds, timer will turn red momentarily. A match go with one player down. Can they hold that line? Flashbang good. The mirror windows are going to be even better. They'll choke this play out. Rexon finds himself a third and alone. Frost tries to get that done. Mad Hot Dwarf gets one, but unfortunately, the merchant of 1vx's can't find it as Rexon just too hot here on Kafe, and the lead goes for Asparagus yet again. But a back and forth matchup and very narrow margins indeed. I'm going to highlight though Teb's aggressive play, a double peak, double kill early via run out down via bottom white stairs. That almost upset the rhythm. Hungry done a great job getting that try, and Rexon from that moment took charge and won every gunfight presented. So Asparagus, great position, great recovery in that round. Look at this. Difficult fight, only catch the tail end of it, but that was a near dangerous moment. That could have been the round curtain called very early.
It's an awesome play. The only thing that I think maybe caught him out was the fact there was a third player. How often is there three there? Usually there's two, but you get the three. Oh,
Gibby, I mentioned, right, listen, Gibby, I said I was going to say it, but that's an M80 timeout right there. So a nice little classic from it. So we can take a little bit of a digest. We can kind of digest that round a little bit, Gibby. Asparagus, I'm sat down there, by the way. Hello.
Tiny whippet. He is that small, by the way. He usually has a box that he stands on when he works.
I look so small now. This is horrifying. Hello. I don't want to like move my desk up now because this would make me even more awkward. But
POV, you're in the audience seeing us two cast at a LAN. Anyway, let's talk about that game and what we've seen so far with it. First off, the game of chess began with the bans, right? So you think about the fact that we got the Brava ban, and then when you ban Castle, you're forcing them to ban the Maestro, and it's kind of a win-win, right? The reason you ban Brava and Castle is because you want to leave an Azami open or you want to leave a Mira open. You're forcing the other team to make that decision, and I feel like it was very clever on the side of Asparagus to make those bans. We get into the game though, and we're seeing a level of aggression from Matchco that is more so what we saw from the likes of Teb in his wild time, as opposed to his time with Matchco over the course of this weekend. And I feel like it is a game of both teams trying not to play the way they normally do at times, because they know the other team knows them inside out.
yeah, I mean, at this point, though, every team's played each other going into this one. And, of course, we're in Europe. It's all one big scrim community, essentially. They've guaranteed got experience with it. I feel so small, Gibby. I know you're smirking at me, laughing at how short I look. I'm not this short compared to Gibson normally. But I actually want to circle back to the map ban conversation that you mentioned earlier. We have a Mirror and a Zami in play, both operators that we tend to see banned away from lots of teams. We saw that ITB were very keen to ban away an Azami on this map, for example, as it enables play inside of Piano much more effectively. Not as effective as it used to be, but still very strong indeed. With a Mirror, you can play very long angles, and you can play a very disruptive style of play that can be very difficult for people to get control of reading. And actually, you know what, Gibby, you can talk a little bit. I can raise my desk up to normal height now.
Yeah, so again, you look at that, the highlights of what we've seen so far. It has been a lot of aggression. Rexon was the player that we were speaking about before the game. And again, it isn't Rexon from NA. This is where the Irish accent will confuse some viewers. They'll be like, wait, Rexon playing for Asparagus? Never. Well, he's taken on that real mantle of being the entry, being the aggressor for the team. You're seeing him playing on Finca, you're seeing him on Ashe, operators that essentially are there to be the tip of the spear, and it's working so far in this matchup. He's having himself a game. Look at the scoreline. 7-1, make it 8-1 after just 3 rounds. And when you look, I got caught staring at the monitor then as I watched the highlights. But speaking about the utility usage in this game, that's where Matchco got a lot of their joy. You think of round 1, 2 of the 3 C4s managed to hit pay dirt in the early stages of the round, slowing down Asparagus. I feel like the utility usage are what they need to get the most out of it if they want to win this game.
So, one thing I look at, Gibby, so we've seen 3 rounds played at this moment, so it's very difficult to make a full judgment of this lineup. Now, I think it's following thematics of how we expect these teams. You're G2 right now. You got a nice little break, you're sitting down, you're enjoying the vibes. Anything that you're looking at this, of course, guaranteed. They don't want to pick. If we see Asparagus make it through, G2 are going to ban Kafe. Guaranteed that one going into this one. Have we seen these teams show a lot of their hands early? Now, of course, a lot of pressure in these matchups. You want to make it towards that grand final. You can't go to Boston if you're not in the final of the LCQ. but have they exposed themselves, and especially Asparagus, if they make it there, of course, looking a long way in the future, they don't have the deepest of map pools. We've seen that time and time again. They've showed Kafe a high preference. Does that leave them vulnerable to that being banned away if they make it to the grand final?
Maybe. I think G2 are watching this though, and I don't even know who they'd want to win, because we know that they scrim quite a bit with Matchgo. So those two teams will know each other.
Leaks, man, that's crazy.
It's not even a leak. It's just, teams scrim each other. Wow, what a surprise! Wait till you find out that teams do map prep. Anyway, I feel like they're watching this game.
I doubt some teams do, Gibby. I'm not gonna lie to you, mate. I've seen some performances in my time. Some teams do. Well, I mean, Hybrid definitely has.
Yeah, G2 don't need the break, right? They had a wee trip to Finland. They went to see Santa and asked for another Brazilian and got cameraman. So they don't need as much of a break as the other teams do. But another important thing to point out is the idea of going into a game warm, right? Whoever plays in this game, and say for example now if Asparagus win this game, they'll be going to the third best of 3 of the day. If Matchco get a result here, they're going into the game against G2 very warm. G2 will have had a couple of hours off. How much of an advantage is it waiting that time?
Ooh, so this is actually a classic conversation, Gibby, and actually I'm going to break your heart for something here, and it's going to be brutal to remember. Do you remember when NIP won the Invitational against Team Liquid? The thing that caused that to happen was Liquid faded later in the stages after playing a heavy best of 3 beforehand. If we see Asparagus, or we see Matchco, make it all the way there, this is, again, fatigue's a massive factor in this. You're going to go from this matchup going straight into the next one, and you're not going to have a large break. G2 have time to cool off, they have time to think about stuff and begin to prep everything out. But going from a matchup where you have a lot of stakes on the line, you don't want to be in the lower bracket, to then relaxing, going back to a steady state, calming down, and then trying to get back to that level can cause a little bit of a lag from teams. So that will be a factor to keep an eye on going into that one, because these teams are going to come in hot off a matchup if they don't fade in the latter stages of this best of 3, and G2 have to rebuild their momentum. So a factor I always like to bring up, it's not always as an advantage to start off again or have that upper bracket if you have to build back up to that momentum. And we're back.
And perfect timing. Your point just ends and we get back into the game. As Rexon says, good luck, have fun once more. I was always told it's rude to say, you're not supposed to say good luck, but I was just told you're supposed to say have fun.
When you have been performing as well as Rexon, you may as well give them some good luck.
They
might win a gunfight against you. Yeah, I mean, so scoreline diving back to this one on Kafe is going to be a 2-1 advantage for Asparagus. There is a second U there. I will try and get that one locked down for it. And they have done the stylistic approach we expected from this side. And what a surprise, it's Matchco refusing to go upstairs. Reading Dining, the site of choice for number 4 here. Not shocked in the slightest.
Yeah, and it's the bans, right? Whenever you've got Azami in play and, you lose some of the operators, you don't really want to go to the top floor as much as you would have wanted to in the past. But look at the utility again. 3 C4s once more. This was the key the last time that they played on this site, using the C4s from below. Important players in that are going to be Aqua, are going to be Teb. The Valk and the Pulse will feed so much information to the likes of Dora and the rest of those teammates. The rest of the utility weapon, you've got the beepers, you've got the barbed wire. So in essence, every single operator in play from Matchco has a say in the intel or the information game of this very round.
Yeah, I mean, I'll even rewind this a little bit, Gibby. We saw the opening round was played on this very same site. Even the way that we're seeing this start off with Teb on the same position again is kind of the same as the opening round here. There's 3 C4s. That was a very critical win condition for the side of Matchco. They understood that Asparagus aren't going to rush themselves in via mining. They're not going to go via this doors and hell. They're going to go straight upstairs, get that top floor control, use that verticality pressure to then enable something aggressive later on. Anyway, Gemini's going to go out this window eventually. Waiting for the prime moment. The Claymore should catch him as he jumps out. He won't have time to react to that one. It is prepped for that option, so they're not going to be safe on those repels from the side of Asparagus. But they want to get their top floor control early, and this already fell victim to that triple nitro cell threat down below with a combination of a Pulse and a Valkyrie. They have all the information. They've got eyes everywhere.
Rexon on the Blackbeard will be an important operator on the attack for Asparagus here. He was going 8-1 before the rehost, so the stat line looking pretty good so far on this one. The defenders, you look at the position, you have one player in white stairs. The point of playing in that position is to be able to rotate up the top floor or back to site or even below at a moment's notice. Looks like Blackbeard's going to be used to take control of that heaven window, which is not the worst use of the operator's ability at all. Valcam's being spotted out as well to slow down the information of the defenders, as they're a little bit cautious with it, because last time they just smoked, they yinged, and the C4 got the kill. This time they're setting up a little bit more, trying to do a little bit more smoke and mirrors as well, so that it can't be as easy to read.
Great network of cameras are scoured across the map as well for this team. Again, he's mentioned that C4 threat's a mighty dangerous one. They see the pulse. He's like, all right, I see you over there. Teb, former teammates, of course, between Packball and Teb on their time in EUL with Wild. Fire Dart goes out to get control of White Stairs on that platform. Nate gets caught by the Y, and you guess what you're seeing, Gibby? A perfect counter strat from Matchco. They've got every piece of utility that they need, and the pick from Dora. Blackbeard, though, charges on in. Met by a player holding resistance by Pillar, but shuts it down. Tab gets a trade. Daya pops off as well and finds Dora. It's going to be a little bit of chaos here, but locking back in with Valkyrie. Will catch one dropping in the Pillar, and the case goes cold. Packball needs to hunt down this trade, as Valkyrie, in the hands of Akwi, might escape all the way to mining, and has done so. 35 second Asparagus in recovery mode, one player down, advantage Matchco here.
And look where the case is. It's in Narnia as well, in the middle of pillars, making it even harder for these attackers to get it safely. Vertical control being held by Lolo. Misses the opportunity, but I believe Packball has now recovered the case, but finding a safe spot to put it down might just be the issue. Verticality again becoming a factor, but the shots are missed, and they're going to plant on the bomb chassis. Holding White becomes vitally important. First gunfight has to be won. Pressure put on by Hungry will buy Packful the time. No, it doesn't. Aqua's going to rotate on the other side. The case goes down, but there's no one there to defend it, and Matchco will level the sides at 2 rounds apiece. What a back and forward game that was. You can take the teams out of Wild, but you can't take the Wild out of the teams.
That is a tough one, by the way. So Hungry does a lot of things right in that moment, but he was expecting a peak to arrive from Pillar. To me, that indicates that I nearly said Wild, that Asparagus do not have a drone to watch out towards Pillar. So in the middle of that chaos, so drone eco was already pretty poor in that round. Before everything kicked off, they had around like 5 drones left. Unsure if they had like flank watch established at this moment. They were kind of forced into action. Hungry didn't know that peak was coming, didn't know where pressure was arriving from, and had to play reactive off his game sense. Looks away at this moment. Akwe takes that chance to peek out wide, finds one to Packball, and from that moment Packball gets the case down, but it is just a moment of time until they shut down Hungry. We bring ourselves back level, and can you believe it, Gibby? What a shocker. We've not went upstairs to Cocktail. We've remained down on the middle floor. This is Matchco being incredibly well prepared for this matchup. This is insane prep from them. Extreme counter from them. The lockout, that aggressive play that Asparagus want on that top floor, and bake them in the full map clears. On this middle floor, you have to clear more of the map, and that slows down that Route 1 style. This is a masterclass of counter strategy from Matchco. Loving it from their perspective so far.
And looking at the setup, we're seeing a little bit of a change in the lineup from Asparagus. IQ being brought again, and I think that that's to spot out those Capcan traps. Maybe get an eye on Teb, because Teb has been a problem so far for Asparagus. Remember, if Teb's using his gadget, IQ will be able to spot out, but the difference is, Whip It, IQ can shoot when the gadget's out, unlike Pulse when he's using his scanner. But Daya once more on the Ying, Hungry on the Grim. Always so many execute heavy operators on the side of Asparagus, with Packbull using the DMR of Dokkaebi as well. When those calls become active a little bit later on in the round, that will be the signal for the first start, or the first signal of the push of the attack.
I'm looking at this going, Asparagus seem to be a little bit, I think, annoyed or frustrated by the fact that they're being forced into these full clears. They now have to burn some of that execute utility to get themselves in the building, so expect a smoke grenade or a candela to try and flush out this mirror window out towards Cocktail, and that's going to be a massive kind of annoyance for them. They want to use and dump everything in that final play when they try to get themselves on site to make that case go down. Combination of trap operators as well, bringing out Lolo yet again, picking up the Russian operator on the Capcam. In addition, Dora has donned the Canadian on that Frost. So 2 traps on the board. I won't ask you to make that prediction this time around. And what a pick there. Gemini pops up, finds Rexon, shuts down that gunner, caught with a mid-reload. Magazine wasn't primed and ready, and they will get that trade. Gemini off the board, trying to find some damage through that wall. Doesn't quite connect, but it will be a mess as Teb will find one of the C4 and the lurking Capcan, and we'll get one of the pack ball. Akwe gets hungry, and it is all down to one sole player. That's on Jay. He'll take a wander up to the roof, and I'd imagine this should be a moment for Asparagus to take a little bit of a tactical time out. 1v3 could still be winnable. Maybe might be a time to make a play here, but Pulse will be a nightmare. Guide information from down below, and that diffuser is cold in library, or in piano I should say. Walks on in, but Gibby, this surely is a moment of time.
Yeah, and you think about the fact there's a C4 below as well. Still, Tab will be able to feed that information when it comes, yeah, there's 3 Kapkan traps on the door. Yeah, there you go. Don't run into that one. Don't forget about the fact there may also be some more mines around for you to step in, but this is a 1 versus 3. Jay has been very good for the side so far over the course of these qualifiers. Some shots from inside the train. Cam gives away the information, but at this point, you gotta feel like the round is unwinnable. You don't have the case. You don't have a chance. Just get ready for the next one.
Never say never, I guess, Gibby. One player prone is going to get right into, unfortunately. Taps too quick in the draw, finds a shot, and match could take round number 5. And, that's, again, the thing I'm going to sound like a broken record here, and I'm sorry about this one, chat, but Matchco have very clearly looked at this going, we're going to play Kafe against Asparagus. Why not let it in? Because we know this team's got a pretty limited map pool. Again, this is not a roster. This is a roster that's put together for this qualifier. Asparagus' core roster, minus Packful, is playing in the Rainbow Rumble later on this week as well. So, they've just counterplayed them perfectly. That's all this is. This has been a lot of prep work. This has been a lot of coaching staff, a lot of analyst work, just figuring out what they're going to be facing within this, and they played perfectly to that strategy. Asparagus are playing perfectly to their game plan as well, but it's all well and good if you play to your structure, but when your opponents know what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, how you're going to do it, that gets a little bit dicey for them, but they're not out of this fight yet. Last round of the half for the defensive Matchco, and this map does tend to be defense favoring, so we could see everything turn around within our second half. Line up, boys. Gibby, anything shocking you?
Well, not shocking, but they've brought the smoke this time around with Dora. So the last time, the last time the lack of a smoke was one of the problems that led to them not winning that round. This time, once you get the information of a player on the hatch drop, then you throw out those canisters. That forces the attackers into sight, or to vault out through that rotate, and gives the kill away. No shield being brought this time by Asparagus, so they don't have the Osa, they don't have the Monte, they've not brought themselves a Blitz. But when you see Rexon in play, using Ram, it tells you the whole plan for Asparagus this time is achieve vertical control. Open up all of the walls in towards sight. You're going to use Packbull's Twitch to get rid of any of those Goyo canisters that are in the way. I feel like, Whippet, this will be a more traditional get control of vertical and push in through bakery style push.
Yeah, they're going to do that more traditional top down clear, get that control via verticality, but I still think the execution is going to arrive via that hatch drop. That does leave a little bit of question how they're going to deal with the player in VIP. If they're going to go for this traditional top down clear, they're not going to have that pressure in VIP early, forcing maybe a late rotation to do so, because I think bakery just isn't really in the intention here. But again, I could be completely wrong. My job is to talk, and I'm not an analyst desk for a reason.
You love the analyst desk. Any chance to get to talk more about Siege, and you're all about it.
It's my one thing I can talk about, Gibby.
Yeah, that is true. But you look at what's been done with it now. They've created the verticality on the code check. That means that they can't play inside that position anymore, or at least rotate out of it. What you're doing at this moment in time is creating a cutoff points for the defenders. You're saying, it's okay. You can play where you're playing, but you're not getting from position A to B anymore. Cutting off lines of sight is vitally important. And, well, it's also important to remember that there are C4s in play. Akwe will manage to get one, and down goes Daya. And Whippet, what did Daya have as that utility for Buck?
It was a can opener, the only source of hard destruction available to this team, so whether they like it or not, they're going to be forced to pivot in towards take via double door or via bakery. So this is going to be a quick snap decision made by Hungry, I'm assuming is the IGL of this team. They're going to make this call to dive straight in to get control of prep and VIP. Now, the difficulty is they don't know about code check. They haven't droned it yet. The verticality might mean there's a cut-off there, so they can hold that player. They don't know someone's playing close to this prep door. Deimos takes a lot of damage, and Akwe will get that confirmation. TCSG rips him asunder, and now with 50 seconds left to go, it might just be an exercise in futility. Knocking on the door of Bakery, a little bit of damage done yet again. Lolo not too keen to step into those flames. His toes might get burnt to a crisp. He will be spotted by those bees, and verticality locks him down, but sitting still is how you win this. That flashbang doesn't displace him, so he's now a dilemma. You can't move him. You should win the round off this one. Time is the enemy, and that's going to be Akwe and Hungry trading off as Lolo's going to be caught as well in that crossfire. Ted blocks it out for Packbull, and means it's down to 20 seconds. It's all done Rexon, who, since the rehost, has been a little bit quiet. He's been exceptional so far. 20 seconds, give me, it's done. It's going to be a 40 split here for Matchco.
Yeah, great defending half here. There's the damage being dealt by the barbed wire. Information has been garnered. Dip into Harry Potter. Smoke canister by Dora. Matchco with a 4-2 half. But not every kill in a game of Siege is equal. Taking down the buck and limiting the ability to create any form of openings whatsoever was the key kill, and they got it for free. A C4 from below, probably the best value you can possibly get on any singular kill. So Whip It, say the line. What do you typically say about round 7 going into a matchup like this?
Round number 7 is often, in my eyes, the most important round in a matchup. It's that transition between attack and defense, and it's that change of pace from your mentality going into it. Asparagus, who are very route 1, are affected by this transitional period a lot in these matchups. So, what will we see from their defense? Now, they don't really have as much of a unique identity on this side. They play it, as we've been told from various sources around, they kind of play this off vibes a little bit. So, can their vibes be strong enough to beat the Italian brute force of Matchco so far? Deimos, a massive factor on this map as well. A repick from Lolo on towards that Blackbeard, not opting to bring out that buck. Flores, Twitch getting brought out as well in combination with that ace. A pretty standard lineup from this team, and way more to the script you'd expect on a map like Kafe.
Yeah, and as we pointed out at the top of the show as well, this is a team that has had the core make a miracle run through SI quals in the past, and the Italians, if anything in life, are passionate, and they are passionate about their siege, and they want to win this game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when that Italian then Makers roster went to the Paris Invitational during our COVID era, they actually eliminated G2 during the group stages of that event. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Why is it that you've like this encyclopedic knowledge of every G2 loss in history?
Gibson, as a former G2 fan, I remember them as former. Very key word there. I'm a liquid all the way. Famous liquid. They're winning the Invitational this year.
Whatever copium you have, I'm a fan of it.
I know you're on the same copium as me, Gibby. I know it.
We don't tell fans we're both fans of liquid, okay? But Whip It, this is the most important round, as you always say, because if you're the attacking team now, you've got the chance to extend to a 3-round lead. If you're the defenders, it's the first step back to parity. Top floor being set up to defend here, as we tend to see. We're seeing Rotero drones being utilized to not necessarily get rid of utility, but in fact to clear those little bars, those cocktail bars, to make sure that defenders can't hide behind them, to make these fights a little bit more winnable, to make the defenders' positioning that little bit more predictable as we get further into the round. But look at the utility game, but only 3 drones left. Make it 2, as another one is going to get captured by Hungry. It is a heavy intel game being played by Asparagus to kick things off.
Packbull, while he's in a very strong position, he can be vulnerable from those piano windows, but to keep a barriers make him nice and safe for the time being. He will have to step himself up towards that mute jammer to make himself a little bit safer from that Deimos track. Dora will find the opening, Rexon's been slain, and that's out towards piano, and Packbull makes the right decision to try and pivot away from holding Humidor, realizing that his cover is essentially gone as they will find one trade back as Teb's now been neutralized. Your Capitao is off the board, and look at Akwi. Very wounded at this stage. Around 5 HP left of the name, drops in. Scopus has been tracked by Deimos at this point, and Packbull should be able to find a freebie. Oh no. Trying to find those shots landing in a hurricane, unfortunately nothing does so. Daya though, gets one on Gemini and shuts that pressure down from White. A great defensive start from Asparagus at this stage, as all of Matchco are fighting for top 4 control, but the site is down below.
Almost all of Matchco hanging on to dear life as well. As you look at the HP bars, Daya will remove one of them. Lolo now going for the repeak, and that player will fall to it. The hands of Hungry, and it's a force through the rotate, and Daya is there to pick up the kill. And it's exactly what you'd expect from the first round. After the side swap, the defending team will take it, and they now find themselves 1 round away from parity.
So, I'm gonna say something that might be controversial here, Gibby.
Okay.
After that round, I think Matchco have banked very much on their defense being very strong. That looked a very disjointed, very not to plan take from them. They had a clear vision of what they wanted to do. But again, we haven't seen Asparagus play significant strategic structure here on their defense. So again, we've been told they kind of play a little bit more on vibes in this defense. They like their structure on offense. They're not being as predictable. Matchco struggled with that one. Massive picks going for them. A lot of damage bought early as Asparagus were very aggressive in those opening engagements. That to me shows that this team are confident here. I think Matchco might be in a little bit of trouble because their prep work, which was fantastic on the opening half, doesn't work as well here. So keep an eye on that one. Now, I could be talking absolute waffle, and I probably am, but keep an eye on it.
You love a good waffle, but Whip It. It's
Potato
ban
waffle or
phase.
Belgian waffle? That's the real question.
Belgian.
Okay,
Oh,
I
yes.
like that one from you. Street
Yeah.
waffle, pretty good as well.
Yeah, but we speak about the ban phase at the start. Asparagus were banking on the ban phase, or on the defensive phase, using the Brava and Castle bans. That's what they were. That's where they knew that you're going to have at least one round on defense in any game if you're starting on attack. But this is the side that they plan on winning the game in. Line up for Matchco, Dora playing the Hibana. You know, usually we like to say Hibana's great at clearing hatches, not used as often on a map like this, on a site like this.
I can tell you why, though.
Go on.
Mirror windows.
100%. Usually we see an Ash for that, but you get extra chances with the Hibana.
Here's the thing, though, Gibby, right? Using an Ash is all well and good. It's kind of free utility, right? Your breaching charges on the Ash aren't really the most effective from time to time at doing self-destruction. Well, they don't actually clear the mirror window. They still... Okay, Pac.
Okay.
Righty-o! Okay. Yep. Nice one. Lolo's dead. Thumbs up.
That's a Blackbeard as well. One of your real...
That's my Peter Bull right there.
Yeah. But that's one of your execute operators gone.
Yeah.
Down goes the Blackbeard. Down goes one of the best gunners on the team. The stat line of 1 of 4 is lying by. Yeah, there you go. Give away another drone. Thank you very much. Rexon's going to jump out. He'll get his one, but Gemini's there to trade it back. Those are trades that Asparagus can play with all day long up until now.
Oh, great.
Teb getting that kill changes everything.
That does. Teb just walks in, gets that pick, and now you see Pac balls off the board. This is kind of scary. Now, you've lost your Azami at this stage of the round, so you've got around 2 Kiva barriers left in that back pocket that will not have a factor in this round. Man advantage is even, though. And in terms of damage, you know, Gemini is kind of wounded here, so there is a chance to have that a factor. Now, Jay can maneuver around this map using those shells. Now can pop in, get extra information. Yellow ping going out, so they're seemingly cautious of something out towards Pillar right now. Proterra drone goes out. It will be charging out towards that mirror window. Nobody's home. We'll spot the extra person. That's going to probably trigger a drop down, but no, staying in that position, holding on as long as they can. They want to burn every second possible in this moment. And there's a drop down.
That's the right time to do it. Now, a minute left on the round. 3 versus 3. Jay, full HP. Die is the same. You've still got 2 C4s, which could have a big say in this round as well. It's just a case of when and how they're used. Remember, the verticality on this site is only from above. You cannot create any vert, essentially, from below unless you play in that little sliver of kitchen. But don't expect to see the C4 there a little bit later on in the round.
Oh,
there's another drone. Why not? Let's just give your drones to Hungry. Why not? And look, he's straight on it. He's straight on the drone, putting it where he wants it. Now he can get the call as to when the push comes in from the Eldor.
So Scopus gets detected. Jay? Yeah, this is the right thing to do, or is it? Trying to get that position now. He can't be too close to a wall, so swaps those shells, and now you got free information of that shell lurking inside of things. They should likely predict that rotations happen at the stage, but top of your screen, 15 seconds. X-Kairos pellets begin to chew through that wall. They take a very long time, and look at this, perched up on those freezers, walking. This is going to be a freebie. You can't plant there. Hungry gets that job done as a nitro cell for insurance wanders on into mining, and it'll be Dea and Jay get that locked out as Asparagus have brought themselves all the way level here on Kafe.
And now it's game on. Now you can say the game is officially up and running. Both teams have got 4 rounds apiece. We're 2 rounds into the second half of the matchup, and it's going to get fun from this point on. I love the use of Mozzie from Hungary. I love the use of Scopus. It's really impressive how they're using...
Bull.
Yeah. Peter Bull does these type of things, though. Like, come on, it's what he's all about. Like, he might not get the most kills. He might not dominate KD. But you know what Pac Bull gets? Is impact kills, right? He's a lot of the time you'll see his kills have an impact on a game.
He plays for the badge, Kippy. I think the perfect way to put it. You know,
that's what you said yesterday about getting the case down. Look, he'll take getting the case down and dying and not getting a kill as long as the team wins the round.
If you're listen, I guarantee my announcement of that I'm no longer a G2 fan. Well, I like to get the G2. When I was back in the day, Goga was a very similar player to that one. CCI plant, stick that in and win the round. Been a long time since I said that one.
Weren't G2 good the last time they had a player who would put the case down for the badge at an
Blur.
Invitational? Yeah, Blur, he got that case down for the badge.
Biblical run in Korea last stage. So I feel bad about that one. I'm sorry.
Why? Why did you? No, that's mean. That's just mean.
I'm sorry, guys.
I want a formal apology on X for that one. But anyways, we get back into the round. A little bit of pressure on the windows at the early stage. You might not expect to get kills, but what you do is slow down the attack and you give those attackers something more to think about, a little bit more caution. And you've already used 30 seconds just by putting on that early phantom pressure. Look at the lineups again. They're very similar to last time. Dora once more on the Habana. Lolo again on the Blackbeard. They know how they want to play it. Right. Are they going to go for a straight-up cocktail push with a Blackbeard?
Yeah, likely. I'd imagine that one. Everything looks like it's in a good position for that, or they've seen an opening for it. Lion Sky goes out, and as is kind of par for tradition, no one does anything. Yeah, just get the scout. But that does help the Deimos, actually. If you get caught moving in that one, you're going to get identified, meaning Deimos gets another free death mark off you at this stage. Now, we don't know who's been identified by the offense of Matchco yet, so we do not know who's in danger of those death marks arriving down below. But anyone on a soft floor might find themselves a little bit scared, and that's going to be a drone detected. No! Escapes, scampers away. Chase survives. Unlike Daya.
Yeah. But down goes Daya, down goes the Mira, down, didn't really get any kills off the back of that C4, but it's first blood Matchco. Little switch up of the position now as they rotate over towards red and piano side. Maybe they see an opening pushing from this side of the map. Deimos will initiate that death mark, that 1 versus 1 mode, and both players will know where each other are once he eventually does. Look, he started the animation, right? I'm not going blind, or am I going insane in my old age?
Gibson, I don't know, because you might be going blind.
Both.
But I'm also going.
Both.
I'm actually going blind, so who knows?
Well, a minute
I'm
to
casting
go.
in Braille, just to let you all know.
You did not just. There's Blackbeard having a look through the window, saying, "Hello. You can't shoot me. I can just be here and be an absolute annoyance in this position." And you can tell
attention.
the voices. The voices are talking to Packbull right now. They're saying, "Come on, jump out. Teb gets a kill. Maybe you're going to have to get aggressive. He's in a bit of a final stand now. That'll be the Kiba barrier dealt with, and eventually he'll be removed." 5 versus 2. Matchco all but assured that they're going to win this round. The biggest enemy, though, could be time. Dora has got the case. And where is Dora right now? That's the big question. Where has Habana positioned herself? Because if there's a hatch drop, that could be problematic. Information gained on the player in planks, at least temporarily, as he steps into the mute jammer. And there's your freebie. There's the kid. Get away. Get out of there. Rexon with a double. You don't need to fight.
No.
It's a 1v3. There's a couple of seconds left on the clock. Hungry. You got to stop the plank going down. 8, 7, 6. There's another kill. It's a 1 versus 2. He's got information. The C4's thrown. The C4's not going to go off though. Whip it. He's not going to get the kill. And now you're in a 1v2. That almost worked perfectly.
That could have been a perfect play. Deagle falling short. But Wrexham, but Hungry gets one more in the Lolo. Case is down. Verticality is an identified threat from this one, but the Ash is so far away. Might be able to tap on the case for a brief moment. Looks to try and land long arm. Hungry knows that's his win condition. Does he see that position? The Roni's not great to brawl in these moments. Low magazine capacity. He's going to try and stick it, but unfortunately Teb's too quick on the draw. But Matchco by themselves around by the narrowest of margins there. Rexon, who's been very, very quiet in this half since that rehost, found a moment of magic, a freebie on the Dora. A great vault over White Stairs to find that Deimos. The Deagle comes out, but unfortunately couldn't find those shots, and that Deagle connects, and we see that Blackbeard go bye-bye. That could have been around for Asparagus, so Matchco get themselves a 5-4 advantage, but that was a very, very narrow margin indeed.
It was so close. Shooting that C4 was essentially what won that round in the end, but Whip it. Let's talk about the tune that Hungry was able to get out of Lolo. He had him dancing around the map with no clue where he was. The movement, he was a bit slippery as he was able to get that kill onto the BB and bathroom. But as much as it was a great play, the end result is all that matters. And the end result is Matchco with a 5-4 lead going into round 10. Sights have changed once more. Vertical being created here by Asparagus. Mira being used to do so. This is why they banned the castle, because they wanted to bring the Mira. They wanted to create a maze on the top floor. This Mira in particular is one of my favorites, Whip It, because when you open up the wall...
Gibson tech, as we would call it.
The first time I seen this done was by Coolibura, by the way, of all people. But yeah,
Gibson cast, friend of Coolibura.
Friend of Coolibura, but you open up the wall, the freezer wall, looking in. You create that angle on the side. You can get all the information on ticket counter. You get all the information inside of piano. What I would like to see though is the rotate that's been created become a walkthrough one, so that you can actually swing it instead of peek from afar.
Out the window. Go on. Out you go. Go on, Jay. You want to do it. Do it, Jay. Do it. The voices, you can hear them. I think this is a very silly maneuver if he were to do it. Ah, he's gonna do it. Out he goes. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Do it. I want him to do it, Gibby. I know it's a bad idea for him to do it. But
the temptation to not speak there and just let you ramble on and on for 2 minutes about jumping out the window was so strong.
I
had to save you. I had to save you. 2 minutes to go in the round. We're a third of the way through. Drone economy, not the worst for Matchco. They lost 3 in the prep phase. They've got a little bit of drone work being done now as Gemini, Akwe, and Dora were all on drones trying to work out where the weak spots are, where the defenders are playing. Remember, droning a spot and finding it's empty is just as important as droning a spot and finding a player there because it gives you the information that the space is clear. Bit of a vault out though. Like this phantom pressure that we speak about, by opening up that window from the inside, you freeze the attackers for a little bit while they wait for a player to jump out.
I was paying very much attention to the words you were saying there, Gibby. So we'll dive in. No one's walked into a Capcan trap yet for this one. Disappointing, we've seen a lot of traps. Not a lot of impact from those traps so far from both these teams. Mirror Window, staring them down, going to be a very difficult thing to deal with. And where is Dora in this position? You've brought the Habana with a clear intention of clearing these Mirror Windows. Oh, where's Dora? There's Dora. We found the Explorer. Nope. Oh, off on a wander down red stairs. Okay. And walks in Pixel. Why not? Go on. Go for it. This is very disjointed from Matchco. Very, very disjointed indeed. Packball walks on up, gets a freebie via the countertops. Player drops prone up by Shaiko, but 40 seconds, Gibby. Matchco have walked in the top round, got themselves stuck at Cigar Shop, and they have the answers. They've got the utility to clear everything they need, but they've just not done it. This is very difficult from them, and Asparagus do not throw this round in a great position, but there's Lolo, or there's Dora popping up as Rexon was 12-1 onto Lolo. A difficult fight by that bar, and Teb, by a miracle, gets themselves back to level, but 20 seconds, Gibby, not an easy round to win for the offense.
20 seconds to go. It took 2 minutes and 40 seconds to establish vertical control for the attacking team. They've still not got anybody in sight. There's still a couple of snakes. He finds the position on one. Kevin Dora with a 1 apiece, and it's a 3 versus 1. It's all down to Daya this time. The case is going down. You've got yourself a 1. Not again. We're not in the same scenario we were a little bit earlier. 1v2 post plant. Silhouettes off in the distance. Here comes the kill from Daya. He catches Dora, exploring a little bit too far away from this position. You're in a 1 versus 1. He's in the corner. You toss the C4, but Teb uses the audio cue of it being ripped to go for the swing and whip it. Teb had no choice. The second you hear that C4 being prepped, it's swing or die.
Oh my goodness! What a little bit of a saviour around Teb and his compatriot in that moment find a way to save it. Gimme! That round should have been won by Asparagus. Let's not sugarcoat this at all. Matchco get themselves into top red, into Cigar Shop, and they're staring down a mirror window. They have utility cleared, and they just make a lot of little mistakes, but Asparagus were in great position to capitalize upon that. When they needed someone to step up, Teb and Dora were able to find massive picks to bring themselves back to that level playing field, and they just decide to dive in the site. That is a lot of bravery from this team, a lot of heart from them to battle back against that, and rewarded with map point here on Kafe.
6 for the scoreline. 1 round away from winning map 1 in the best of 3 to get that matchup against G2 to qualify for SI. Who says there's not a lot on the line here? This could essentially be these teams' last games for a while, apart from the fact there might be Rumble next week, but the last chance to qualify for a Tier 1 international event. You know, it's the last event of the calendar year. I swear, not calendar.
The biggest
Siege
event.
year.
Well, it was actually the first event, technically speaking.
Do you class SI as the season opener or the season closer? That's
both.
The question.
It's like WrestleMania. It's kind of both. Ends it and starts it.
Okay. I'll back that one.
Pro wrestling fans out there, that one's for you.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Wow,
Whip it.
That was cold.
Whip it. Looking at the lineups, vertical control will need to be garnered. That's why you've got Dora. That's why you're bringing Fuse to the fray. And I feel like getting the value out of that utility is so important for Dora. And as you can see, they're droning every inch of the map. 3 players actively droning to work out where the presence is. I actually am very impressed by Matchco's droning game on these attacks.
Likewise. I mean, again, drone economy, a massive factor we always like to kind of harp on about a little bit, Gibby. It's very important for these teams to be able to control the kind of economy of that and be able to see what things are going on. Matchco has done an exceptional job so far. Maybe not highlighted as much as we should have so far. Skeleton Key begins to open up those key crossfires. Now you're going to be very uncomfortable if you're playing kind of coach check. That verticality does lock you out, but no one's watching it right now. And for Matchco, they're going through the motions. They're getting everything established so they can use it a little bit later on. Hatch inside of dining will be a focal point from them. You have 2 hard breach utilities to work with to get that established if it isn't already opened up. Some pressure, just nothing down below yet, but Matchco realizing that they can get this map done and dusted. And of course, this is Asparagus' map choice. So let's see if they can wrap this one up with a nice safe round here, attacking the basement, attacking kitchen.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly what we expected. Buck creating verticality. You're going to use the fuse charges to clear space, much like what Asparagus did earlier. It's all about cutting off rotates, maybe getting a kill or 2 if the opportunity arises at this point. But as you can see by the silhouettes, nobody is playing inside of site itself. It's a more common feature that we see inside of tier 1, and maybe something you could try if you've got a full 5 stack yourself. Not something to try in a solo queue, though. It can go all so wrong. But Dora's already in the hatch. He's gone deep. He's going to get the case down over by Kafe.
It goes down.
It does. Nah, Peter
Pack Bull. That's naughty with that one. That's slippery from Pack Bull. All the cover was there. He managed to get that case down. But now, Gibby, the massive dilemma is that case is in the middle of nowhere. What can you do to shut that down? Not a lot. Oh, there's a warden.
Genius.
I'm gonna smoke the warden. Guess what? Goggles on. You can't win that one. Acqui does find a confirmation on towards Pack Bull. This shield and warden combination is going to be dangerous. Jay will get Acqui in the mix of that chaos, and this round might just temp itself out into embers. The warden shouldn't peek this too aggressively. You have control, 7 seconds. Lolo does get one to Rexon. Day is there for that trade, and just like that, things should peter out to an Asparagus map victory, Gibby. And you know what that means? Going into our scoreline, what does that mean, Gibby?
Well, it means that we're expecting all rounds in regulation whip to separate these sides. Also, remember, the warden goggles stay on during executes, right?
I was very worried about the words that you were about to say, Gibson. But yes, the goggles stay on during plant.
Yeah. Timeout, by the way.
Yeah. Thumbs up.
Hybrid timeout. First hybrid timeout we've got to cast. Let's go.
So Gibson likes to always comment about the coaches of these teams when we get a timeout from them. We like a little, you know, of course, if you're an ITB fan, of course, sure, you're watching the Europe stream. You know, we like Kangaroo Kenny timeouts. They're pretty good. We like a Latam timeout. Pretty fun as well.
Twister timeouts are great. You use them early in the game to get things going. I also love a good ego timeout as well. I can't remember if it was call out or Kenny, but they said that
it was a.
They said if they're 6-0 up, if you're 6-0 up, you just use the timeout. You know, you may as well use it. You know, no point hanging on to it.
Tremendous use of that timeout from us there to waffle on about this, but for Matchco, they call this timeout going into it, and this is a very important one for them. Their priority going into this matchup when they have the map bans go the way they went, and I mentioned that I think they've won the map ban. They need to win this map choice. To have Asparagus lose their map pick where they have been pretty dominant on this map before would be a massive blow to this team moving into the latter stages of this best of 3. So, Matchco have to lock into this one. If you go to Consulate, you'd expect Matchco to win their own map choice, and then going on a border, that could be a coin toss of whatever team gets them. You don't want, number 1, to play as many maps as best of 3, own a best. So you don't want to play 3 maps. We have G2 heading on the grand final slot for you, and you don't really want to kind of show your hand on anything because you never know what G2 might want to play map-wise. So Asparagus, as well, need to win this. It's a map pick, and overtime might be calling from. But lineup-wise, Gibby, looking at anything interesting?
Not really. Asparagus, you know, holding on to the fact they're going to bring a Mira on almost every single round whenever they're defending the middle floor. Packbull with a Valk will try to get lots of information for the team. Fenrir, those FNATs. Really useful in slowing down attacks and getting up free kills when the attackers step into them. All in all,
good thing we cut away there. Hungry was struggling to get that Banshee down.
I didn't want to bring it up.
I am going.
You didn't have to bring it up.
I did.
Come on.
Packbull did go for a cheeky little one there. Just look out that window from top right stairs. Not going to get anything from that. No one spawned in that vicinity. But again, showing the intention to not really change that core philosophy. They still want to play aggressive, still want to be in your face. And that's kind of Asparagus down to the T so far. Let's go. Very important round from them going in this one. I do like the addition of that Capital. Those fire darts are massive for clearing these key utility positions. And you think about this, they is likely going to play behind one of those 2 deployed mirror windows. What can you not do when you're caught up by a fire dart, yeah, play behind that mirror window. So if they play a great little kind of 1-2 combination of using the fire dart to flush these power positions out, it could be very difficult. Rexon in a nasty position now, and by that I mean not a good one. He's going to be very much pressured from this top window. He's got someone on ticket as well. Expect to drop via red hatch very soon. Yeah, a lot of angles. This is not a fun space to be if you're a Zami. And trapped by Deimos. Get out of there. Good choice.
Yeah, get to Pixel. They can't hurt you in this position unless they move inside the building. No real, there is nades in the pocket of Aqui that we could see thrown this way, but I think the right decision has been made. Forfeit the position. You've still got the mirror window that can hold a little bit of piano to make things difficult for the attack inside, but last time we were here, it was oh so similar. Virtually no map control has been garnered so far. I'd even go as far as saying no, like 0 has been garnered so far by Matchco, but they still won the round at the last time, and it was a very scrappy post-plant situation. Getting back on the drones, working out where these are. Asparagus, keep hold of top floor, but this time be aware of the plant.
Still hunting down that Azami position, and again from Asparagus I'm liking this from their structure. They still have pressure upstairs. They've opted to put Packball downstairs to threaten a potential flank up maybe red stairs or into pillar later on in this round, but Asparagus have done the classic. They are trading space for time. They're burning time away. They're going to burn utility away now. That fire dart goes out. You look at the HP, no one's took damage from that, and no one's even been displaced. But Lolo finds a freebie. Hungry gets over aggressive. A great read from Lolo to try and react, and Rexon caught within the fire and flame, but does dash all the way down. Laundry hatch is being watched like a hawk from Deimos upstairs below, or upstairs as well, and this is now where you begin to feel Asparagus have a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. They have information from mining. The pivot is available for them, Gibby. 25 seconds, no more time calling, or can Matchco get it done right here, right now?
25 seconds, and there's no rotate from that laundry hatch as well. That's important to remember if they go for that late round hatch drop. Packbull will level the sides at 4 versus 4. Verticality still being held, but that's a great flash grenade thrown. Lolo will get caught on the run out from Rexon as he peeks from below. Rexon will get himself one on the tab. Another attacker goes DBNO. It's all down to Gemini. No case, no chance, no clue. Asparagus force overtime.
Gibson, for the very first time that we've had during these qualifiers, we get to say the fabled phrases, it's going all the way to overtime. Trademarked by Ace and Dez, of course, for that one. 12 rounds, not enough to get this one done. Asparagus fought this tooth and nail on the defense, and they have overtime defense going into this one. Matchco looked exceptional on their own defenses. They read Asparagus like a book. They knew exactly what the offensive side of Asparagus wanted to do. They read into it, they read their tape, they watched all the VODs, but guess what? They have now lost that advantage, and on the defensive overtime, Asparagus have that advantage. They've been much more proficient here going into it, and they will opt to go reading and dining for the very first round of overtime. Of course, we are not playing with infinite overtime, so it is going to be a 3-round shootout to see your victors of this opening map of this best of 3 could be, but no better way to get cracking into our first cast today for to go all 12 rounds, or go in the 13, 14, 15 range.
Matchco on the attack. Asparagus will need to do exactly what they did in the previous round, and to be honest, they've played a lot of they've played 2 maps today already. They want to get, if they win this game, they need to win map number 1, and they really want to win map 2, because you don't want to go into G2 having played 5
So you're saying you want to
maps.
win the maps, Gibson?
Win them quickly, because you don't look, I was making a good point about how fatigue can become a factor, and you're just like, yeah, so what you're saying is teams want to win maps.
It's, Gibby, it's like I can't resist it, it's such an easy one to say, right on this point. Teams want to win the game. Yeah. But you're right, fatigue's going to be a massive factor. Asparagus, they've got a marathon ahead of them today if they want to go to Boston. Who doesn't want to go to Boston?
I want to go to Boston, but I can't. Man. It's sad.
Yeah. Gibby wouldn't pay for my flight. Shocking.
Of course not. But Whip It, this is the first round of overtime. The first chance to draw, opening blood. The chance to get that early match point attempt. Nade's going to get thrown. It's not very effective. It does blow up one of those Goyo canisters, which holds the player inside a bathroom a little bit longer.
Second nade would be lovely here.
Wouldn't it just? But there's not going to be one.
That's tough. That is tough, because guess what now? You're going to throw that second nade, and the fire's going to dissipate, and there's no one there to counter it. Look at this, right? And he escapes. Yeah, okay. You had a freebie! It was free! He was dead! He was done! We're writing the obituary for him, and he escapes. His name was on RIP.ie already!
Now we've got Dora on Monty. first time we're seeing the shield operator get utilized here on Kafe. Red pings galore as the information about where these attackers are pushing from is being fed to the rest of the team. Packbull though wins the first encounter. Down goes the Capitao, as that's the opening kill on the round. Teb has been a menace so far, 12 and 5.
Beautiful.
The C4 from Daya adds another one. It's a 5v3. Monty's a little bit lost and alone now. He's got information. Oh, but what's he going to do?
Well, he has to rely on his teammate in this moment to try and get that Gumine out, chipping away damage. But Gibson, every second, just a massacre now. Packbull finds a second. Jay is going to be able to get one. Jay, I mean, gets one on the lol with that C4, leaving Monty alone in a 1 versus 3. It's not Anaton, so you don't expect a miracle from this one. And shut down by Daya. Asparagus on the defense have been exceptional here on Kafe. And for what feels like the very first time, they lead this series, Gibby, and they are on overtime match point on their map choice going into this. They are playing a marathon of a day, and this will be very important to get this one locked out here in overtime. They move to the offense side. They have a very unique style on, and I'd expect, get ready to see a Grim, a Ying. You can't see a Sens because they've been banned, but get ready to see, there he is, Grim and Ying. We'll see what the third one is, but perfect. Look at his defense. Perfect from Asparagus.
Yeah, I think that they'll change the lineup accordingly, but the Achilles heel from Asparagus.
Dokkaebi, Ying, and Grim. Woo!
And Ash. Let's not forget Ash there as well. But their Achilles heel on these attacks have been the C4s from below. And lo and behold, there's 4 of them. Matchco have brought 4 C4s. You've got Valk, you've got Pulse. They'll feed tons of information. This is going to be...
Gibby.
You know the floor is lava that you played when you were a kid? Like, yeah, the floor is dangerous for Asparagus in this round, and it is so difficult to counter. You nearly need to go horizontal instead of trying to take control.
They're gonna rush, Gibby, aren't they? They're gonna rush, aren't they?
Oh, imagine the scene.
Where's Akwi taking that damage from?
Don't talk about it.
Oh, no. How has that happened? No.
Nah, we're not talking about it.
No, right. Chat. What happened there for Valkyrie?
Nothing. Right,
Something
nothing
did.
happened. Anyways, Whippet. We're going to move on. Jay will really work with that IQ to work out where these Valk cams, because knowing where the Valk cams are can slightly reduce the threat of the C4s below. The Pulse is going to be the real problem. He's the conductor. He's going to really feed the tune of this attack to the defenders and let them know where to use the utility when possible. The Goyo canisters, vitally important as well. That's a bit free, being able to get that mute jammer from outside with no pressure whatsoever. And it just opens up that execute opportunity through that door a little bit more. But Whippet, I've seen this script. I'm terrified of seeing Asparagus drop onto these floors and seeing the C4s below.
Nightmare. It's just gonna be like artillery popping off. It's gonna be a nightmare with these C4s arriving. A great nade tossed out to buy some damage and try and displace Gemini, but that doesn't really connect with anything. No one's there to capitalize on that movement of a player. The wooden barricade, the dreaded 2x4 staring down the face of your Ash of Rexon, and these cameras. Now, this information network has been brutal for Asparagus to deal with. The IQ, great solution to it, but of course that requires you to look the right direction with that sensor. 4 drones burned away so far, so Asparagus' drone eco, not the greatest so far we've seen from them, still not terrible. Minute 25 left to go on those first Goyo canisters burning away, denying access down White Hallway, and buying a little bit more time for Matchco's defense to hold positions like Cocktail. The Candelas go out, but no one's there to push behind it, waiting for those Grim Bees to arrive in a position to be held from White Stairs. That platform's locked out, but they opt to pivot away and try and go for a more traditional take. Rexon finds one, but a great trade from Lolo brings us back level, but Packball's there to get it done with the pistol. An advantage now sits with Asparagus. 1 minute left in this round.
Still 2 C4s in play. It's not been as bad for Asparagus as I thought it might potentially be. But the Pulse now, he's got the C4 out. He's going, this is the boom call. He is going to make a call of boom. Akwe will make things a little easier. Gets the kill onto Jay. But still, Gemini tucked in the corner of Cocktail. 2 players attending it. Here's the C4. It's thrown. It's wasted. He falls. Daya gets another. It's a 3 versus 1. The map is in the hands of Teb. The Italian stallion needs to get himself 3 kills in 25 seconds if he wants to win the game. The case is cold though, but they're not on site just yet, and Teb has got himself in the rattiest of rat positions.
This is winnable. That drone doesn't spot him out yet. Teb 12 and 5 so far, UMP in hand. And every second drains away is one more advantage for the side of Matchco. 000 is a dangerous place to be. Teb swings out wide, trades off his damage. He's so wounded, but the guy who canister burns away. No access to sight, and no victory on Kafe for Matchco. Asparagus take their map pick, and they lead 1-0 in this series.
And they needed that. They take the first map in this game between the two sides, and they find themselves one game away now from that date with G2 for the potential to qualify for SI. But what a turnaround. They brought that back from the brink.
Oh, Gibby. You could say they brought the boom, and I felt bad for that one, unfortunately. On the offense, Asparagus in the opening half of this one, before we hit overtime, it was very, very messy indeed. They didn't look like themselves. Well, actually, Matchco looked like they read them like a book, and they couldn't do anything off of that. Move the defense, they were much more fluid, much more difficult to predict, and they caused problems left, right, and center. They finally got things together for that final offensive round, and Asparagus played their game. They played their preference map, got the victory. But going into Consulate, that's where I'm going to start asking questions, as Matchco looked very strong there previously.
Yeah, Matchco did look strong there previously, but one of the teams has got to go and win it from this point on. You've done your job. You've won your map pick. Now the ball is in the court of Matchco. They've got to win theirs. If they don't, that is their SI qual run over and done with. Whip it. Any final thoughts on that map?
No, Gibby, that's everything from me, but that is this opening map done and wrapped up, so we're going to go to a quick little break, but when we're back, we'll get ready for map number 2, Consulate.
I was sitting here and just kind of enjoying everybody losing their mind throughout this game. And Whippet, I'm not pointing a finger towards you, but I think I can point it at the two of you equally as much. But my God, I expected this game to be close. I said it before to Grayson Cham. I said it to you before this game started. And yeah, it turns out it's even closer than I had expected. And that's even in map 1. So right now, when you get into a game like this, you throw all your stats and all your strats out of the window. Those numbers, all those papers that you have matter zero at this point in time, because these two teams are neck and neck, Gibby.
Yeah, it was the game that really swung back and forth between both sides. I gotta give so much credit to the way the Matchco came out of the gates. Their whole setup was so intuitive as to how they expected Asparagus to play, and it really caught Asparagus off guard. But when it mattered most in those final few rounds, in that last attack, we spoke about Asparagus being a reactive team. Well, I said the Whippet, I have never seen a team, once they get into piano, sprint onto a concrete floor as quick in my life to avoid the threat of those C4s.
They were scared of that quadruple C4 setup in that final round on Asparagus. Well, they learned their lesson. Every time attacking that site, they were very much punished by the amount of nitro cells they brought. But they learned their lesson, and they've learned it in the perfect time. But I'll have to echo what Gibby said on this one. The way Matchco started things off with the perfect counterplay for Asparagus' style, you gotta give them the props for that one. That was a lot of work to get to that level. But didn't work out, didn't win the map pick, and they go to Consulate now, and you know, you gotta feel the pressures on their shoulders again.
Well, if you're just kind of pulling lessons from this first map, from both of these teams, honestly, because it was so close, what are you taking, by what team that is, and how do you tailor it to map 2?
I think I'll take this one. So when you look at what these teams could potentially be bringing into the next game, I feel like Matchco brought everything they had to this map. They knew that there was going to be a Kafe. Like, you look historically, this is a map that we guarantee that will be played in this game. Now it's the balls in their court. Now they're going to their map pick. This is what they have prepped most. And when you look at any best of 3, if you're playing in the second map, it's your choice. It is so important to win it. You've usually lost the first map. It's do or die for them now. They've got to look at this as 2 separate best of 1s.
I couldn't actually agree more with you for Asparagus, though. This is where you really have to look at this going in the big picture of today's event. They've already played a best of 3 against G2. Didn't go their way, and now they're in the lower bracket grand final. If they get victory here, they have another best of 3 to go. They want to minimize the maps, play just to limit fatigue best they can. So it's going to be very important for them to come out the gates absolutely swinging and get as many rounds as early as they can before fatigue maybe creeps in. Get a best advantage here on Consulate. But the stats are ahead of us there. Teb Daya, the leading charges for their side so far. And Daya, not the player that you'd expect to be the top of the leaderboard for that one, but a massive performance individually as Rexon. Not as loud as we normally see him.
They are more like Zendaya in this one. Not only Zen, but also really performing on this red carpet of a map. 8 rounds here is what it took for Asparagus to make it, or 8 points in total, make it an 8-6 on map 1. Reminder, they are just coming out of a game against G2 that kicked off our finals day here today. So there's a lot of pressure, but also, like you both were mentioning, exhaustion is something that you have to think. You know, if you're playing a few games with your friends at Siege, that's one thing. When you're competing at the highest level against some of the best talent here in Europe, yeah, every single map is draining, especially if you're not super used to it. But we have to move on to our second map and kind of see how we set up for Consulate, because there's just still Consulate with how it kind of forces attackers to take so much territory to even be comfortable enough to advance onto a site and go for that objective plan, Gibby. I'm wondering if the wheels don't just start falling off of both of these squads as the round gets deeper.
Yeah, and we saw that a lot, especially with Matchco's attacks, where even the rounds that they won on attack, it was so discombobulated, right? It was really last minute pushes. You were getting the case down with 5 or 6 seconds left on the clock. It was very gung-ho. Consulate's a map which could result in that play as well, but the operator bans will be telling, because we said at the very start of the Kafe game that we felt straight off the bat that Asparagus won the operator ban phase. They won it heavily, and they won the map. Match Score are the team that are going to get the double down on the bans this time, and they need to do that same type of a job onto Asparagus.
The thing that scares me going in this one, though, is Asparagus' kind of struggles to work in kind of the less Route 1 style. When they were forced to take map control on Kafe, they very much struggled. Now, that was, again, part of the fact that Matchcore were very good at bringing the perfect counter to what the lineup was. But on a map like Consulate, as you mentioned, Milos, you have to take so much control. If you're forced into this onion peel style where you have to take layer of defense after layer of defense, you might find them struggle, especially on the offense. Now, that is how this map tends to go traditionally, tends to be defense favoring, but these qualifiers have been anything but traditional in terms of what we've seen from teams. So I'm very intrigued how this matches up stylistically between these sides.
Absolutely. And exhaustion has to start getting into this as an extra factor. Your mental has to be factored into it. This is not an easy fight for whoever is playing in the server. And the question is, what will triumph? Because yes, we can technically say, okay, you reset, you take it, one map at a time, best of ones, great. But when you apply it to the game itself, when the game is so close, when Asparagus is so exhausted, when Machiko barely made it here by the skin of their teeth against ITB, how are you clearing your mind out of it? Because at some point you cannot let all of this cloud your judgment.
You gotta look at
I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
Because this is the moment where you have to really think about every round as it is. You can't, as a player, look at the big picture. Machiko will know that, okay, we just beat ITB, we've had a difficult day on Kafe, now all the pressure on us. You have to have, essentially, think about this as a best of one now. You lose this and it's done for you, so you have to have that mindset. Every round has a significantly higher impact on your future in making your position or your run towards Boston. So they have to look round for round for this one. Asparagus have that blanket where they can look bigger picture and maybe conserve a little bit of energy if they don't feel they have a good chance of winning this, and maybe hope Border's going to be good enough for them. But this is where you begin to look at team management and kind of how they can have that leadership structure to balance what they want to do in this, because there's a lot more layers than just round for round gameplay in this. You have to look at the factors. G2 waiting in that bracket, they don't want to show everything, and they're getting tired.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, there's much more than just the mental side, I think, too, between these maps. I think for Asparagus in particular, because this could be a very long day, it's important that they get the balance perfect between getting away from the PC for a few minutes, talking to the team, staying hydrated. There's a lot that they've got to worry about. Stretching is very important too. And it's one of the things that we're seeing come into esports more and more, is the mindset of what you do in that little bit of downtime between games, which is coming in more so from the sports world. And you speak to coaches, you speak to some of the fantastic people that were involved in orgs like Rogue. Was it Beatrice? No, the name's left my mind now, but was performance coach. Very important that these players get that balance between maps, right, of just their own personal, physical, and mental health.
Yeah, absolutely. I've not to toot my own horn about this here, but I've done my own fair share of research back on this in university. I studied under people who work in kind of sports, I guess, physical sports, mostly race car drivers and football players, where even down to your eyes and their performance and limiting fatigue is something that they specify their work towards. And that was something that was part of my own thesis on it, with eye fatigue and all. So that's only one piece. Imagine all the other pieces that have to kind of go into it. I don't think it's going to be completely focused on in this case, where we're talking about teams that are more on the amateur level in comparison to the highest level, the full-time pro teams. And even then, that disparity, like you mentioned, Gibson, is not as prevalent in esports just yet. Maybe one day that'll be the case, but hey, who knows? Maybe through the past 10 years of my existence in the space, I haven't really seen it, so who knows if it will ever be part of it. But yeah, we're just waiting for our game here to kick off for both of our teams to come in, which is why you're seeing us kind of waffling about and going through. And speaking of waffling, Whippet, you mentioned Belgian waffles during the cast. Mm-hmm. They're great.
I did.
God bless.
Yep.
I'm
a stroop waffle enjoyer as well, actually.
Careful. Where do stroop waffles come from? They'll get very antsy about it if you say Belgium.
Oh, they're Dutch.
Yes.
It's a Dutch thing, yeah. But it's in that waffle category. I've actually got a box that is my normal between series snack. I grab a stroop waffle and a coffee. That gets me ready to go for it again. But You know, that's where professional wafflers. We know all the waffle types, isn't that right, Gibby?
Yeah, it's actually insane that we've managed to transition from talking about waffling to actual waffles on the broadcast. It's not as if we've got in qualifiers for a tier 1 international event.
What are you gonna say when both teams are so exhausted? Clearly, they're so neck and neck, and they're so like deep into it that now the only piece is, well, you know, we've seen Consulate 1,000,001 times. We know how it works. Do they know how it works once they get into it? That's the next question. Because looking at what both of these squads have played, yesterday, Machiko's game against ITB, super close on map 3. How do you break that down and kind of push it into today? You assume that they would have learned something, but there's also something to work with on the other side for Asparagus. There's so much theory crafting about it that you're thinking, damn, really want to get into this one. And some people out there are like, how did Machiko even lose that first map to Asparagus? Because they're putting down Asparagus. They don't know anything about them. The team of players that have been around since forever. They know what they're doing. They can definitely be competing on this level of play, and it's definitely showing with the talent that they have and leadership in the squad. But how does it fare with Consulate? What are sort of operator bans that come out? Is it going to be again a Brava where a Maestro gets banned to kind of counteract it? There's a lot of questions that we can just throw around in this, Gibby.
Yeah, there is. And when you talk about the bans and the way that Consulate's going to play out, one of the things that teams like to force time and time again is, especially on the top row attacks, is that default window plant where you get someone putting pressure on yellow stairs, you bring the Ying, you bring, the Sens, which will probably be banned, Grim will be brought. Like, I feel for Machiko, it's very difficult to target ban them in particular, because if you ban Sens, they're going to bring Ying. If you ban Ying, they're going to bring Sens. If if they don't even bring that, they'll bring a Dokkaebi. Like, you will see Asparagus bring every single overpowered, annoying, frustrating operator to the fray that they possibly can. So really, Machiko have got to pick their poison, particularly on the attacks. Defensive bans, like Kaid's always a good one to get rid of Milosh on a map like this. Azami again is always useful. If Brava is banned, you're forced into the Maestro ban again. I just don't know where you go, because I feel like Asparagus have got more gadgety plays and trick plays up their sleeve than them.
They love to play the classic rule of bring 3 annoying operators, or bring at least 2 annoying operators. You want to bring the stuff that's really, really powerful, right? Fair. So you're going to see a Grim, a Ying, a Dokkaebi, a length in this team. No matter what you ban away, it's going to be there. I do feel that we're going to see a little bit of targeted bans. I do feel like a Brava Maestro ban is going to be very on the cards for these teams. But seeing how Consulate is very difficult at clearing map control, Machiko might want to go for a more default set of bans where they want to get rid of stuff that's going to make their life on power position the defense even harder. So this is very difficult for me, and I think the greatest test of this is when we get into the server and see how these teams play, because now you might have the best laid plans in terms of your bans, and you can control your bans at this stage, but your strats all go out the window if you see something unexpected from a side like Asparagus. And while it's just one team that can throw you a wild card, it is this side. They might go and do something from the depths of Hungry's strat book, and trust me, that is a very unique place. He's cooking, he's in the kitchen with what he's gotten cooked up for these teams.
Yeah, that strat book has seen a lot. I mean, people would only think, oh, it's just Ying and that's it. There's way more to it than you might think. These people with that in their mind, they're probably stuck still in 2018 and early 2019 of how things were. No longer the case in any way, shape, or form. But hey, you know what? It's no longer the case. Us yapping, because we're ready to go. Asparagus and Machiko Esports take on one another here in Consulate. Will it just be Asparagus to the final to face G2O? Machiko strike back to take us to map 3. Gibby Whippet, take it away.
Thank you, Milosh. And the Siege Yaponomics podcast can end, and the SI quals can resume. Whippet, the ban phase. I feel like on this game, it's got more impact than any game that we've casted so far in this year, and Blackbeard is going to be the first one removed.
You know what? This actually makes a lot of sense to me. You think about how restricted this map is. It's going to be very claustrophobic. A Blackbeard can charge in and take map control for relative ease. Wait a minute. Asparagus have just banned Sens. Hungry, are you okay?
This is great. You're in Machiko's mental now,
what?
Right? And now they banned Maestro.
Okay, right, chat. If you're just joining us now, Sens and Maestro have been mainstays of Asparagus this entire qualifier. They have been one of the only teams in Europe that are going to play that Maestro, and they've banned it away themselves. Right.
I don't even know Capcan's
Okay,
being used
yep,
as well.
yep. Capcan banned away. So what I like to call this is a tournament set of bans. This is no longer like you think about a league format, right? You're going to have a whole week to prepare for your league game, you're going to have your bans ready, and you're going to have a very simple structure. These teams have been playing these qualifiers over a series of weeks, and this weekend has been very intense action. They've seen a lot of tape, a lot of strategy, and a lot of operator selections. Now at the business end, here in the lower bracket grand final, you may as well start banning away stuff you just don't want to deal with from players you know who are going to bring it. We saw a lot of Capcan on Kafe from the side of Matchco. I like this from it, but you know what, Gibby? I love it when the bans don't follow the script.
And here's the thing, Capcan didn't really get a lot of value in the last game, apart from, forcing the IQ a lot and, forcing the X a few seconds droning. But I feel like looking at the way the game played out and with how late a lot of these executes were, that's why we're seeing Capcan banned. It's like, okay, we were forced to execute with 10 to 20 seconds left on the clock several times. Let's get rid of Capcan so we can only focus on the gunfights. I think that's a very clever ban. I think it's a ban that, is very preventative as to issues they might encounter a little bit later on. Well, all of the, as you would kind of say, the OP operators are in play. You can bring the Dokkaebi. You can bring the Azami. Mira's available. So all in all, this is set up to be a very, I'm going to say very power abusive game whip. We're going to see a lot of abuse of the little mechanics that a lot of these operators bring to the fray, and I'm all about it. That's why you're seeing Dokkaebi. That's why you're seeing Grim being brought. I think that I'm always a fan of seeing Recruit being brought. I know that we don't call him Recruit anymore, but
Striker.
You got with Striker, you've got the EMPs and you've got the nades, and the nades are being brought to deal with Hungry's castle barricades.
Yeah, they're not going to bring a direct assault destruction for that. And looking at the lineup for Matchco at this stage, this is a very basic lineup. They're going to have the Grim Dokkaebi combination to get some zonal control and those logic bombs later on in that stage. And for Asparagus, it's more the same. This is stylistically what we'd expect from them. When Castle's available, they do love to play Castle. They'll ban away on maps like Kafe, as we saw. And that's going to be a free cross. Just knew that grenade pin was pulled and able to rotate away for freebie in that position. Should be able to get back behind the desk. A massive power position to deny that plant via that window. And so, still seeing Matchco taking their time. Great drone position, but it does get caught out early. They have opened up this box, and this is going to be a difficult position now if you want to walk on in and try and get that control. For everything, though, Asparagus, do not swing it. Do not peek this, please. Okay.
The timing. Hungry peeked it just as you asked that they wouldn't. And we're seeing the pressure being put on. There's your run out. Packbull, as you like to say, firing in a storm, is able to take down Teb. 5 versus 4. The numerical advantage now in the hands of the defensive side. Hungry doesn't need to peek. Jay on a wander will find another kill onto Dora. Takes a little damage in return, but this is all coming up Asparagus so far. Still, you've got a defender lurking down inside the basement for the late game push. You've got a C4 in the pocket of Daya. Matchco have got to bait whip it. This is the point now where Matchco have to try to bait to get a kill to give them a chance. You can't execute in a 5v3, but in a 5v4 you have a chance.
Down below, Dokkaebi should be able to get that confirmation. DMR opens up that floor behind the desk, and Lolo will use the SMG-12, a trusty bullet hose, to get that pick on towards Jay. 50 seconds, and Asparagus need to play their crossfires perfectly. The top floor is ideal for it. Flashbang lobbed up via the hatch, and you know what? Players down in Piano, so that rotation is not safe. TCSG, long barrel with that suppressor, gets exposed, but guess what? Down below, it's Packbull. The Dokkaebi call goes out, but he's deep in the basement. You can't do a lot about him. Peeks it with the SMG-12, but that will just force him on that retreat. And he might even have a shell closer to site to make things work. And now 20 seconds, and Matchco find themselves in a very nasty spot. And listen, look at this. Packbull waiting to know when coast is clear, gets himself back to site for free as Daya gets Lolo, making this an almost guaranteed win with 10 seconds remaining. It's all down to Gemini. I have a feeling it is a done story for the opening round. Does isolate a single pick with that canister, but it's just going to be, oh man, I don't want to say it, but man, that was a windy in that office right there.
Look, you open up the breach, it lets the breeze in. Come on, the window's open, the breach open. It's going to get a little windier in there than usual, but I want to talk about the use of Scopos there, because you create the vert all the way from garage up onto the default plant, and you've got Scopos playing in that position, and then once you think that the heat's a little bit too much, you can go straight back into the middle of site. It's an excellent use of how to use Scopos on a map like this. And Asparagus will take the opening round on defense. Second round, again, look, it's the first round, but you're expected to win your first defensive game. Most of the time, you'll see it go in favor of the defenders. The site will change, and straight off the bat with it, it's not often we see them go ground floor instead of basement, but it's a site that involves a lot of pressure on top floor again. And Asparagus have been very good over the course of all their matchups of making the maps as big as possible.
You know what, I do like this though, going to this, not the traditional rotation of sites. Now, to lay the scene a little bit for everybody watching this in chat, this does tend to swing towards a defense favouring map. That is just a stylistic approach from it. As the offensive side, you have to take a tremendous amount of map control to make things happen, and the defense have a lot of avenues for rotation and can have a lot of corners to sit in to set up nasty crossfires. So, the goal for Asparagus, realistically here, because this is not their map choice, is to bank themselves 4 rounds. That's the goal. Ideally 5, but that might be stretching it, as Machiko have brought this map for a reason. So let's see how that thing plays out. Lolo has donned the blitz this time around, looking to likely get aggressive with it, and Rexon is on the vigil. K1A or Boss G? What do you think?
It's gotta be the Boss G. You gotta be a menace, right? It's the rules, but it's with Rexon, you never know. All you know is Rexon's going to have an impact in every single round he plays. 79% cost into the previous matchup.
So he has an impact in 79% of the rounds he plays.
Yeah, not 8 out of 10, 7.9 out of 10. Rush explosion into the top floor. Dora gets the opener. Dora gets a second. Daya will stop the push, but you've still got a blitz to contend with. But blitz ain't as powerful as it once was. Yeah, he can. He just did.
Well, he was on a mute jammer, Gibby.
Yeah,
he shot the mute jammer to enable him to get that flash. A very smart play from the mirror to dive onto that mute jammer to buy that safety net. Unfortunately, doesn't work out. Technical 2 versus 2 for the time being, as Akwi is left in DBNO. Unsure of where, so the recovery does happen though. So he's going to be back for 3 versus 2 in all reality. Now, Pulse down below has burnt that nitrous elm, so that won't be a factor for plant denial. Can still give information. But Lolo on that blitz is now a very scary threat. With 2 players remaining, you can't set up a substantial crossfire, meaning it's going to be very difficult to have that control. They'll drop themselves into piano. They'll drop a smoke grenade to try and master movement. But one player will get caught hungry, lurking like a rat in the basement, gets that pick. And these smokes don't go deep enough. They should be able to deny this plant. The shotgun opens up, spots the blitz, they fall off that plant. Lolo goes down for the wounds earlier, and Jay, with a nasty little hip fire, gets the job done as Tab drops straight into that MP5. It'll be a second consecutive round for Asparagus here.
The worst thing about that is the smoke is what won them the round in the very end stages of that. You throw down the smoke to make the player go through the door to get the kill to make it easier, and well, you have to remember that was not reinforced. Shotgun in the back pocket, open it up, peek around the corner, get the kill. What could have been a high IQ genius play to make that post plant really easy was ruined by the fact that you didn't consider the fact that A, the wall was soft, and B, that the defender would have a shotgun in the back pocket. Asparagus take a 2-0 lead in a matchup that really should be 1-1 at this point.
You know, no, Gibby, I'm going to actually say no, it shouldn't have been, actually. I think Asparagus played... Actually, pushing up my glasses, which I desperately need, but still don't own. They played it very well, okay? They were able to play very perfectly around the reaction of that aggressive play, diving into printer, projector. There we go. Words worked eventually. And yes, they were a man down in that position, but Hungry played a great angle, stopping that drop down, getting an opening pick. Jay was in a great position to act as that counter because the smoke didn't go deep enough. And even then, I'm going to let you know a little secret, Gibby. A smoke grenade doesn't stop you from moving. So I think that was a very dangerous round for Machiko, even though they had the numerical advantage, because they knew if that case goes down, you try to plant it, you lose that advantage for 7 seconds. It goes back to a 2 versus 2, and Asparagus played well around that once they got that back to once they got that to a 2 versus 2, knowing they had that advantage once that case goes down.
So, round 3. We're just about, this is the halfway round of the matchup of the defensive half. Let's see what they have in store. We saw some curious Habana pellets on this map yesterday over by that hatch.
Don't even talk about that. Don't even talk about what we saw here yesterday.
I just did. The breach has been opened already. Smoke grenades have been tossed. It's a 3-2-1 go right into yellow, and the case is going to go down. Dora has got it in his hand. They've rushed 2 out of the previous 3 rounds. This case will go critical. It's down, and this round is won. You keep 2 players outside the breach. Round is won. Excellent by Machiko.
Surely there's no way Asparagus to win this right now, right? I'll play devil's advocate and say maybe. Okay, you can't even long arm it. It didn't go deep with that case. That's out by Redcar. Okay, you know what, Gibby? I think you're on to something here with calling this a guaranteed round. It's not going to stop them from trying, though.
No way.
There. Wait a second, Gibby. You said this was a guarantee! It's not a guarantee in the slightest! Are you kidding me?
No. Get me out.
Get me out! Get me out! How have we seen that then? How have we seen that then? How? How have we seen that? Oh, wait a minute. We might appear. There's a bit
Get your camera sorted.
My desk is on the way up. It's on the way up. Let me stand up now. The curse of a standing desk.
Oh my! So,
wow!
You've got the breach open. You've got glass. You've got smokes. You've got full control. You got the kiss down, and you lose. Look at glass. No cares. Not even a wisp of thinking about trying to stop the defuse there. And then Dora's like, hold on a second. I can hear the little thing. I can hear that case being diffused. I don't know. And the worst thing is, when it comes down to it, when a game's been lost and won, it's things like that can go on to win a game, right? You know what? We've shown our confusion at how that round was lost. Let's talk about how it was won, though. You've got to give credit to Asparagus. They got up close. They knew that if they got enough cover on the breach and they got tucked close enough to the wall, it would take a full swing to stop the case from being diffused. I'm going to give them credit too. They did do an excellent job with that retake.
That was a retake, but is a very, very rare one. You got a Consulate basement retakes are notoriously difficult when you get that case down. Shouldn't let that case go down in the first place, but it happened. This is a nightmare position to find yourself in if you're Matchco. A round that should be a guaranteed win, it goes the complete disaster class for it, but to really dive on what you said, Asparagus played that perfectly. They played it brave and they understood the circumstance, realizing, okay, we can't long arm this traditionally. We need to have someone there for the cover, but no one's going to peek you until you hear 2 or 3 taps. They had that buffer zone of a window and they had control. No one from bottom yellow had dove in the site to flood it. So you can control pillar and you have a somewhat of a crossfire on towards breach if you have one player locking down that doorway. So that post plant looks really strong, but when you dissect it a little bit further, they were too far back out towards yellow. The blitz didn't dive in, was smoked off by his own team, so couldn't get that information, giving just the smallest, most minute factor of time to enable that retake to happen. And still, the cover had to be perfect. Asparagus, I think they deserve their perfect rotation here on Consulate. Well done.
Yeah, I really want to check to see exactly how long after the case was down that the defuse even started, because it felt like it was bang bang. It was so fast that occurred. Honestly, at this point, it's 3-0. Asparagus have won themselves 3 rounds. You could argue in a very different world, it could be 2-1 the other way with how this game has gone so far. It's been entertaining. It's been excellent. Look, you take the 2 boys off of the LATAM broadcast and the LATAM broadcast follows us here, I guess. It's excellent. But this is what I love about these T2 matchups. I actually, it is absolute cinema.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually still in a little bit of shock, trying to recover myself from that one a little bit.
Right. Now, hear me out. I reckon we get Jesse and Parker to cast that exact same round, and then you'll really see somebody lose their minds. I think Jesse would blow apart if he watched that round.
I think that would be a difficult one for a color watch. You know what? I think Demo would explode as well with that one. You know, rightly, that would be around like that would. Expletives would be used, I think, would be the best way to put it. But, I mean, we look at this flawless rotation. We can take a little bit of a bigger picture look at this now going in for Asparagus. They've now got a flawless rotation here on this map. It does lean defense favored. I said your goal is to get 4 rounds. They've looked that strong in the defense, and of course, a great retake, but a round that shouldn't have went their way. They could look now for a target of 5 rounds here in the defense, and that puts them in a great position moving on towards their offensive half. And now Matchco really do find themselves in a lot of danger and a lot of trouble, because this is it. This is a single kind of... No, it's a double elimination bracket. You're in the lower bracket. You lose this, you're done. You're not going to go meet G2 in the grand final later on today. And you want to meet G2 in the final because you've beaten G2 before if you're Matchco. They're not going to be nervous about that match. And this is dangerous territory for this side.
Yeah, it is dangerous territory indeed. You've started on your attack. You've lost 3 rounds in a row. It feels weird saying it this way, but it's been a flawless start to the defensive half. You know, it might not be flawless to the eye test, but they've won their opening 3 rounds on that rotation. Now they can go straight back up to the top floor. What worked for them last time? What didn't? Can we see adjustments from the side of Matchco? Because one of the things that was done excellently was the use of Scopos down inside of basement to prevent that case from going down on the default window plant. They also had the Scopos in sight so they could just rotate back and forward at ease. Goyo, as always, being brought in that position too. So some of the best teams, and I'm going to say the best teams, will never do the same thing twice on a site because they want to keep the attackers on their toes. A, do we see any changes to that setup from the side of Asparagus? And B, will we see an attempt to counter what was done the very first time by Matchco?
I think for Asparagus, do not fix or change anything that's not broken for them right now. I think they've got a little bit under the skin of Matchco, especially after that result, and now all they have to do is press the gas and kind of play what was working well for them. For Matchco, you know what, I'm going to say this. They looked fantastic on Kafe in their opening half on their defense because they had everything rehearsed, everything figured out in terms of what Asparagus is going to do. They've not seen Asparagus on this map. They've not seen how they play. They've not played against them on this map, and they've shown very little of them on this now. This has caught them napping. This has caught them flat-footed. This is, again, they need to wake up now. You need to now win the next 3 rounds. You need to really, really lock in and buy them, get those rounds back, and I don't think Asparagus is going to make that very, very easy. Players like Pac have been exceptional so far on this map. Very active with their gun, very active kind of doing their key rolls and causing difficulty. There's a lot of danger now, and again, a lot of pressure on all these players' shoulders. And bigger picture thing, Gibby, for Asparagus, if they win this, they have a 3rd best of 3 to play today.
Yeah.
A 3rd!
Against G2 nonetheless. You know, all you're playing against is one of the winningest teams of all time in Rainbow Six. Or winningest orgs, not teams. The teams had a rough, we'll put it that way. But I want to talk a little bit about both the teams again as well, because we said before the game, Matchco have been together since August. You know what? Never mind. Let's get back into it, because just in time, we've been saved by round 4. Asparagus will start the second half of their defense. Top floor will be the location. The lineup, a little bit different already. Mute being brought, Goyo as well. We're not seeing Pacbull decide to bring the Scopos into play. It'll be Azami this time. But again, it's another it's another frustrating, annoying defender to play against. And I've always been a proponent of saying Mute is the strongest defensive operator in the game, if not the strongest operator in the game. So you got to always bring a Mute, and Hungry will do so.
Yeah. I mean, the Mute here's a perfect counterplay to bring out that Deimos. So whenever you see a Deimos, the only kind of significant way to limit the value you get from those death marks is to sit on a Mute jammer, and that's going to be a very, very key thing here. There's a lot of vulnerability from floors down below. If you lose access of positions like Piano, like Exhibit, you're going to find yourself under pressure, even if you have access in Visa controls. These Mute jammers around the map are going to limit utility in terms of drones, and also going to restrict the benefit Aqua's going to get from those death marks on the hand of Deimos. So, nice little pick. They're going into an extension out towards admin to force, yet again, Match to take as much map control as possible. They kind of tempted Faith a little bit with a little bit more of a Route 1 style of play than the last time on this side, trying to force their way in the printer into Projector. Didn't quite work out indeed, so let's see if we can see those adaptations from Matchco that they also desperately need.
And the Vert being utilized again. You can keep an eye on everything going in through Visa. You can also rotate out through that hatch if needs be a little bit later on. Dora attempting to get as much information as possible, and even better again, using those zero cams to get rid of some of those Goyos, enabling yourself a little bit later on in the game. And I like bringing zero to the fray. I think that, you know, the fact that you now get is it's 5-6 cams in the back pocket, as well as your drones, as well as having a pretty decent gun. I think that we should see a lot more of this operator than we do already. And you look at all the operators up, they're just getting so much information and causing so much destruction without even entering the map.
Terror drones go out, they're trying to burn away some of that utility from a safe distance, and again, this is a great start from the Matchco using those SAM cams to be able to use the little electric dart to burn away those Goyo counts as we saw earlier on. They're met with their first hurdle here, though. There's an electrified wall. They do have the EMPs in the back pocket and a hard breach utility to get through that, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But it looks like they don't have the players in the right position just yet. So a call is being made to rotate some movement around to get that opened up at a later stage right now. And we see those rotations happening. Pressure out by top spiral as well. Bathroom window, and Aqui does find the opening pick on the pack ball, but a great trade as they will find one on the tap. So back to level playing field 4 versus 4. But they are very much cautious to drop via yellow stairs. They need a double peek here from Spiral, and this might be Goyo's job now to peek out wide. Lolo does get one on the Dea, and now it's going to be an advantage with Matchco. Much better start from them here on this site.
Yeah, Daya could do nothing in that situation. You were flashed. The only options he had was go prone at the window and die, vault out the window and die. He chose to vault out the window, but Jay is able to get the size, level, and number count once more. C4 could be good as well, but the player's just a little too far away. On the rappel, you can see the silhouette on top yellow now. This could be a vital fight as Jay looks away for a second, but it doesn't matter. He's better. He takes down Lolo. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Case in the hands of Dora. You've got plenty of opportunity to get information with Dora playing Grim, or with Grim on Gemini and Dora playing on the other side. I don't know what, but I feel like this is not done even in a 3v2, particularly with these two sides.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more here, but the difficult thing is look at the position of Matchco. They're out towards admin side. The crossfire can be a nightmare, but they're going to be able to sneak their way in. And a lot of damage taken there. Gemini will get one. Hungry C4 is good to stop that plant going down. 20 seconds, 1 versus 2. Grim Bees, still 3 in pocket, knows one player stuck in that box, but can't act live on that information. A deep rotate all the way to the baguette, but the camera will ruin his plans, dropping prone with the MP7, and Jay will get that one guaranteed. Asparagus, 4 consecutive rounds here on Consulate. There is an asterisk. This is a very defense-favored map, Gibby, but this is still a great position to be in.
It is, but if you're 4-0 up, right? It's not too hard to go for the 5th. It's not too hard to go for the 6th.
It's better than being 4-0 down. We could say that.
And that's where Matchco are. They're 4-0 down on their map pick, on what is essentially a best of 1 to stay in the series. You lose this map and your SI run is over. Asparagus can win a date with G2 with just 3 more rounds in the kitty if they can do it. Sight will be the same as they went to last time on the second side of the rotation onto piano. Last time we were here, it was a excellent play coming up from basement, opening up that wall and getting the kill. And once more, they're going to leave that wall soft. But I think they are playing into that. They want the attempted plant by piano or in the corner. That's why that wall is being left soft.
Yeah, I think you've read them perfectly for this week, actually, Gibby. Yet again, we're going to see the demos getting brought out. Pack Ball this time, dawning on towards the mute. I'll echo the same points as that previous time. Again, demos on a map like this can have significant impact. The mute jammer is the only consistent and very effective way to limit the benefit those death marks give you. So watch them again. Use those mute jammers, which Packball hasn't really put down yet, so hopefully he can get placing them sooner rather than later. Brava is in play to try and take away as much utility as possible at this stage. Again, I think those Banshees will be left vulnerable to that, so see how that will play out in the latter stages of this one. Vigil upstairs and Printer might pose a little bit of a problem if left unchecked and the top floor clear begins to commence without knowing he's there.
Last time we were here, it was an explosive push through that wall once it was opened by Dora. This time, not going to be the same, but you still got to do the same pieces of the puzzle. Get the walls open, give yourself loads of avenue of entry. I think bringing the Brava is a pretty brave shout this time around because you can capture some of those mute jammers, you can disable some of those Melusi.
Bit windy. Bit windy from Jay.
The door's open again. We all know how windy of a map Consulate can be.
I mean, I'll draw your attention to the top right-hand side of your screen. 5 drones lost from Matchcode. There is at least one of them stuck in a mute jammer upstairs by Projector. So drone economy-wise, look at that. Down to 3 drones, down to 2 drones. Right, Asparagus have essentially gouged the eyes out of Matchco. They do not know where anyone is now, and they cannot get that information for free. The mute jammers and players in the right position looking out for these drones have had a massive effect so far in this round. So, essentially, you are flying blind with Matchco. You're playing of game sense, reactivity, and the end of your rifle to get the job done at this point.
And they've got 1 minute and 25 seconds to work within the 5v5.
That's so much
First
damage.
bit of damage dealt on the Gemini, and as you said, it's not a bit of damage, it's quite a bit indeed. One more stray round could be the end of him in this round in particular. Daya takes a little bit of damage too, but Lolo's making the push now in through main reception. He'll win the one, but Packbull on the other side and Rexon in another. It's a 4 versus 2. They tried to go for the execute. They figured the time was now, but it's a 3v1. It's all down to Acqui. You're not winning this one, or should I say, dare I say you're not winning this one after what we've seen a little bit earlier. You've got a hold being held. I don't know what, but I think I can confidently say this one's going to be won by Asparagus.
Gibson, normally I like to play the devil's advocate and say, oh my god, there might be a massive play here. Unfortunately, this is going to kind of just be stomped out a little bit of the embers of this fire. The round have completely gone out, and Asparagus will likely 99% guarantee get themselves to a 5-round advantage here on Consulate. Again, the asterisk is getting a little bit less pronounced, but it's still there. This is a defense-favoring map, so we do expect Asparagus to have a great opening half. But the big storyline for me right now, Gibby, is look at that drone economy. There are no drones remaining. Hatbull does die. Doesn't sell the round, though, right? This should be a guarantee. Back to my point. The drone economy was shocking for the side of Matchco this time around. Yeah. Met by players just watching for drones and those mute jammers, denying access points and forcing them to fly blind into a round where they, again, on a map like Consulate, you don't want to be face checking. You don't want to be going in hoping that you can pie an angle and find the kills, because then you're going to walk in the crossfires and give up picks. And the man advantage was against them, and Asparagus played that perfectly. And now they are in a position that they could only be dreaming of. Asparagus have a 5-0 advantage over Matchco on Matchco's map pick. Remember, if this map goes to Asparagus, we wave goodbye to the Italian roster. They're not making a miracle run to Boston. They're not going to the Invitational. That's going to mean G2 will face Asparagus for the second time today for that opportunity to be the European representative from the LCQs.
Yeah, let's pretend it's not a best of 3. Then it could just be a 6 maps between the two sides. But this is where things get very, very important for Matchco to just get around. At this point, win one round on attack. I know this is a defender favored map. I know that 5-1 is still a very deep chasm to try get yourself out of. However, if you lose this round, the mental is going to be gone entirely. There's no way you claw yourself back from the abyss from this point. Last time you played here, you went all in, you went for the rush, it didn't work. In previous maps on attack, you went for 10-second executes, it didn't work. They've got to find the balance of being proactive in the round from the first second to the last, not wasting too much time, not throwing too much caution to the wind. Then, maybe, you'll see a round win. And I feel like they're setting themselves up for a slower execute with the Thermite, with the Ram, with the Dokkaebi. You've got your execute operator there with the Dokkaebi, but the main thing is, you've got the ability to create the vert, to try to make picks, to maybe force one of those Asparagus' players to peeking an angle they don't want to.
Stealing the words right out of my mouth there, gives him for this one. Lineup wise, the big thing to me is going to be the double hard breach. Actually, the triple hard breach redundancy. They've got Lolo on Striker, Dora on Thermite, and Gemini on the Habana. They have a lot of options to get open these hard breach areas, like these hatches, like these walls. So then, nice bit of redundancy from them. Aqui on the Ram means to me that they're going to try and open up some pressure out by display, out by that hatch, to really force positions inside a garage to be a little bit more uncomfortable. So, Matchco going for a much more clear through the map style of approach this time around, but Asparagus are going to make them fight for every single inch. Logic Bomb goes out. You can hear that from the respective of Habana, and Flashbang goes out. That should be a freebie. It doesn't pounce on that Flashbang, and that's going to be a nightmare. Unfortunately, for the side of Rexon, doesn't pounce on that, and it will be the opening pick going in favor of Matchco for the very first time here on the offense.
Yeah, and Rexon felt a little bit cornered, maybe that they had to push that gunfight, when in reality they didn't, but it's a 5 versus 4. Now the Logic Bomb's going to be deployed, and as you can see, the Mute Jammer's cutting out a lot of the available information. Hungry on yellow stairs. Daya is there as a contingency plan to help, but do they know there's someone outside? Well, they definitely do now. 4 versus 4, as that shotgun will find one, but Dora from outside yellow will get another kill on the board. Aqui is incredibly low. Gemini has taken some damage as well, but with a minute to go, even though it's still setting up to be like a 20-second execute, I do feel like Matchco's tempo has been a little bit better here.
This has been a much improved round from this team. But again, job's not done, Gibby. 50 seconds and only 1 player advantage, and Aqui. Stray rounds. Bit of debris might hit him on the head. That might be him. He's only got around 2 HP left. Gemini wounded as well. The Ram buggy drones begin to carve open this floor in Expo. Will that be enough to have an impact in this moment? Dora rotates towards that main breach, and the big cautionary tale I'm going to tell you right now is, yes, you have these power positions, but you lack one very important resource. You lack the trade. You lack the opportunity to trade your teammate, and he's going to get caught on that wire. He's going to get shocked all the way in the DBNO, and this is going to be, oh, so important time burned away, Gibby. 10 seconds remain. line. 3 versus 2 in technicality's sake, and I think this should be around. Daya gets one, locked in the Dora, and now it's going to be a last gasp of desperation. Teb will get one, but surely time will be his enemy, and it will be. Asparagus complete a flawless defensive half here, meaning they've got themselves on the map at series point here on Consulate.
Well, Whip it. Ram was dancing on a tightrope that whole time. You've 1 HP. You were an inch and a half of dying to your own boogie. Like you saw that, right? You saw how close you were to stepping over that, which would have killed you. And then you walk over a reinforced electrified hatch with 1 HP and you get downed. Then, to add insult to injury, who has the case? Dora, your Habana. Where is Dora with 13 seconds left? Getting the res onto your downed player beside that electrified hatch that you can't drop down with the diffuser. I don't know what the plan was there. I'm going to give credit to Asparagus for maybe causing confusion with the site setup. You know, mirrors can be scary at times whenever a breach has been opened. But Whip it, I just feel like it's very disjointed. Like, if you've got the diffuser, why are you not by the breach? Why are you getting a res with 7 seconds left with no way to get back to site?
I wish I had the answers for you, Gibson, but the biggest thing I'm going to tell you here, right, is it's all well and good, right? Okay, Matchco, yeah, they made a mistake that round. That was what we would call a blunder. But Asparagus need to be in the right position and have everything else to that point to take full advantage of it. Rainbow Six is a game of attrition. It can be a death by 1,000 paper cuts. And right there, Matchco just didn't have any other option. And unfortunately, the crux of that round was an electric claw on a hatch. And that is why we love this game at the end of the day. So, Gibson, side swap, round number 7. We often talk about how important it can be from any teams. And this time for Matchco, they need to be flawless on their own defensive half. And it's a big achievement for Asparagus to do it. Can we see this back-to-back in terms of achievements?
Yeah, well, we're in that situation now, where we always say this is the most important round of the game. Well, this round, the round after that, the round after that, every single one of them is the most important round of the year, potentially, for Matchco, as they need to win to get themselves into those SI the final game of the SI qualifier against G2. But it's not looking likely. You're 6-0 down. It's your match pick. You're on defense. You're on Consulate. You've brought the clash in play on Lolo, who's one of the best gunners in the tier 2 scene, but instead you're hampering him with a shield. And all I can see from Asparagus is clearing utility. The Rotero will not clear that Goyo on yellow, which is a very important one to deal with. But while all that's going on, Rexon's back on his finca. Packbull will push across the map. He's got the thermite wall open already. I feel like Asparagus, they're just keeping Matchco on their toes, and I love it.
I think for me, though, as Asparagus need to be very careful with their time utilization here. You're up against a clash, and no one's behind that Flores drone, so that's not a big deal. They're going to be blocked off by that Goyo canister, and this clash is going to gather a mountain of information at this stage. Drone eco looks great from Asparagus so far. Only 2 drones lost, and they send out that logic bomb, but the clash is proving to be a difficult nut to crack. They need to find a way to get through that British operator sooner rather than later, as every second drains away, puts a little bit more pressure on the offensive prowess of this team.
55 seconds, and this is your chance to qualify. You need to win this round. It's still a 5 versus 5. Pressure's being put on below, but the bullets are going to miss. There's the Finca stem, but you feel like it's getting very, very tense. Hungry's going to fall to just around 5 or 6 HP. The smoke canisters will hold him from walking inside. Gemini will get the first kill. Teb gets another. There's life in Matchco yet, but Peter Bull is there to deal a little bit of damage. Sprinting through the smoke now is Packbull. You've got the silhouette around the corner. The FNAT's going to go off now as well. There's chaos and confusion amidst the clouds here, but Packbull finds another. It's a 2 versus 3. Make it a 1v3. Hungry, blind, but it looks like Matchco are going to live to fight another round.
They get that round. They get 1 round. There is still a heart to beat upon the chest of this Italian roster. They are not dead yet. Asparagus make that a narrow margin of a fight. And I tell you what, Gibby, I actually at a moment thought there was still a chance to get that one done. But a massive play from the player on smoke there. Those toxic canisters choked out that play. Bought them damage, bought them a window, and caused chaos. Asparagus could not take full advantage of it. it. But Gibby, look at this. Look at this absolute mess. Fenrir gadgets, everything galore. But you know what I'm going to say here? And get ready for this one. No one was on that bulletproof camera. Keep your mind to that one. Keep your mind to that thought right there. No one hopped on the BP camera under a very contested area. So maybe there could have been a chance for Sparks to find something there. And a very bad start for drone economy so far. Spargus, 3 drones down. Okay, 2 drones down. The HUD lied to me. Only 2 drones down.
Yeah, so 20 seconds in the prep phase. Again, every second matters for Matchco. Remember, the core of this side made a miracle run to SI way back in 2021, a long time ago now. But they're all, you know, they had a chance of doing it again. They still can. As long as there's breath in the team, there's still a chance. But to do that, they need to be perfect. 5 rounds needed to be won in a row just to force overtime, just to potentially win map 2 and maybe give us a game 3. They have a long journey left to go, but every journey starts with the first step, and they just took it on their opening round on defense. Moving now to the next round with it. They're going down to the basement. They're not taking any chances with the site rotation. And I see Hungry on the shield. And when I see Hungry on the shield, are they going to rush down through that visa hatch?
Well,
if they can get it open.
The first problem is going to be getting that hatch open. No one is in visa to stop them, so they should get this open up. I don't think it's going to be a full 5-man rush. I don't think Hungry wants to commit to that one either. Hearing 2 EMPs go off and those X-Kairos pellets chew through that reinforced steel is going to make a very, very loud dinner bell indeed. Now, no one pushes from that one, but there is a little bit of motion out towards visa now. We're going to be seeing Gemini creeping on up to try and get some access. We'll shoot 1 drone and should take that as an opportunity to scamper on away. You've blinded them, you took away information, you took away utility. You should try and get your life back towards site. Playing in an aggressive position on the staircase, looking to buy a pick, and nothing lining up just for him yet. But Asparagus cautious of the massive roam presence. This could be, maybe if they spot it, a chance to get direct on site.
Logic bomb has been deployed. A little bit of art has been drawn on the main breach here by Maverick, as well as Daya is attempting to find the opening kill of the round. Smart from the Matchco players to not peek, but Hungry is going to go for the push down secret on the other side of the map. Now, the benefit is you can open this without really worrying with the shield in the pocket, but Akwe would need to buy himself just that little bit of time, and that's exactly what happens. So for 20 seconds, the push is going to stall out. Another logic bomb deployed. I would have liked to have seen that call be held maybe a few seconds longer till the fire dissipates to give Goyo a little bit more of something to worry about. But while the backstab is going on, Maverick Daya has created the opportunity to go in, and Packbull has also made it a 5v4.
Packbull getting that pick now puts a lot of pressure. You have 1 less active rifle to make things stick, and you've got that Maverick hole that gives you access in the garage. Now the question is, do they have information that can watch that position? They've got a lack of hard cameras, a single BP, and you got to hope that BP's facing the right way, Gibby. But look at those red silhouettes. They got to hit him on stomping around out towards Kafe, and now they know he's there. Rexon finds 1 more, finds a second, and look at this. Asparagus dives straight in the sight. Hungry will lose his brawl with that shield, and they can't recover him in time. Daya gets that DMR to fire off and get to 1 Gemini, but now all down to Lolo. A classic staple on this team has all the information in the world, but that case goes down. He wins the fight, and that's the round. What do they know? Do they know? They have to know. Wait,
he doesn't have it.
Cooldown. No stim.
He doesn't have it.
You should know. Yeah, there he goes. Guaranteed now. Locked out. Lolo saves the day. The entire nation of Italy can now breathe again. They can raise their flags in celebration that they got themselves a second round and a second beat of their heart to stay alive in the last chance qualifiers and make their opportunity or make their case to face G2 in our grand final later on today. But Gibby. Narrow margins indeed.
What a clawback that was. There was at a 4v2 at one point, and they eventually won the round in a 1v1 post plant. Whip it. The smoke and mirrors that play of putting all the pressure on the backside and having Maverick, once everyone's focused on the main side of the push, just a sneak in, an attempt to get the case down. The fact that Rexon died there, though, forced Daya to go for a plant in a different position. And yes, he got the case down in the end, but it did mean that he wasn't guns up whenever he needed to be, when a time mattered most. Lolo the Demon. Look, I will never forget a couple of years ago speaking to the players in Tier 2 about who the most terrifying gunner was in the Tier 2 ecosystem. There was two names that were brought up more than anyone else, and it was Jegs, who is now playing, he's been playing in Tier 1 now for over a year, and Lolo. He was the most deadly gunner in Tier 2, as polled by the players that I spoke to, and he's the one that clawed them back into that round. Not on the clash. Like, that's nearly as bad as what we saw done to Bo a few years ago, right? Bo should not be playing Flores and Thermite, right? It's not the way. But you've still got 4 rounds to win.
You reminded me about that. You reminded me sitting there, speaking to some coaches at the event, and be like, why is Bolo on Flores here at TSM? That is shocking. Anyway, Gibby, we have seen 2 consecutive rounds now from Matchco. We have seen this game be very, very streaky. Asparagus winning 6 consecutive, and Matchco now finding the 2 rounds consecutively. This does tend to be a defense-favored map. Maybe not this defense favored in tradition, but if Matchco can find a sweep here, you gotta have to imagine that will be a massive buff to their mental. Asparagus have players like Packball who still have the ghosts of qualifying to majors in 2023, where they had many best of 3 opportunities to do so and falling short with Wild at the time. And you gotta wonder if things might begin to feel like that in the back of the mind for this one. The players gotta shake that feeling around the play. Asparagus looking to get control. The swings of the SMG-11 does not connect, and Rexon has been exceptional so far, but a little bit quiet since the rehost of this map, of course.
Still a long way to go for Matchco from this position. You look at the setup that they've brought. Legion, more impactful the longer the game goes on, but Dora finds the opening kill. That's important. There's the little signal now as the push through will happen from Daya. Will manage to get a kill. It's a 2 versus 4 now.
4 versus 2, yeah.
Not even going to try to read that kill feed. It's all down to Hungry. It's another round, should be one for Matchco, barring a crazy scene of events. But this is what Matchco needed. Comfortable round. A really comfortable round like this is huge for them.
This is scary, Gibby. This is very, very scary. You've just seen the advantage of Asparagus that looked to be a mountain. It looked to be like climbing K2, a perilous task indeed. Been halved. Now it's just a simple walk up a hill for Matchco, and Asparagus have called their timeout, and I think a very wise choice indeed. Timeout called. Gibby, if you are sitting in the camp of Asparagus right now, what are you saying? What are you trying to get them? So what are you trying to get through their heads right now?
Just focus on what we need to do. I'd say Hungry is calling out the strat now. This is how we're going to win this next round. Let's not troll. Let's not mess about. Let's get the job done. Because if you lose, after being 6-0 up, if you lose this map and you go to a third, I don't know how you recover. And honestly, I feel like this is a great time to call too, because it does stall out the momentum of Matchco that little bit as well. It slows them down, but Whip It, it's still so difficult. You've still got to be perfect for 3 rounds just to force overtime.
I am not envious of any player in this matchup in the slightest. I used to talk a lot about this, Gibson, and it's going to be the match point curse, realistically, for these teams. It is the one more round mentality can be very dangerous for teams to slip into. When you have a 6-round advantage, it's very easy to think to yourself, just one more round, right? It can't be that difficult to get one more. And it's proving to be very difficult for Asparagus to find that one more round to get them over the finish line here. Now, the closer and closer Matchco get, the more the pressure builds upon them. They know the stakes of this matchup. They know everything going into it. They've already played a best of 3. They must be getting fatigued at this point. They want this map to be over. They want this to be done here and now. But Matchco are putting all that pressure on them. And this is where you might see unforced errors cost rounds and let Matchco back in the game. Lolo back on the clash after an exceptional performance with the rifle. Decides, nah, I want a shield.
Yeah, and I think this is just down to the fact that Matchco, we know that they're a team that prep and prep and prep and prep, and they're like, Lolo, we need you to do this job. And Lolo, credit to Lolo.
Badge, mate.
Lolo will do it for the badge, as you said. But you look at the lineup on the other side from Asparagus. They want to get that breach open pretty quickly. That's why they brought the Thatcher and the Ace. That means that defenders can't really play in that position. Drones will be dealt with on entry. But another thing that I want to see them work on is clearing those Goyos. And that's a good need, and that will deal with that one. So now yellow becomes a very viable option for the push, and yellow becomes something that needs to be held more actively by Matchco.
You know what's really scaring me right now? Really freaking me out for Asparagus? They've lost 5 drones. They have half of their drone economy still to work with, and they're not even halfway through the rounds at this point. This is a very bad position to be in. Now, of course, you're going to expect people in the default positions, but you want to have that guarantee. You want to have that insurance. You want to have a drone ahead of your entry when you're making that dive bomb in. So now they're going to have to make a very connected decision. We have to face peak some angles. We have to get our flank drones. We have to get these core drones established. And that might leave us a little bit short for these plays. Down below, Jay on that Deimos could have a massive factor. But those mute jammers scattered across the defensive setup are going to limit the viability of those death marks in combination with the fact that drone eco isn't good. We don't know how many marks they have. So that drone goes out. They now know Piano is clear from that access point. But minute 25, Asparagus not in a great position in this round of Matchco. Realistically, just need to sit still.
Yes, sit still. You might need to move if the death mark goes out and you're within range from the soft floor from below, but as we can see, no silhouettes anywhere in the vicinity. Now a breach has been opened as they begin to push on that horizontal plane from that office admin side of the map. You've got Daya holding the swing, but of course with that Goyo having been popped already, it means that you're very limited in places you can be swung from and swing to. Red dot's out. Remember about Jay below. He's off on his little wander. This is where he has a big impact. The shotgun swing comes through, but it's the Finka who's not going to fall. The C4 will be thrown as well. No damage dealt off the back of that, and there is the kill from the Deimos from below. Clash now on a wing and a prayer will need to fall back. The smoke buying just enough time to reposition, but Jay is a menace with it from below right now with the Deimos. 30 seconds to go. It's a 5 versus 4. Matchco need to hold on.
The Vendetta 44 down below, dancing around the toes, but one red silhouette's dropped to fight him. He needs to win that one, and that's what he does. And now Akwi comes online. He's got 2 impact grenades to go down below, and he'll buy so much damage. Dora will pick up one. The hungry Gemini fires off toward Packful. 10 seconds, it all falls apart. Daya alone against 3. Hipfire's not good at the find. That connection drops prone with the MP7, and it is going to be yet another tally to add to Matchco's potential comeback, finding themselves yet another round, Gibby. Round by round, kill by kill, fight by fight, they have clawed their way back tooth and nail. The 6-0 advantage reduced to 6-4, and Asparagus gotta be thinking now, man, we had such an advantage, where's it gone? The daylight's closing in between these teams, and Matchco are gonna ride that momentum all the way to the bank if they can get this to overtime.
We'll whip it at the start. I was a denier. Then I became a skeptic. Now I'm becoming curious. I'm on the verge of potentially becoming a converted believer. Maybe Matchco could be about to turn this map around. It's still a tough ask to achieve that feat. They have still quite a ways to go, but they're doing the business. They're winning it round by round. Asparagus took their time out. They got no return on the investment. They did not win that round. And all of a sudden, you just got to believe. The Italians, they're not backing down. They're staying in the fight. But look at the change in roles again. Like, Lolo went from playing the Clash to now being on the Scopus, a roaming operator, a frontline operator. There's a lot of flexibility in this Matchco team, it's got to be said.
They've shown us a variety of different shapes, options, and anything really going around from this. And Matchco need to keep staying unpredictable on their defense and playing steadfast positions to get that done. And Spawn Peak isn't going to be effective for this time, but I like the vision from Lolo. Yet again, donning a rifle. He's been so effective with the active gun in his hand so far for his side. This is going to be a very tense round, as every round from this moment will be. It's round 11, of course. If Matchco win this, that guarantees all 12 rounds of regulation have to be played. Asparagus even under more pressure, if that is the case. Dokubi in play. Swapped out for a Fink, I believe. Those logic bombs play an important part of trying to clear this aggressive roam presence so far from Matchco, but yet again, it's just like it was with the Deimos. Those mute jammers scattered across the map cause so many problems, and the first logic bomb goes out. And stopped.
Yeah, it's the smart thing to do. Get towards the mute jammer. Stop the logic bomb from being an issue. Rotate back to site now with the Scopus and keep the shield in that position for a late round flank down yellow. if push comes to shove. Tev with the C4 will strike first, and it's the former teammates, the former comrades in arms that will deal damage onto each other. Rexon falls the hatch, and we'll go DBNO now as well. But oh no! He's done a Corey! No!
Corey! I saw him in chat earlier, unfortunately. Seb gets that one done. And, well, this round, Calamity, shut down. And it should be a guarantee for Matchco at this stage. Everything will be a little bit frantic now as the team kill tends to upset the rhythm. They don't spot the electric claw. They know they have to burn it some way, and they'll try and do it this way. Now, of course, you can place this on the wooden floor, and the hard breach radius will open up that hatch. Does so effectively, so they have one avenue directly in the site to put some pressure up, but look at this. Creeping, crawling, hop on board with Hungry, trying to catch someone.
I don't even know how you bounce back from this one if you're Asparagus. Yes, it's a 2v4, but you dealt the telling blow onto one of your teammates. Two teammates of Corey in the past, by the way, if you want even more to that thread of a storyline. As we got a rat angle. Yeah, a player prone at the bottom of Spiral. Nobody's going to be expecting that one. Yes, you can maybe open up the possibility of opening up that breach, as they might intend to just do that, but with it, I feel a hatch drop may also be the only opportunity. Smoke thrown on the rotate, smoke thrown directly below the hatch, and now they go for the plant. A repositioning of those defenders. You can see Dora working his way here, has got the C4 in the back pocket, but good pressure will come in, but Dora will get the C4, and Akwi will get the kill. Matchco have forced every round in regulation from 6-0 to 6-5. The job's not done just yet, but who'd have thought this just 20 minutes ago?
This is a monumental moment from Matchco. Asparagus, a team who have already played a best-of-3 against G2 earlier today, now face the likelihood of this going into a second overtime. They lead the series 1-0, but the worst-case scenario for this side would be a map number 3. And Matchco have all the momentum in the world, everything backing them up, Gibby. And oh, die on the Che! Absolute nightmare fuel.
It was a nice
Corey
shot,
would be proud of that one, though.
Nice shot, though. It was.
It was, NS.
NS, NT. Akwi finishing the round out, but Whip it is a defender-favoured map. And now are we...
Normally not this defender-favoured, Gibby. Look, I would like to see the offense win a round, maybe, perhaps, perchance.
Would you rather the offense win the round, or would you rather see a reverse sweep from 6-0 down to winning the map in overtime, 8-6, to winning the map in this way and forcing a third map and giving us that little bit more tension going into the G2 game?
I mean, Gibson, I'm not gonna lie. Imagine, I've already seen the headlines in the local paper tomorrow. Matchco reverse sweep to beat G2 in the final. I'm manifesting. But, Matchco, you mentioned, job not done. They need to get this round. That means they go to overtime. Now, I don't know what the overtime sides look like. I don't know who's on the favorable defense. But realistically, if this goes to overtime, whoever gets a defensive half in that overtime should statistically win this matchup. So, Matchco, a lot riding on this one. And Asparagus even more so. They want this one done. They want to get ready. They want to get prepped. And they want to get ready for G2 later on today. They don't want border. They do not want that at all. I might, but they don't.
Yeah. Here's an anomaly though, Whip, but it might be 6-5, but every single Asparagus player is going negative. Every single Matchco player is going positive. The stats do not reveal the scoreline. However, there's a chance here for Matchco to level the sides once more. One round. Asparagus have been trying for 5. This is their 6th attempt now to book a date with G2. Can they get it done? Let's not forget about the Frost mats. Yes, they're not as good as they once were, but the information they provide can be key. Packbull is, of course, going to be on the Brava. You look at what he can get value out of. You look at, you go, okay, get rid of the F-Nats. Yeah, you can maybe deal with some of the jammers. Maybe the Melusi gadget, you know, maybe that could be the gadget that you target. Either way, Packbull needs to get as much value out of this bit of utility as he possibly can.
Every bit of utility matters so much more. I'm very curious what the approach from Wild will be. Attacking this middle floor forces you to take a lot of control upstairs for a lot of pressure on that verticality. Walking in the lobby can often be a death trap, and they should be able to find this now. Gibson, halfway through this round, 5 drones gone, and the shuffle of those Fenrir gadgets will make things very, very difficult indeed. Exothermic charge goes off to give them a little bit of an extra highway straight on the site, but still no clear path to victory from Asparagus, and Machko just need to sit still, just need to hold their crossfires, and they might be able to get this all the way to overtime.
Opening blood for Asparagus, 5 versus 4, but they've been in this position before. The bees have been deployed, but what information are they gathering? Absolutely none other than the fact that the space is clear. There's a yellow ping over on the side to the BP, but there's a player prone on the angle that they seem to have no clue. The smokes go deep. They don't know. Lalo gets one. Lalo gets 2. He goes for the 3rd, but Packbull will find Gemini on the other side. Lalo, the gunner, gets another one with the pistol in hand. It's a 3v3 now, but there's a player confirmed down. Lalo will fall. Is that the final boss? Over and done with. They sprint, they pick up the case, whip it, 2 versus 2, make it a 1 versus 3. Rexon, the Hungarian demon, isn't going to do it. Machko have pulled it back from the depths. We're going to overtime.
Are you kidding me? 20 minutes ago, this looked like an inevitable trip to a 2-0 victory for Asparagus. A second date with G2. But Machko, the pride of Italy, have clawed their way back time and time again. And they have forced our hand to overtime. And I mentioned I didn't know the defensive sides. Machko have got themselves the defense here, Gibby. They now have all the cards on their table, and Lolo finding 3, the bailiff miracle from downtown in lobby, enough to unravel the round, and Asparagus absolutely cooked that time. Machko, all momentum riding on their shoulders. Can they find a 7th consecutive round and get themselves on map point and force us to border?
Twice on the brink, twice Lalo answers the bell. Twice after answering the bell, Lalo gets demoted to Clash. It's just the way it is. This is his job on this site. He's going to play the Clash. However, as you pointed out, Machko could potentially be about to win Consulate without winning a single round on attack. If they win this round on defense, they're going to be so confident that they get the job done. But how often in the past have we seen a team lose 6 rounds on the attack to only win their first attack in overtime? It's been done before. It can be done again. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. They've got the hard breach. They've got all the stuff they need to do to open the walls for that horizontal push once more. But the Clash has been a problem, and they've not dealt with it effectively on any of these top floor attacks.
Lolo's Clash has consistently been a linchpin of success for Machko. They've never dealt with it, as you mentioned, and now they're going to go for a very similar attack yet again. Expect Jay on the demos down below to try and deny that vertical power position out by printer doorway, or by projector doorway. This is now a very predictable offense from Asparagus, as they've seen it before. That mute jammer plays a very important role as well. Stops the demos having an effect, and they shuffle it away from the likely second nade, which was tossed out. So Teb can now play in a new power position, safe from that demos down below, and the Clash has been spotted. Machko in a fantastic position right now to close out their defense and move on to what could be a very sketchy offense. And again, those Goyo counters burning away, choking out this play. Every single bit of pressure now on the shoulders of Asparagus. Give me 35 remain.
Minute and 35 to go, and again we're seeing this incredible ability from Machko to get themselves tucked into the blind spots, into the shadows of the Asparagus attack. Once more, we're seeing the pressure below. Last time they dropped the Goyo, Akwi came and took the fight into his own hands. We can see the red silhouettes, we can get the information. That pistol ringing out below will give the information that you've got to be careful. But remember, Whippet, it was Akwi the last time around that was able to do the damage, and Akwi's going for the flank again. Rexon gets the opener. The information on both these players works both ways, Whippet, but keep an eye on the silhouette of Akwi.
The value that they're getting from these mute jammers is absolutely insane right now, Gibson. Those single Wi-Fi routers find it, but Rexon gets a second. Teb has a lifeline now, but Rexon's gonna go huge, finding 3, but silenced. But it's all down to this now. The very first attacking victory might be dawning as it's down to a 1 versus 3. This case should go down, but Dora wins the 1. This can't be doable, surely, Gibby. There has to be a guaranteed win for Asparagus, but job's not done. They go down below, and they're going to try and play vertical on this diffuser. The bulletproof camera still in favor of the defense, so they now know this position is clear, but that smoke canister should buy you enough space and time to work your way in. Peeks out wide and finds it! Daya falls. The case in a difficult position. Taps it once, taps it twice. You're very far away, but has to play the time. All the pressure now from Asparagus. And surely they get this one done. A long rotation out by Long Desk. Will be patient and wins it. Hungry gets it done. And finally, after 12 rounds, we get an offensive victory for one of these teams. And Asparagus now move themselves to a favorable defense. And they are on map and series point.
I don't know if it's excitement or relief from you, but an attacking round has been won. But it wasn't simple. Dora, not a master of dividing and conquering, brought that back to a 1 versus 1 and almost won the fight against Hungry. But do you know who else is always good in those 1v1 situations? You know who else is a master of movement and manipulating their target at times? It's Hungry. And he's able to win that round with the flank. Enough noise made, pulls him off the case, and gets himself into that corner and gets the kill. Now all you gotta do is win your defensive round, but whip it. How ironic would it be if Match could win this attack?
It is written in the stars, Gibson, because listen, I don't believe we've had a single 15-rounder this weekend. And who else to get it other than us, Gibson? We love a 15-rounder. This is what we live for. From reverse sweeps to absolute blowouts that go all the distance. This is what we want. Matchco with all of the weight of a nation, their fans, and their own expectations to make it to Boston to compete in Fenway, the 6th Invitational 2025. And this single round, this single offensive round can determine the future of this team. 2 minutes 40. The most important 2 minutes of these players' lives.
Oh my, oh my. This is a situation to be in for Asparagus. This is what, your 7th match point of the game? You get 7 chances to get the job done? Is it going to be 7th time lucky? Or will Matchco bring it one more time? They're already below, creating a little bit of a maze to move around, to move these defenders, using the buck to open up the floor from below. That Goyo on the yellow does give you that little bit of security that a player is not going to be overly aggressive in that position. Aqua Whippet learning from flaws of the past, getting a cam down into basement, which is where Packbull started everything off for Asparagus with that early game roam in round number 1. But we need Gemini to get information using the bees. We need Lolo to signal the advance by using the lion scan. We need Teb to cut off the flanks. Every Matchco player needs to do their job. Asparagus, their operators, their whole lineup is set up to wait.
This is what they need to do. Sit and wait. Let the tension build. This is a pressure cooker of a round. Every second that drains away is one more ember, one more grain of sand of hope for Matchco. Buck down below could be a very important job, reveals one position, but they scamper in the box. They stay alive from that, and that's Packball's job, just to stay alive. These power positions chewed up and devoured from the skeleton key down below. 2 bodies stacked up, and Akwi finds one. Packball overextends, the C4 goes down, that's gonna be golden, but the Buck plays a key role in this round from this moment on. As the case goes cold, Buck needs to control the movement of this defensive side, otherwise they can run rampage upstairs.
Yeah, but he misses the chance. Look, Siege timing, as always, is the way. But a re-peek, you don't need to re-peek that. Akwe will drop low. Stun grenades being thrown as another lion scan will go off, but inside the mute jammers, the position in Akwi, the third peak will come through from Jay, and this is the one that matters. The case is going down. Gemini with the flank is able to take down Daya. There's nothing they can do to stop the case from going critical. It's a post plant. It's all down to Hungry. He falls, and of irony of all ironies, the first two attacking rounds of overtime have both been won. What the hell?
Gibson, it is written in the stars. Regulation full of only defense's victories. And now it's the offense running rampage here on Consulate. All 15 rounds have been summoned. And it's time for this one. The stakes are simple. Asparagus win this matchup. They have a second date with G2 in our grand final later today. If Matchco win, we go to border. This is not over, Gibby. There's still one more potential map in this series. It feels like we've been here for an eternity, but I wouldn't change it for the world. And now, this is it. This is the last round of Consulate. All the chips on the table, Gibby. Everything matters now.
It's 1 round and G2 for Asparagus. 1 round and 1 more map for Matchco. This is a very massive round for Asparagus because look, the one, I didn't want to say it, but how many times in the past have we seen Packbull a best of 3 win away from qualifying for an international event? He's not been able.
Don't remind me, Gibby.
It's happened time and time again. They need to stop the curse. They need to win this attack. If this goes all the way to border, I don't know if they've got the gas in the tank to win that and beat G2. Matchco, you've just got warmed up. You've won your first attack. Win a defense. Come on, you won 6 of them in a row just a moment ago.
Gibby, I'm near the loss for words what we've seen here. It's not been necessarily the prettiest. It's not been an exposition match to highlight the best of Siege, but it has been entertaining. It's had all the drama, the highs and lows of a matchup of this stake, of this caliber. Now everything comes down to 2 minutes 20 seconds, perhaps even less. Opening engagement, a factor we often speak about, but somewhat muted this time around, is going to be a critical one for these teams. Asparagus have struggled with that time and time again on their offense, only finding one marginal round of success. They walked away in the lobby. They have themselves some access, and that Flores drone was a little bit of a marathon, a little bit of a long way around, jumping off that roof, but clears the castle barrier. They got themselves some access. They're beginning to work away through the layers of this defense.
Asparagus, they've got the main breach open now. That means the defenders can't hide inside that little cubby. They can't throw the C4s from that position. If you want to push through, of course, you've got to work out where the other defenders are. It is a very extended vertical hold being brought in from Matchco. Don't see any silhouettes down inside a basement. No pulse being brought by Teb to be the conduit of information to let everybody know what's going on around the map. But IQ Diet, you're going to get a little bit of information. You're not going to get a lot. All you're going to find is the FNATs. But whip it. 4 BPs. 4 of them and a C4. You think that Matchco have invested in the information game for this final round of this map?
They have all eyes watching this one. They got the Banshees to slow this takedown as much as possible. And now we might only be moments away from the opening engagement of this. And it looks like this extended pressure upstairs of Matchco is fantastically established. There's only one member of Asparagus lurking upstairs, and one player still stuck on the roof with 50 seconds remaining, Gibby. I don't know if I'm convinced from what Asparagus are cooking up here. They need to find something, and a bit of a miracle from the IGL of Hungary, as they get another Flores drone sent down. It looks like they have themselves a Route 1 play, and the one player lurking upstairs needs to have a massive impact to find something here. But late pivots, late rotations, a disjointed attack from Asparagus, and border looks more and more likely every second we see. Down below, Teb is lurking, and an emergence for VFV's stairs might be the nightmare that Asparagus don't want to wake up to.
Everything comes down to this. 15 seconds to go. Jay draws the first kill out. Packbull with another. It's a 5 versus 3. There's a goo mine though. That's going to slow down the push a little bit. Teb's got the C4 from below. He's got the ping. He sees the player. It's going to be the case stopped. 1 second left. They're going to go for the replant. They can't find it. Shotguns below. Are you not entertained? We are going to border.
All 3 maps have been summoned and all 15 rounds of Consulate were needed. A 8-7 victory for Matchco Esports, Gibby. What a marathon that was, and this has changed the stakes of this bracket completely. Matchco now have all the chips on their side, as Asparagus have already played a best of 3 against G2 earlier today. This is now their second best of 3. It went 15 rounds. That is a lot of Siege played. Fatigue is a factor, and Border's going to take a lot of that mental toll on them. Going to need all their smarts with them.
29 rounds in 2 maps. Not to mention, one of these sides has already played a best of 3 already today. This has gone down to the wire. They've got a little bit of a break. They've got to get themselves ready. Both of these teams know that every single thing that they want is on the line. Because let's not forget, SI is the holy grail. This is where the players want to be. Whip it, all the players, they've got to take their break. They've got to be ready. We've got to do the same. We're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be Border. It is going to be the conclusion of this final game and the lower bracket. Do not go anywhere.
Can you believe it? We've made it to map 3. I told you this was going to be a close one, and that's exactly what we got. Welcome back, friends, to the show as we continue on with EULCQ's Game 2 out of 3 today. Hello. Yes, we're expanding to all of us, all together, because all of us were breathing a big sigh of relief that the map had ended in one way, shape, or form, giving us a third one. That's the important part of it. And I was going to quickly wrap things around for map 2 on Consulate before we head to our third in God, I was going to say Oregon, but might as well be. We're going to border for that map 3. Gibby, what the hell happened? Because the whole time 6-0, and then it just keeps coming back, and I knew you were excited through it all.
Look, I said it on the broadcast. I started off as a flat-out denier. Then I became a skeptic. Then they started to convert me. And by the very end, I was a full-on believer that Matchco were going to pull that game all the way back from the brink. Look, it's not pretty, Siege. It's not massive strategy. It's not going to make the purists happy. But by God, is it entertaining. It's fun to watch. It's chaos. You just got to let yourself get lost in it and enjoy it. And like after that being Consulate, what are we not about to see on Border?
I mean, Border excites me, Gibby, but you know what? I think you put it perfectly. This was not a pretty game of Siege, but, you know, not every game is going to be pretty in a matchup like Siege. And you know what? Sometimes you have to do it on a wet, rainy night in Stoke, and that's what we've just seen between these teams. It was messy, it was scrappy, and the storyline is defense ruled the roost until overtime arrived, and both these teams, you got to feel for them going in this one. Matco have expended a lot of energy, a lot of passion to get there. But Asparagus especially, they must have had a massive adrenaline dump. They're 6-0 up. It's surely a one thing. Then they get the match point in overtime, and they must already be thinking towards the glorious headline of beating G2 in the LCQ. Unfortunately, they now have to go to Border, and that's going to be a very difficult one for them. And no, the Corey caught on camera too.
Yeah, Corey is also in chat, by the way.
It's okay. We love Corey. You know, Corey knows we jest.
We do. So the question is now that this map is done, both teams have really given it their all. What happens now going into map 3 Border? Because we were chatting about this actually just before we went live, and it feels like this is the perfect map to take to a map 3, given how these two squads have been. Like, you know what? Just duke it out, go for it. This is it. Balls to the wall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's insane. Look, I can only say that this is what it feels like for people in other sports, like a footballer, where you're winning 1-0 in the 90th minute, you concede an equalizer, now you're going to overtime. The team that just won that map, they are going to be elated. Akwi in particular, having an incredible series going 28-16, they are going to be bouncing. They cannot wait to get into Border after that massive comeback. On the other side of things, it's going to be hard. It's going to feel tough. They're going to feel like they've lost the best of 3 already. Look, you might not want to do it. You're going to say it in your head that this is not what happened. But in your head, you're going to feel it deep down. It's going to feel like you've lost the best of 3. You need to get yourself back in. This is where I look at the likes of Packbull, one of the more experienced teams. Hungry's more passionate. I think Packbull's more the calm head. I think he's got to get the team ready to go again, because statistically, teams are playing pretty well. You look across the board, pretty high costs for all the teams over 2 maps except for Hungary. I don't know what, but this is statistically, you would argue that maybe Matchco have the edge.
I think Matchco really came alive, especially in that second half when they were on the defense. And Akwi, you mentioned it probably, but 28-16. That is not a KD you can turn your nose up and say that's not going to be a factor going into it. And you go look at Border now; it's not a complete gun fest. It's going to have some strategy to it, but to get that initial entryway, to get that map control early, you need to have someone who's confident behind their gun. Akwi is going to be feeling that right now, and was so important in winning a lot of those difficult rounds time and time again. I think Matchco, all momentum's with them right now, and for Asparagus, it's like they have to wake up at 6 a.m. for a job in the mines now for them. It's not going to be fun. It's a miserable experience for them.
We are in the Enlightenment era experience here, the average everyday experience down in the mines. And what's your reward for all of this? Getting to play G2 in the grand final. That's pretty much what you're going for, and it's immediately out of the frying pan and into the oven with however this game goes. But I will say, in general, Fraud Watch is currently active. Just so we're clear, after that last game, there's definitely some things to look back on, or the last map, sorry. But we focus in on Border a bit deeper here. Yes, both these squads have proved that they have what it takes, but managing that energy on a map that requires a lot of effort on the defense in comparison to attack, and especially comparison to that Consulate, what are we seeing activity-wise? Well, do you expect either one of the two teams to be a bit more reserved, or is it going to be more, you know what, action, let's go for it, we're gonna kind of bring it back after how slow Consulate felt with it?
Oh, I want these teams to play slower, because for either one of them you want to conserve as much as possible, but I feel like it's going to be a massive adrenaline dump for both these teams. Matchco, a full reverse sweep, getting the job done overtime. They're going to be kind of bouncing off the walls, as Gibby said, especially players like Akwe, who was fantastic. For Asparagus, they now want to try and bounce back and show, okay, we can win this. They want to kind of get their pound of flesh back, and I think they might come out of the gate swinging and try and get an early banquet advantage, and then slow and taper off with some energy conservation if they're in a winning position. But for both these teams now, it is a very dangerous balance between how hard you want to go on Border, because if you get victory, as you said, it's G2 waiting. And as much as I kind of mock them and I think kind of go, I'm a former G2 fan and kind of pray for their downfall at times, they are a scary roster, G2. You don't want to face them tired, and they've had all this time to reset and look at what you're doing, and you've just played a 15-round marathon on Consulate.
They've had time for another ski holiday, but that's how long this series has been going on for. If they want to go to Lapland again, you know, by all means they could do it. Look, game 1 was chess. Game 2 was like the world slapping championships that you always get on your timeline from time to time. God knows what this next map is going to bring.
Honestly, I don't want to blaspheme here, but I just don't think that anybody knows. Not even the big one himself or themselves, I guess. But still, Border, what are we expecting? Because we've seen Senspan, you know, we've seen Brava, we've seen Maestro. We're actually gonna get the answer to that right now as I kind of stretch it out. Game is ready, Border is set, gentlemen. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to stretch out your voices a bit more because we're going to map 3. Have fun.
Thank you, Milosh. And listen, I'm not complaining. I get the Cast War Rainbow 6. This is what I love to do. But Gibby. What are we expecting for bans as Blackbeard's first to go? We have seen everything from target bans to Capcom bans to even
themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Spark's banned their own team, own the favorite ops last time around. They did it again. Right.
No, it didn't work last time. The last time they target banned themselves, it didn't work. This time it'll be a Sens ban. On the other side of that, it'll be a Maestro ban. Yeah. Matchco have got 4 bans with it. This is what happened right now. Matchco.
This is a level of bizarre I am not expecting today.
Look, if you never let your opponents know your next move, okay?
I mean, I respect it. I genuinely do. Now, we'll zero back in as soon as the final ban goes out. The Warden, actually, a pretty respectable ban here for a matchup like this going into it. You got to think about the prevalence of smoke executions, especially out towards Archives. You know, teams love to play around that. Smoke, glass, lob a couple of yings in. The Warden is a great counterplay to that, so buying that away, especially when you start on the offensive side, is a wise choice for Matchco. And lineup-wise, we immediately see the castle being picked up by Asparagus. This is a core identity of what this team loves to bring time and time again. Expect to be a lot of castle barriers out towards that office long hallway, out towards security, and watch the defense likely try to hold on to security as long as possible with active rotations out via Brazil into 90. That's what I'd expect from this team, from this lineup. The addition, of course, of the Goyo and Kaid will slow things down, but that Goyo is going to be vulnerable on the Twitch pick from Lolo, so imagine the Twitch drones will survive the repick stage at this point, as Teb is also donning 0 for even extra information.
Yeah, and this is a map that, as we always like to remind viewers at home, there are a few more technical intricacies to the map than people like to give it credit to. I think
No, it's go and go shoot. Go and go shoot.
Okay, I think the biggest problem is the color palette, right? I think most people would agree. Liven it up a bit. Make it a bit brighter. But with it, I will say this. I'm walking out of this broadcast if this is a 7-3. If this is a 7-3, I'm walking out. I do not want a boring 7-3 easy one now. I want overtime. Give me the chaos. Overtime.
Okay, listen, chat, I just want you to know this. I don't believe there are packs on for this, so Gibby is trying to inflict you with torture, just to be warned.
No, I'm doing it for the love of the badge. Doing it for the badge, mate. The love of the game.
Yeah, that's my phrase. That's my copyright for the badge, Gibby. Now I can't say that ever again. You stole it from me.
Yeah, it's not the only thing. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Is that where my wallet went, Gibby? You stole it from me.
Yes, and your ID.
Crazy. Whoa! First SAM cams have been deployed, and they're going to get a massive amount of utility already, as they'll be able to clear away that mirror window in Brazil. Now, that means your egress point inside of East stairs is going to be much more comfortable, as you don't have a mirror window staring you down, but it is an open angle straight into Brazil. That is going to act as a kind of a two-way blanket. You can peek out more successfully, but you're also more vulnerable. So imagine the security hold is going to feel a little bit weaker in the next coming moments.
Yeah, and with the mirror in play, usually what you would see is the mirror feeding the information to the player in security swing, but this time around, they're using it to keep an eye on what's going on over towards top east. Deimos down below will have got the signal. There was a run out a little bit away, but for now you just got to sit and wait. You know, use your audio cues, try to work out if there's any defenders on the roam that could cause a bit of a problem. And you know, you and I know that Jay is partial to a little bit of a wandering roam. There's the reinforcement. You've given up Brazil, you've given up that side of the map, but all in all, you've not given up your life. Yes, you've done it at the halfway point of the map, but a 5 versus 5 with players on site is better than a 5 versus 4 and losing the map control.
Lolo with a little bit of crouch walk straight into Brazil. Now, of course, he's going to put a claymore there just in case someone might wander in via that rotation, but I don't think anyone's going to be brave enough for that one in the latter stages of this round. Just over 60 seconds remaining, and oh my, Sam is all the way out in the distance. Teb is a long, long way away from the action. Exothermic charge will be deployed. Armory wall has been opened up. There's no impact grenades to stop this one going off. All have been expended during the prep phase, and that wall out towards balcony has now been established. A long angle over the ACOG in the hands of Dora will lock down box, and I believe that's going to be Packball. That's actually Daya, who now can realistically not move from this moment. Beeper goes off, will catch one player. That's Gemini. The rotation is caught, and that crossfire is perfect from Dora. This now leaves the door wide open. The walk straight in to try and get this, but the Goyo canister will burn this out. They don't have a clear avenue to get in the site unless they walk up metal stairs. Hungry finds one. Packball drops in the workshop to get his own collection on towards Acqui. An advantage with Asparagus, 20 seconds left.
And nobody expects Asparagus to do a double push down below to get the kill, and now it's a 4 versus 3. You had all the players in the right position to get the plant down. It's a 3v3. It may yet be the case, but the case is cold. It's all down to Gemini. 9 seconds to go, and Asparagus will win the opening round. But I would have looked at this one 20 seconds ago and said, once the flames dissipate, you've got the Nomad, you can cut off the flanks, you've used a lot of utility, you could go for the execute. But the key thing to do was to clear half wall. They did it, but I love the aggression of Asparagus to retake control from below, and that just ruined the whole plan for Matchco.
So the big thing from me, again, to build on that point, Gibson, is the fact that we saw the experience from Packball to realise, right, we've lost blue. I pop that Goyo canister. Now, I've got 10 seconds or so to make a rotation via workshop hatch and try and catch anyone on metal stairs. Now, he understands that does leave that open, but the fire does give you that window to make a play happen. It was a gamble, but it worked out well for Asparagus and to get themselves that opening round on the defense. We've heard that one before.
We've seen this before. We've read this script before with a bit of a matchup.
If we have another 6-0 half on the defense and then Matchco do the exact same thing, I might just crash out.
I think we need to temper expectations here for the viewers at home. That was an anomaly, okay?
That doesn't happen every day. Unless you're watching LATAM during stage 2. Because that did happen every day.
Why did we both go to the same place? Why did we both go unless you watch LATAM? Oh man.
Because it's true. We're just simply spitting facts.
Bottom right.
Yeah.
Full
massive repick. Anyway, yeah, they're going to go for the aggressive play.
Are we going to see what we saw yesterday, where we had the bait on the window to try and get rid of some of that utility, you know, get rid of the C4s, of which Asparagus have brought in 3, by the way.
So no, we won't be seeing that.
It can still happen on this window.
Yeah, they're going in this window, Gibby. They're going to walk in this window. They're going to try and get the case down deep. Now, we've seen a lot of teams throw their smoke grenades either too short or too deep in this position, and they try and charge things in. In goes Lolo. He'll charge in. The second shield is there as well. The hands of, I believe that's going to be Blitz and Monty combination. Lolo charges in, gets himself a 2 for a freebie. Hungry's C4 is good and stops that case going down as Lolo gets stuck by a goo mine. The great smoke grenades go deep, but your entire tip of the spear has been blunted now, and the round has a bit of a forced reset. Advantage in terms of manpower does sit with Magical, however.
I asked if it would be chess or if it would be slaps. It looks like we're playing slaps again, straight in the window. Yep. Great C4 stops the execute from going down. I believe that was from the vertical angle as well. Now we're seeing damage being dealt by Akwe. Down goes Daya. You hear the sniper go off, but Hungry, he adds another one to the tally. He hears the footsteps. He's going to miss the shot, though. Gemini gets the kill, leaving it all down to Jay. He takes down Lolo. The final boss has been dealt with. The case is still cold. It's a 1 versus 2, but look at the clock. There's an eternity. 1 minute and 35 seconds. The attackers still have the ability to drone, which is what they're doing exactly now. They still have 1 Candela in the back pocket. This could be drawn out. This round could go on for at least another minute.
It definitely could, but the big thing I'm looking at this, though, is the addition of the Solace. This now gives a lifeline, a little bit of an opportunity to see if you're being watched by drones. Now, of course, it's not as good as it used to be. You've got to remember that. Gotta burn your entire usage bar if you want to get a scan. And he now will hear that repel. And hear that Candela being deployed. And he's gonna use that as an opportunity to dive straight out! Shotgun primed and ready! And Teb caught napping. Put the case in the hands of Gemini. But he's gonna be forced to try and take this fight. He might dive deep to get this case down. But outside, you're fully detected. He slides the doorway, looks around, and does he read the rotation? He's gonna get caught really loading! Are you kidding me, Jay? Jumps out sandwich, wins the round, and Asparagus find their second. What is this game, Gibby?
Never mind going for a wander in the map. What? He's gone for a wander outside the map. And you look at that situation and you're like, how the hell do you, as an attacker, even though you've got full information, how do you even do that? He's outside the window. He's got a shotgun. If you swing, you're going to lose to a shotgun at that range. There was nothing they could do. That was a huge play from Jay. And the kill on the blitz was important. Like, look at this.
That is just perfect.
What can Gemini? Gemini can't do anything.
He's stuck with a goo mine.
Oh, brother.
Oh, goodness me. Gibson, listen to me. Listen to me when I say this, right? We have just had... Let's just, how do I put it? You know, normally, sometimes in Rainbow Six, you know, games you can describe as like a Formula 1 race. It's full of tactics, it's strategy, with action sprinkled around at the key moments. And then there's bumper cars, and that's what we're watching today. These teams are going absolutely wild for each other, and are giving us fireworks left, right, and right. It's not pretty, but it'll do. And that's what we have here. Asparagus find themselves a second on the defense. We've seen that again. Can they keep this streak running?
But you're not allowed anywhere near bumper cars. The last time you were in a bumper car, you made Ollie, you made X or Troika, Ollie's elbow triple in size.
There is no proof that I was the one that hit that bumper car.
There's some lore for you. Ollie's elbow.
I did actually indeed was the one that hit that bumper car, I believe.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm all for it. Look, they brought in us too. We are Edges of Chaos. Yes, we love the intricacies of Siege. We love chess. But at the same time, sometimes when things are messy, you gotta bring in the cleanup crew. And that's what we're not even a cleanup crew. We're just making the mess worse.
I'm sorry. I'm actually just a little bit like still bewildered from what we saw from Jay that previous round. Now, keep an eye on every single position in this moment. You're going to see a lot of pressure arriving in security. Asparagus love to play for this control. They're fantastic at doing it, and every second they hold it is a second that you're going to be under pressure and struggling to get in the building. Azami hunted by the Deimos, and well, that's all well and good, but a lot of cover there, and Jay has just ran out of security and got a freebie onto Dora. Deimos still persists, that will be Akwe, but a massive opening pick in favor of Asparagus now, and well, this might be a difficult day in the office outside these stairs. What? Okay, bye Akwe. Okay, yeah. Okay, yep.
This is what this has come to. This is the pinnacle.
Oh my god. What?
Yeah,
what?
You might not like it, but this is what contenders for the last SI spot for Europe look like. Okay?
I think G2 are cooked, man. There's no chance. There's no chance they're beating this.
Jay is one of my favorite. I've missed casting Jay.
It's been a long time.
Too long.
Goodness me.
Too long.
Goodness gracious.
So going into round 4 of this hyper tactical border where Asparagus have gotten 3. No, why is it always a 3-0?
Oh,
bro, the sound cuts out when we're 3-0 down.
Oh, let me put my desk all the way up again. Oh, I'm on the way.
We've been here before. We've been here before.
Are we having deja vu? Is this deja vu?
Honestly.
So it does look like, in fact, the sound has indeed bugged. You know, common feat for M80 games as well. So, Gibby, we have seen another 3 rounds of not the most glamorous Siege, but definitely entertaining Siege.
Yeah, it is entertaining, right? Let's, all joking aside, the viewers are going to be having a good time. They're going to be losing their minds. We're seeing a gameplay style from Asparagus that is all about upsetting Matchco. Like, we know that Matchco like to be hyper prepped. It's what they do. They watch every single VOD. They study every movement of every player to work out what they're going to do. And that works against experienced teams. That works against teams like G2. I think that they would play really good against a team like VP. However, when you're playing against a reactive team like Asparagus, who, as we've heard, they play based on the vibes, like, oh yeah, I think it might be fun, or it might be cool if we do this. It really puts them off their style of play, and it might not look tactical, but in a way they are playing mind games and chess with how they're playing around this border, and Jay is having fun. Jay is really having fun in this game.
That's a perfect thing. Now, the unfortunate thing is this tech pause is going to now hamper momentum. So this is going to slow things down a little bit, and this is going to give a little bit of breathing room now for Matchco. Now, obviously, they're not going to be able to communicate. This is just getting things back up into it. So consider this the same as a tech pause when we're at the Invitational, for example, from this. This is now a very difficult spot for Matchco. Now, they've shown that they can come back from massive deficits. We saw that before. But Border isn't as one-sided traditionally as a map like Consulate can be. You can see a little bit more of ebb and flow. You can see teams have a better chance across all the sides. If we see this go to a 4-5-0 position, I think we're going to look at a very dangerous position, because I don't know if Asparagus are going to be willing to let that lead go yet again. They let it slip on Consulate. Surely they don't let it go here on Border, right?
Didn't you say surely that there wouldn't be a comeback in that map as well, though? Like, you said surely they're going to play against G2. Once more, it's been what? No, actually, looking at the clock, it's been about 4.5 hours since G2 played last. G2.
That's a great reset for them.
Uno's probably been to the sauna, because he is Finnish. He's been to the sauna. He's gone for a little walk. You've had, Doki's just been Doki. Toki, by the way, from a little while earlier. Like, G2 are watching this, and they are going, this is great. We get a long break. We get to get mentally prepared. I think it's at the stage now where the break is long enough that it becomes a positive rather than a hindrance. And at the same time, though, cameraman and the rest of the coaching crew are watching this going, what do we do? How do we stop either of these teams?
Right, listen, I trust the experience of the G2 coaching crew to look at whatever team makes it through at this point, but I'm going to actually throw a question at you. So, Gibson, we'll always say this. At this point, we're 3 rounds in. We're halfway through the opening half of this game of Border. So we've seen a very aggressive side of Asparagus. They've been kind of messing with Matchco's flow and rhythm, and that's kind of the storyline that we can go from here so far. But if you're G2 right now, who do you want to play in this? Because I say, if I'm G2, I want Matchco right now. You have experience against them, but they've looked slow to that first punch, and I don't think G2 are going to be slow to that first punch in the grand final, no matter who they play.
Well, G2 Matchco is a bit of a revenge game, right? Because last weekend, in my notes, I actually wrote that Matchco were G2's dad. And they got a little bit of revenge, yesterday. I feel like it's a matchup they're going to prefer because, as we know, this team's been around since August, so they would have scrimmed against G2 quite a bit. You think about the fact that they did play each other a significant amount of times last week. And this week, they've played them again. So there's way more tape. So it'll be a lot easier to play Matchco Esports as... Whip it!
I can sit back down.
Asparagus, on the other hand, well, I don't even know. Their style of play is it's as mad as a bag of spiders, to be honest. But we're going.
I was waiting for you to say that. You've been holding out for saying that for a long time.
I've not said that in about a year. It's been a while. Brought it back for the most important games of the year. The qualifiers for the most important tournament of the year, where the games then become the most important games of the year.
Exactly. So this is the precursor to the most important games ever.
Yeah.
Because we all know there's a chance a European team wins. Don't worry about NA. They ain't doing that.
Who? I just didn't even know. Didn't even know who that was. But we're going back to the top floor. A flawless opening rotation from Asparagus again. The fact that I get to say flawless after what we witnessed is indeed of itself.
I think saying flawless
impressive.
needs an asterisk around it a little bit. A few underlines, a little note on the bottom of the page going, it wasn't tidy, but they did do it flawlessly, kinda.
Yeah, it was flawless. They won 3 rounds on defense in a row without losing any. We switch over to the other side of the game. The castle extension is in play now. It's looking at the positioning of these castle barricades. What they're essentially doing is cutting border in half, allowing these players that are inside CCTV and security a little bit more to work with. Not to mention, Whip, but the 1000 IQ castle barricade that we saw yesterday on top east, which was enabling to get free kills on the window of, you know, that east balcony window. So all in all, I think castle's a good pick on this map, and it's nice that Asparagus didn't nerf themselves with the castle ban.
They did nerf themselves with the Sens ban, but alas, we move from that, you could say. EMP pulse goes out, trying to catch something. Don't know if that was from a secondary EMP toss. Actually, no, it was from the BP. So for Match Esports, Gibson, what is the big thing they need to correct right now? As it does look like they're posturing up for taking towards Archives, as everything is in that moving place. And while Packbull, once again, perched up like a hawk on top of the bomb, waiting for someone to stumble into his LOS.
Yeah, so a few things for them I think is important is, A, maybe bait a little bit. You know, wait a minute and a half, probably have one of the Asparagus players run outside the building, which could give you that opening pick that you oh so want. Or you could just go crazy, start smoking everything off, sprint directly in the site, blitz, go for the execute. Door is going to do it in the fire and the flames, and that'll be the case now. Look, he's waiting, crouching Packbull, waiting to do something. It's a post plant. They're going to surely.
What?
No.
Right, okay. So the Ash also was the one who planted, who ran deep past Packball, and actually hasn't planted in Archives, has planted out in Africa. The glass on Rappel has a nasty angle that watches this and shuts it down completely. We've said this before, but surely this retake's impossible, right? Right?
It should be. You've got 7 set. Oh, no way.
No, are you kidding me? Packball, you are the GOAT! Packball, you are the GOAT! But they don't have enough time, and down below is the Demos!
He stopped! Why did he stop? Why did he stop? Why did he come off the defuse?
The Demos down below.
Oh.
The Demos below. Match go get their first round here on border.
Right, I'm not even going to lie. The voices in my head were looking at where the case was down, and I was thinking, what are the win conditions of actually getting this? When I was like, they could reinforce the wall, but surely somebody on East would stop you from reinforcing that. You know, surely. I don't know. Where's Packbull looking, by the way? Like,
by attackers.
Oh, man, that was a round. The last thing I expected was to watch a full ass barricade pulled out. Goes, yep, let's do this. Woo! Up it goes.
oh my. Oh my.
I love this game.
Hey,
I love this game.
Matchco won an attacking round in regulation.
That is, you know what? Massive. They've not done that in a long, long time. As I go down the vents for the defense of Asparagus, and I have a sneaking suspicion it shouldn't be as fast as the previous round was, but what a play from the Ash to run deep through the chaos of that smoke. Packball must have went, it's an Ash, they're not going to plant, right? And I was even curious, I thought they were going to plant close in the doorway. You'd imagine you do that in the midst of that chaos, but no, the plant deep instead of Armory itself in that smoke grenade caused all sorts of chaos, and it would have been a miracle to see that work with the reinforcement late in the round, and I do like the vision. Unfortunately, Matchco did just play that perfectly in a great rush to get the job done, so they should play this more to a regular pace, but the lack of verticality and the lack of soft structure that they're bringing means to me the likelihood is going to be more focused on a horizontal style take in this position.
You do realise though that all the Ash mains in chat watch that going, wait, we can do that?
Okay, well listen, Ashes, don't do that in my rank games, please and thank you.
But I think really important, there's this couple of things that Asparagus are doing the same as that when they played this map yesterday. The big one is Rexon in that position down below. We saw Rexon play this position and get a kill off the back of it and win the round because teams tend, when they're rushing that window, to go for the deep pass. So early stages, Rexon will play there just to make sure that that won't happen. The rest of the defenders are extending around the map. Information is being gathered, but the question is, what can you do about it? Because yes, you know Packbull's here, but unless you vault in that window and create a rotate, you can only really engage with Packball from one angle. So in essence, what you want to do is rotate around and find somewhere else that you can isolate the easiest pick that is possible. Like Akwe is currently inside a square. You've got players in the map, you've got a foothold, but you can't really do much with it unless you get that kill that gives you the next step. And Lolo making that phone call with deploying the logic bomb might just give them the opportunity to make that first step.
I'm still in recovery mode, Gibby.
Same.
Trying to get my breath back from that round. That was, listen, Gibby, we're just like, you know what, we are both a bag of spiders when it comes to watching this game, which is why we explode with chaos in those moments like that. So a minute remains just about in this round, and Asparagus in a great position to sit still. There is a posturing outside for Matchco to get themselves access in the tellers. Now that will make it very uncomfortable to hold inside a bathroom to get that long angle deep inside a workshop. The Selma charge deployed on that wall to give a smaller angle. The red ping is perfect. Oh no.
Windy.
Right.
Border too.
Goodness me. Anyway, Dale's going to get the opening in that one. Lolo is first to fall for that one, so the final boss has been slain early. 45 for Mate, and Matchco one player down. Hungry takes some damage, but Jay peeks out wide from security, and Mako will lose one more player, as it's going to be a 5 versus 3.
And Packball took a lot of damage there, as did Hungry. More damage will be dealt though, but Jay gets a double on the round. Looking for another fight as he's reclaimed some control on the top floor. Silhouette in position, but Jay gets it. Packball wins the round. Asparagus go 4-1 up here on border. Very easily could have been 5-0 up a whippet. And the final round of their defensive half is about to begin.
Gibson, I'm going to say this, right? Listen, I like to be the positive guy. I like to put teams over. But for Matchco right now, it looks incredibly disjointed. This looks incredibly uncharacteristic from them, and I'm not sure what's going wrong with them. I think Asparagus are just fighting them on every single front and upsetting the rhythm they want to bring. Matchco, intrinsically, are a more structured, strategic team than Asparagus. We've seen that time and time again through this bracket. I think their rhythm is completely out of whack against this side right now. They need to find a way to slow things down and get themselves composed in these rounds. And that is much easier said than done when you're on a map like Border. This is a dangerous territory for Matchco to be in at this moment.
It's scary. I think it's scary for Asparagus as well, because they'll have the demons of the last map in their heads as well. This is the final round of their defensive half. It's bathroom. We're not seeing... Just as I say, we're not saying they're going to switch over to the glass. They've brought the Ram, they've brought the Thatcher. Thatcher Whippet, I think, is more so going to be in play to disable any cams in and around site, because we saw the BPs being effective at letting you know when the execute's going down. So what we might see is a smoke, a Ying Candela, and then, never mind, we're not going to have the Thatcher anymore, but we'll see a smoke and a Candela go out early to try to bait away one of those two C4s, to maybe get yourself that little bit of information. Then after you've drained some of that util, that's when you would go for the execute. Or you could just run on in. You could just go for the plant, because why not? Dora's got to go deep. And I think Dora has now gone deep. The plant is going to go down. C4's still in the pocket. There's a little bit of a rush. Gemini gets himself 1. 4 versus 5. Case is down, and the life has been sacrificed for Dora, but he's done it for the club. 35 seconds to work with. You got to get the case back in hands. Akwe will find one with the shotgun glass, or sniper glass, looking through the smoke. But this should be right. Please tell me we're not going to have anything crazy. Just a nice post plant.
Gibson, I don't think that's possible right now, but I'm hoping, fingers crossed, is just gonna cover. He's gonna. Okay, there we go. I was holding my breath, actually, right there. What? Hungry gets 1, can't find it a second. Okay, it's good. It's relaxed. It's done. Lolo gets the job done. It's a nice, calm, relaxing, sit down, sip a cup of tea, enjoyable post plant for side of Matchco.
Relaxing post plant.
I am shaking. I am shaking, Gibson, right now.
With a combination of rage, frustration, and pure entertainment and adrenaline. It is all the come down that you're going to have after today's broadcast is going to be one for the ages.
It's going to be I am going to, the moment this finishes, and we're going to say, oh, guys, thank you for the broadcast, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to pass out. I'm going to drop just dead, and I'm gone. And I'll wake up 3 days later.
Oh, whip it! Lolo on Clash! So, chat, next round Lolo's going to play like a fragging type defender, and he's going to get like 4 kills, because that's what happens. He goes clash, and then he goes like support to roamer to support to roamer. Fluid the way that Machko like.
Be like water, flow like water,
Can you
crash like water.
Can you tell who their coach used to coach?
Honestly, so of course, if you've just joined us at this latter stage, this game has felt like it has been a 10-year-long marathon, for the best of reasons, of course. If you're just joining us, we're referring to the fact that Machko, not Marco as it says on the screen, Machko. It's not changed, not a late season rebrand from them. The coach hybrid, formerly of CAG, now didn't transfer from CAG to this team, has had some other teams transfer out, but of course is part of that core CAG DNA that he had over in Japan for a very long time, and you can somewhat sense it with the way they're playing at Machko at the minute. Now, we did make a bit of a statement, Lolo, on the towards that clash. We saw it actually be quite successful for them on Consulate, really slowing down what Asparagus wanted to achieve, but I think they want to recreate that a little bit, and of course you can play aggressive on balconies like this and get all this information, and of course some minor but free chip damage on players when you get that taser nice up and close.
And you think about that, like Packbull is a pretty good counter now on the Zofia to the clash. If you get a player playing beside it, you know, you'll use the stun and then you get the kill onto the clash. But I think Lalo, realizing who the operator is, will just fall a little bit further back towards the door and reposition on the other side of the map. So Candela cluster in hand. Wonder where that's going to be used a little bit later in the round, but it's all gone very quiet. There we go. Get Packbull in position.
Uncharacteristically for this matchup so
well,
far.
yeah,
Deimos down below finds one. Doesn't even need a death mark. Bye-bye, Tab. This Jay was going to find that one. Opening pick goes in favor of Asparagus, and a great start from them. So, as you can see from the HUD available on the Deimos, we only have one operator detected at this stage. That will be your Goyo. So, only one available operator for that death mark. That should change over the course of this matchup so far. Minute 30 remains, and the clash still persisting to be a problem.
Smoke out there would, in normal senses, allow one of the attackers to push up and melee the mirror window, which would, of course, deny the ability to have a peek onto the balcony, but that's not been done just yet. Akwi, considering the retake, sprinting away, turns his back to the attackers, and Rexon will never look a gift horse in the mouth. Will pick up that kill. 5 versus 3 now with a minute left on the clock. Problem is the mirror window whip, but you don't really have the utility that you need to clear it. So you've got to get rid of that player in another manner. Lolo, no active gun at the moment, essentially means this is a 2 versus 5 for now until he switches over to the SMG. But I like this whip at Rexon going for a backstab, but he could get himself caught out all alone, pushing from the other side of the map.
I'm always scared when a player decides to make an independent play like this, but you have a significant firepower advantage, and the clash gets caught napping. Jay down below gets that confirmation now. Threat number 1 to be neutralized. Lolo's off the board, and Packbull fires off and gets one of his own. Gemini's gone, and it's going to be a matter of time, as it's going to be a flawless round. Asparagus take round number 7, and Daya gets that kill credit, but that was a systematic dissection of the defense of Machko. Asparagus played that perfectly, and that was a beautiful round of Siege.
And it shows what the value that Deimos can bring as well, particularly on a map like this. It's why you see a lot of the times that there will be a defender rotating below. And because you didn't have any defender on the roam, it allowed Deimos to only focus on information above. Picked up that opening kill, that secured CCTV and security for the attacking side. Once you secure that part of the match, it all becomes very elementary. It's one of the harder positions to take away. From that point on, you kind of felt like Asparagus were going to look for that next step, find that next easy kill, and whip it. Once again, it came from below, because there was no pressure on the ground floor from Machko, which is not something we've seen a lot from them. But it just showed that Asparagus were able to take advantage of the blind spot, of the weakness of that defense.
Gibson, time and time again, I've been taking a little bit of note about this one, and Asparagus have done exceptional with their drone economy and their information dispersal. Now, think about this for a second. When did we see the most effective rounds or the effective denial of high-impact operators like that Deimos? When Mute was relevant, when we saw a lot of those jammers placed on a map like Consulate. Now, I don't feel they're going to be confident enough to bring Mute every single time, and they're not even going to be a Deimos available, as you can tell by the lineup that we're seeing from Asparagus. They definitely want to do something with that Amaru fast.
They could, or knowing Asparagus, you could just get an Amaru through the hatch in the last 10 seconds of the round, you know.
That is also incredibly likely as well at this stage.
Yeah.
In goes that shock jump. We'll look to clear some utility, and they now at least know a cap can't save.
Yeah, now, What I wouldn't mind seeing here, and I've seen it done before in the past, is going through sandwich window really early with that Amaru as well when you get a little bit of noise on the other side of the map. So just keep an eye on the silhouette of Amaru with this Supernova, by the way. You pointed this out yesterday. It's absolutely terrifying to deal with at times. An extended top floor roam being done by Matchco at the minute, holding security. You've got a little bit of a cross from Gemini as well, looking towards the run out through the doors. Got an eye on sandwich window as well. There's actually a significant amount of information and angles that Gemini is responsible for at the minute.
Akwe on long hallway will peek out towards break room and no one's there for him. Logic bomb rings out as well. Global utility has been deployed at this stage. Blinded by a Fender gadget as well will be that Dokkaebi, and the 90 camera has been established. Hopefully they remember that they have access to it at this stage. Now, site is down below in bathroom tellers, and they're fighting a lot for this top floor control. Both teams have committed a significant amount of utility and player count to this position. Now, for Asparagus, they can't dive into the site with all this open up. The verticality will absolutely kill their kill potential of getting this case down. So they need to clear this office position with the player on East Stairs. It's going to be a problem, and Akwe will swing out wide, find Rexon, and advantage goes for Matchco Esports early.
Capcan still in play as well. Akwe finds another kill as Jay will fall as well. So advantage heavily swinging in the favor of Matchco in this round 8. You've still got full control of the vertical side of the map. Packbull has got that mirror window, but he's worried about it. Akwe gets a triple on the round as another player just dares to peek 90. Packbull will eventually sit Akwe down, but there's a mirror window staring directly at you. And at some point, that's going to be a problem. You're going to push, you're going to shove, and there's the swing, but Packbull somehow wins this one as Lolo will miss the opportunity. 3 versus 2. You've got verticality right now, but you don't have any hard breach apart from maybe the soft destruction that Packbull and Hungry can get rid of. Fountain will be a dangerous position to fight. Teb will find himself one. He's going to go prone, and Teb will get the kill. Matchco win round 8. They were going to win it from the 5 versus 3, but they still give you a little heart attack from time to time.
If you're a Matchco fan, or you have a significant amount of channel points on them right now, they're not making this an easy watch. If you had a heartbeat sensor on it, it would be quite terrifying, I would imagine, Gibby, going into it. No one's as ice cold as you when it comes to heart rate, but...
Is that because I'm that old now that my heart rate naturally slows down? Or because you genuinely think I'm calm and relaxed?
I think you're nice and calm and relaxed, Gibby. I've heard rumors that you have an incredibly low average heart rate.
Not when I'm casting Siege. Not gonna lie.
Sure?
It gets
Normally,
me going.
I've heard rumors in ranked. It's 24 a day.
2400 a round, maybe. I'm not gonna lie.
Just fair play to you, man.
But Whip it. I'm gonna do the question. Lolo on the Capcom. We know where they're going to be because there's Packbull.
I've said Packbull twice. We'll walk into a Capcom trap. We've seen Capcom played around 4 to 5 times at this point across all the maps so far today, and we are yet to see a successful Capcom device detonation. I don't even think anyone has walked into one yet. If there was a map that have it happen, I think Border would definitely be it indeed. Unfortunately, I actually just don't see it happening going into this. So round number 9, advantage still with Asparagus. They lead 5-3 in this matchup. Matchco beginning to claw their way back in this. An Armory Archives defense, and again, you'll see this. 3 very strong operators getting brought out from Asparagus. The Deimos on the hands of Jay. Daya is going to be on that Ying, and Grim in the hands of Hungry. So they're going to be playing very heavily around that utility. Packbull is going to have those shock drones likely to clear those Goyo counters across the map at an early stage in this round.
That's exactly why they're bringing the Twitch, to get rid of those Goyo canisters, to enable an execute and not have to worry about time being choked out. On the other side of things, Jay is going to try to do what he's been doing all game long. Wandering, look, you can see that silhouette. He's already making his way in below to attempt to maybe find a couple of freebies again, which of course was the downfall of Matchco the last time they defended this site. Stronger hold over by security this time. 1 player on the balcony, 1 player inside of security. Akwe was a menace last time playing Top East, but whenever you're attacking this site, Top East is a little bit more difficult to hold.
Pressure still held, or control still held in the defense in security. Will be very important to hold that onto it. The big thing we're going to keep an eye on here, Gibby, is of course those FNATs in hands of Tab. They are going to be very useful in these confined space on the map like this. An active one on metal stairs will be able to limit that movement of a late push up from that position. Outside, still Packbull, probing, trying to catch anyone down inside of lobby. No one's there yet. They'll hear the breaking. That C4 tossed out, and it's good. Lolo gets 1 pick of this round and opens us off. Advantage now with Matchco.
Big pick as well. Down falls Rexon. The ability to get rid of some of those mirror windows denied. A missed opportunity there from Daya as well as the run out came from Teb, and he manages to get away with it. Minute and 15 seconds to go. Drone economy is something that you've highlighted time and time again over the course of this matchup, and they've only got 4 left to work with. You can hear the smokes going off in sight. That could be a very good nade, but Lolo will shut down Daya above. A double on the round, and this one is as good as done. Teb getting the kill onto Jay. Lolo makes it flawless. And Whippet, is that back-to-back flawless rounds traded between these two sides?
Yes, indeed it is, Gibson. And both these teams are beginning to find themselves in a nice, better position of flow. This is tidying up into a more traditional game of Rainbow Six at this stage. Now, is that a question of both these teams finding the effect of fatigue at this stage, or is that just them beginning to realize maybe they should relax a little bit and not burn all the energy, or just the way they're counter-striking each other at this stage? Now, advantage Asparagus reduced to a single round, 5-4 your scoreline. This still looks to me that we're likely going to see 12 rounds played between these teams. Yet again, it's going to be the distance likely required to lock this one out from these teams. Asparagus will be attacking now as Customs is the site deployed by Matchco. What are you thinking about this one, Gibby? We've seen the game was picked up yet again by Jay. Is it going to have as much of an effect as we would have wanted it to?
On this site, I think so. Look, I think Jay knows what he's going to do. It's not going to be trying to take control on the ground floor this time. It's going to be unleashed on the top floor to try to isolate a kill. Remember, you can feed the information to your teammates via calls. They don't get the pings that you do. But when you're playing on the site, historically, what you tend to see is extreme pressure put on CCTV and security by the defending side. Very little players, one at most is what you will see on site. That player will, of course, be Dora with the shotgun. Will be able to keep that Electroclaw in the pocket and will use it on the hatch or on the main breach, depending on where most of the pressure is going to come from. Everyone else is going to try to lock down the top floor. And I feel like you could catch them sleeping with it. With the Ash, with those castle barricades being able to be destroyed, if you drone this effectively, you could in essence rush the site and cause a problem. But I just feel like the way Asparagus play, the way they set up drone networks, they're going to want to take on the fight on the rest of the map and try to wrestle top floor control away.
I think I'm going to try and play this for that control perfectly mentioned by you, Gibby. Teb is going to be upstairs on that position, and with his teammate covering him, all Gemini. This is very difficult to displace people from, and again, they have that freedom to work with. You see that Deagle working for Teb as well to make verticality below his feet, so he has that position to try and catch anyone walking in below him from this. Access via east stairs has been gathered. That will be Jay. He uses his AK to chew open that wall deep in the break room. Some tracers return fire out towards him, but no one's going to be home for that one. Grenade primed and ready, sent out, and this should hopefully clear that castle barrier, and it doesn't.
This should hopefully clear that castle.
Yep.
What's the definition of insanity? Casting with me, yeah, thank you. So, castle barricade still in play. Now you're going to have to use the Ash, but Rexon's just going to sprint on in. Has a peek from office in the fountain. Down goes Akwi. Little bit of control wrestled away. Now you got to focus on the next phase of this attack. Castle barricade still being a problem. Packbull will catch the toes of Lolo. And now all of a sudden, this top floor control, not really control at all. 5 versus 2. You're trying to catch out Packbull on the same angle he just took your teammate down from, but it's not going to be as easy. There's Jay getting the information as well. A little bit windy inside a border, but that's a beautiful shot onto Jay. More damage being dealt. Rexon, though, will find Dora. You've got full site control. The only player left is over by Sandwich behind the lockers, and all Packbull's got to do with it is just be annoying. Fire a few shots, and he knows that Gemini's got to take the fight this way. It's a round 1. It's going to be 6-4. Asparagus have all but secured themselves at least one match point here on border.
This is a great position to be in. This round, this is one.
Get your one. Get your one. Get your one. Get your one.
We've seen a lot of rounds that have almost been guaranteed victories and nearly go the other way, but this has been a great round from Asparagus. They got that initial control, and realistically, there's not much you can do at this moment. You've committed as the defensive match with so much that upstairs hold that once that begins to fall away and sites left vulnerable, you then have these players that are extended out towards Armory and Archives. They're stuck getting held by a rotation. That's what Packbull done perfectly there. Locked that down, restrictive movement, and now all of a sudden, Gibby, Asparagus have themselves their match, map, and series point. Very important position for them to be in. They've had many cracks at getting this series done and dusted. They've got another 2 at minimum.
Whippet, did they just win that site? taking top floor control without dealing with a single castle barricade.
They in fact did do that, Gibson. But
Wow.
here's the thing:
Wow.
the reason they were allowed to do that was small micro overextensions from the side of Matchco. Again, it's part of that thing. This is when you get into this. Now, this is an unforced error, but you've been playing for a long time. You know, this is 2 overtime games back to back, in 8-6, 8-7 matchups. So we have been in long games all day for these players. Matchco, so small fatigue-based errors being forced out there to overextend, and I think of Asparagus were a little bit fresher, a little bit quicker on it, and they were an opportunity to take advantage of that. Remember, Siege is a game of attrition, death by 1,000 paper cuts, and right now it's going to be a very dangerous and big paper cut if Asparagus get this round locked down.
Both of these teams are an absolute bits whip, but after all the maps and rounds that we've had so far, this though could be the final round of this matchup. If Matchco win this, they will guarantee every single round, all 12, but they find themselves in a scenario again where they now need to win back-to-back defenses to force overtime. Information game being utilized once more by Asparagus, only losing 3 drones in the prep phase. As you said, they've got the SAM cams that they can get even more information off of the back of. Daya with the Rotero drones not only can get rid of utility, but can also get some information while you're clearing that space at the exact same time. Oh, but tell me, what is Grim really good at?
Grim is really, really good at an area denial. But, Gibby, I'm always going to say this about Grim. Grim doesn't move you. It just invites pressure to arrive upon your position. It makes you uncomfortable. But it's going to be very good at making these players uncomfortable, as you know their information is being live fed across the map. Asparagus, yet again, going for a very similar take, trying to get that upstairs control, trying to get themselves as much access point as possible. And we often talk about how important the drone networks can be for these teams. The SAM cams, in addition with what has been a consistently good drone economy, mean Asparagus should have complete eyes on this map and be able to read movements and cut off rotations very effectively indeed.
So, we're almost at the halfway point of the round. You can see they've got information on 2 of the defenders, which of course can be vitally important, and now they're going to decide to engage into that fight. Now you've cleared one of them. Get your way over towards the wall. Spray through it. Do a little bit of damage on the Gemini. You've got the kill. The Fountain player did not do the job. The cross was not held properly, and now all of a sudden, you know where they are as well. That's another player that you can throw 2 attackers at, but Lalo will manage to find a kill. Packbull keeps the numerical advantage in the hands of Asparagus, but you've still not cleared Lalo. This is the player in office that we spoke about a little while earlier. This player is another one you've got to clear.
This is going to be a difficult one again, playing in behind PC desk, and that printer's going to be a nice bit of cover. You can pop up this and be a nightmare in these positions. They need a good drone to find it. I don't think they know. Yes, they do, and Rexon finds it. Finds a second well in Gibby. G2 have a date with Asparagus unless Dora can find a miracle. 1 versus 4. An eternity of time. 35 seconds remain. And Asparagus, we have seen ups and downs, calamities and disaster classes in this series, but surely they have this one locked out, and yes they do! Asparagus have made it all the way to the grand final. The LCQs here. They are 1 best of 3 away from a trip to Boston, but standing in their way, the gatekeepers of LCQ is G2.
3 maps, 2 overtimes, and it still came down to the wire between both of these sides. As you have said it, they have booked their way into a matchup to potentially qualify with SI for SI against the G2. But let's show a little bit of love to Matchco. They put up a hell of a fight. They played incredibly last weekend. It's a brilliant little Italian roster, but their quest for the Invitational, their chance to maybe double down on Destiny and do it twice, is not going to happen.
And while we're talking about spreading the love, let's bring Milos back in so we can begin to break this one down. And what a series we've seen. We finally have a victor, and it's going to be Asparagus for a rematch with G2 later today.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it was beautiful to witness, I have to say. Came down to the wire in the first 2 maps. Border maybe not as competitive in terms of score, but in general, there were some incredible moments that we saw. I will not forget, what was it? I think it was like round 2 or 3 where the Clyde went in for the reinforcement upstairs and Armory, trying to go in for the defuse. There's just so many things. Also with the Deimos downstairs trying to shut it all down. It's beautiful to witness a game like this, despite the fact that everybody's exhausted through it from both of these teams because they've been through so much over the past couple days and today alone. It's just this is what we live for. This sort of matchup. However, it does mean that we are locked in for the final. We'll talk about Asparagus in a second, but you're mentioning Machiko here and their performance. Let's look back at it very quickly with what happened for them so far in this qualifier, from open quals all the way to this I guess lower bracket final. What does the future hold for the squad in your mind? Both of you really do.
Honestly, if they qualify for SI, if they beat G2, which by the way, it'll be limbs if a team called Asparagus beat G2 and qualify for SI, I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of orgs sniffing around this team, because Packful does have a ton of experience, right? Daya, Jay, and you look at like Rex and ton of potential. I think that they're very, very much a team like Wild. They cause a lot of problems, but finally seeing these players winning best of threes was the next big step for them, and the future looks bright provided they beat G2. If they don't beat G2, we genuinely don't know what happens then.
I mean, for Machiko though, it's not dark days for them either. Again, this side has showed that they are exceptionally talented yet again. I think the big thing here is just putting all of that together in a package that can get across the line in a best of three. It was a very taxing day for them. Do not let do not let the result of Border kind of murky the waters for this one. They've had two very long overtimes to get to this point, a complete reverse sweep on Consulate to have a masterful run here, and they've looked great. They've had victories against sides like G2 in this qualifier bracket to get here today, so do not count them out. And of course, their journey doesn't end. They have a tier 2 competition to play that start this week as well, so it's not like they're going to go from losing this to completely nothing until the next qualifier rolls around. They're straight back in the action. I think that's the best thing for them. But Machiko, all these players' futures are incredibly bright as a team.
Well, let's have a chat with our victors heading into this grand final. Back to you boys in just a sec. Hello, Packbo. We meet again, my friend. Congrats on the win. A tight matchup. How you feel? Are you all right? Just checking in on you after this game.
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful game. And I mean, I'm really proud of the boys for staying composed after Consulate. It'd be easy for a lot of teams to get tilted and lose focus after losing such a big lead.
I mean, yeah, what did happen there on Consulate? Because it was the 6-0 up, and then it slipped and slipped and slipped into OT.
I would say it was just a case of they were playing like some little unusual things, like for example the clash on top floor, and it took us a few rounds to kind of figure it out. We're comfortable on the map, obviously, or else we wouldn't let through, but we haven't played against that, for example, before. So it was just a case of slowly fixing the issues over time, and I think that's why you saw as soon as we went OT, it flipped. It went 12 defense rounds, and then in OT, out of 3 rounds, it was 2 attacking wins. And yeah, I think the reason was just because over the course of the attacks, you figure out little things, you problem solve after every round, and then if the defense aren't adapting, it's slowly gonna let you start winning more attacks.
Absolutely so. And then you got through Border, things were way more comfortable on there than it was before. There were a couple of hairy rounds here and there. At least that got us excited, kind of watching it on the other side. But now that this game is done, you'll have just a bit of time before setting up for G2. I want to ask you about that game that you had earlier against them. Skyscraper, Kafe Dostoevsky. I mean, Sky was fairly close between you two, but Doki seemed quite confident after that game, having a little chat with him. How do you see that final going against G2 again?
Well, obviously earlier on it was a super close game. We didn't get slapped at all, right? So, I mean, they slapped us earlier, but hopefully we learned some stuff from that game and we'll do our best to win it.
Honestly, it's been a pleasure watching you in the squad throughout the open quals all the way here into close qualifiers, the LCQs for SI. I'm just let's get a good game on. So anything you'd like to say to Doki and to G2, to everybody out there before we start that final?
No, just let's have a good game. As always, I say this all the time, but thank you to the people watching and supporting, and let's go get this one.
Thanks so much, Packbo. Congratulations again on winning this loser bracket matchup. It is time for the grand final. but that's only in a few minutes. Gippy Whippet, closing thoughts on this before we take that penultimate break?
I am very intrigued to see how this is going to play out. We have seen now Asparagus play 2 best-of-3s going into their 3rd in the same day, a rematch against G2, and you know what? I often like to say I go with the underdogs in this one, and especially teams that lose the first best-of-3. They've learned their lesson. They know what G2 are going to do, and the map bans will be telling for that when they step up against each other. That will tell the story, and that's when I'll be more confident to decide how that matchup's going to go. But G2 won't have an easy day, as Asparagus I think are going to be motivated after getting over the line on Border.
I think just going to say the same. It's been a long day for Asparagus. They've been going now since 11 a.m. was it their time, so they've been keeping pretty busy. Hopefully fatigue doesn't be that much of an issue, because you would hate to see a team just kind of flounder at the end just because they're tired and the concentration's not there. It's nice to see Packbull as our MVP again. He's from a small little island that Whippet and I are from, and we, personal level, we'd like to see him do well. And it'd be nice to see him finally at an international event. But to do that, they've got to take down the biggest names in the history of Siege in G2.
Yeah, it's a tall task, of course, for anybody to go up against G2. When you make it so deep into LCQs, you're going to be facing off against the best of who is not already qualified to the Invitational. As you know, we have most teams locked in. We'll know exactly what happens with EU and NA over the next few hours. Of course, NA is coming up just after EU is done, as was the case for yesterday. So I'm not going to dilly-dally much. We have a grand final. It's on the line right now. This one spot remaining, Asparagus versus G2. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll break it down and set it directly into game. Welcome back, friends, and yes, it is time. Our grand final is about to begin. Who makes it to Six Invitational 2025? Well, one best of three will decide it. G2 taking on their opponents that have gone through this entire gauntlet of asparagus, and now they find themselves one more time facing off against G2 as they had in the upper bracket final only a few hours ago. Hi, I'm Elish, your host. With me are Gibson and Whippet. Gents, we've had a hell of a day so far. How are we feeling before this final? We have to get in the check.
I'm feeling good. I'm warmed up. I'm ready to go. Honestly, for the viewers at home, 3 times Whippet and I have casted the game that either sends a team to a major or SI, and they have always been phenomenal. You think back, what was it, Whippet, we had for the major earlier on this year? We had Liquid getting that big one, and then last year we had that massive game that saw, if I'm not wrong, NIP wiping out LOS, who eventually became the team that won the most recent major. This is going to be fun. G2 have it all to do.
We've got a bad habit, Gibby, of the qualifying for international event matches that we cast go the distance and require at least 3 maps at a bare minimum of 1 15-round overtime. We've seen a lot of that already today, so hopefully for our vocal cords it won't be that way, but this bracket has been immense, and the big thing, as you would have saw on that, is Asparagus have played G2 earlier on today. That is a massive factor. They've been playing non-stop since, I think, 11 AM UK time. It is now 6:30 UK time. They have been playing best of 3s back to back now, and this is the most important one going up to it. And again, you're staring down the barrel of G2. They own LCQs. That's their whole gimmick, Without that, where would they be? Well, not a tier 1 event. So this is a very important game for both these teams.
It absolutely is. And you want to qualify, not get a pity invite. Thankfully, that does not happen anymore, at least the way it was 5 years ago. God, 5 years ago. Oh my God. Whew. 5 years really do pass by real fast. Anyways, being old aside, we still have something to go through, and we absolutely have not aged enough for today. Asparagus, as you're saying, Whippet, they've been playing this entire day. This is not just your average night of playing Ranky with the boys and the girls and the they-thems. This is a night and a day that is just full of absolute action and torment. Packball looked exhausted there, but this is a team of players that have been through the gauntlet before. Still, they've gone through even more difficult situations. They played on LAN, etc. The question is, can you keep it together, Gibby?
I can. 100%. I live for this sort of thing. It's games where everything is on the line. This is a G2 side that invested heavily in Stage 2. They've got a huge Brazilian influence. They've brought in another Brazilian coach and cameraman after their little trip away. They are putting it all in on qualifying for this Invitational. If they don't make it, it could be the biggest fumble of a bag we have seen inside of Siege. They've got one of the best teams, right? This is one of the best attacking teams in all of Europe. I think outside Secret, statistically, they are the best team in Europe. Some of the pros, very good at getting the case, very good at winning rounds on attack, but they're not very good at getting the case down. Most of their wins come from the barrel of their gun. But the one thing we need is for Doki to trust his teammates. I think he's been too guilty, and I know Whippet would agree, of sometimes trying to carry the burden of G2 all by himself. But when Doki gets that help, this is a phenomenal side.
When this team plays as a cohesive 5-man unit, it is a very scary thing for anyone to face up against. But unfortunately, that's been the skeleton in their closet. That consistency, and that's the opening, that's the key to success that Asparagus need to exploit, is when those mistakes happen. But when you have a team that has someone like Loira, who today looked exceptional against Asparagus earlier as well, who's been brilliant in terms of aggressive plays and getting kills, you have to think that's going to be a massive backbone of this team. But the talent runs deep on this roster. The question is consistency, and that's been a question for years for this side. But Asparagus, they're going to be very inconsistent in their playstyle, and I think that might upset the rhythm, but all's up in the air until we see how things play out in the map ban.
Yeah, reminder that these two teams played each other only a few hours ago, and that was a 2-0 victory for G2. They played Skyscraper, Kafe Dostoyevsky, and Border was the third map that was set in that we never got to see. Let's get into the map bans and picks for this specific final series of the EUL LCQs. Lair Club Chalet and Nighthaven Labs will be taken away. All right. Okay. We're going to see some old school stuff. Kafe is first, picked by Asparagus. We're going to get to see that again, even though they played one another. Bank, bit of a shift. Good to see. Not been played so far here in the LCQs. And then Consulate to decide it all. Gibby, I mean, we have to look at this. That Kafe pick is a bit of an oddity.
Yeah, G2 have won this ban phase straight off the bat, right? You straight away, they got rid of Clubhouse, which, you know, based on the limited pool that we had of information about Asparagus and Project X, it's one of their stronger maps. And then that means that they're going to take Kafe. It's their second preference. And they've played it every single round. So G2 know exactly what they're going to do. Not only that, G2's second highest preference in Europe this year was Chalet, where they win 50+% of their attacking rounds. They won 50+% of their defending rounds. They've brought that into the mix as well. And, you know, just to add insult to injury, Consulate is also G2's third highest preference map in Europe all this year. They have won this ban phase. The question is, the thing is, it's not won in the ban phase, it's won in the server.
Yeah, for me, Gibson, this is going to be the one moment I've been waiting to happen, and don't take that in a negative way, but for Asparagus, I've been waiting to see their map pool exposed a little bit. We know it's shallow coming into this. They are exceptional, the maps, they know how to play well, they were great on board, they've been good on Kafe time and time again, but that depth isn't there in G2. No, they could exploit that to lean this map ban in their favour. And the big thing about the Kafe pick is that Matchco have laid the blueprint to how to beat Asparagus on that. So Matchco had a perfect counter strat at considering how long the Consulate game was. G2 could have time to realize we could maybe influence some of our picks and decisions in match about how Matchco shut this down. So think about this now, it's the end of a tournament bracket, things are different, a lot on the line for these teams, and the pressure is really going to be a deciding factor, and fatigue for Asparagus.
Yeah, so the deck is stacked, to say the least, here against Asparagus. The question is, what do they have that is the secret weapon, that secret sauce that you need to win in a game like this? Yeah, Whip it.
So the one thing that I always think about in this is everyone knows the iconic Hungry clip against Norango on border with that Ying ace, right? Popped off, goes crazy. That was at the end of a group stage playoff day in our old major format. That was a long, grueling 10+ hours of games he played and then delivered that. Now, that is years ago at this point, but that means Hungry has that depth, has that gas time to go deep. Packball has been actively playing for a long time and consistently, and should have that stamina to go on. This team will be tired, but they have that heart to keep pushing through. We've seen it from individuals like Packball, like Hungry before. Question is, Rexon, Jay, Daya, can they bring that out now? Can they stand up tall? Because if you have two leaders at the front, they can do it. You need your backline, you need those gunners to be able to do that as well. And hopefully they have that stamina, but I do believe in the underdogs here.
I'm with it. I've always loved the underdog story. My whole casting career, it's, you know, it's not always fun to root for the best team all the time, which is why it's nice to see the underdog's tale come true from time to time. I feel this really is David versus Goliath. Yes, G2 are not the team they used to be, but honestly, think of how Reddit's going to go. Think about what the online world will be like if G2 don't make SI because they lost to a team not called even Asparagus, Asparagus with 2 U's.
Yeah, look, usually I as a human being, I try to not think about how, you know, the opinion of the internet is like. But for specifically when it comes to this piece of maybe G2 won't make it because Asparagus kicks them out of the quals and make it to SI. Yeah, I think if there's one moment to be on the internet, that is definitely the one for it. So we're still waiting on one more player to join in before we get our game and lobby ready to go. So I don't know. At this point, are we looking at any kooky operator bans? Because we had it before. G2 can just throw things out of the blue, and it's difficult for most teams to try to react to their bans, especially now with how Doki explained that the team is functioning, with how Cameraman is in the background, with Uno leading. Anything that comes to mind for you a bit?
There's two options that G2 are going to have. That's going to be following the blueprint, where we're going to see a Brava Maestro ban, or we're going to see stuff taken away towards that execute heavy style of play. I don't think it would be a Sen's ban away from it, and I think a Grim ban here would be very detrimental for Asparagus. They play very heavily around those Bs, they use that for zonal control basically every single offensive round. That would be a massive blow for them. And again, you imagine that the Maestro has massive impact for them. If you see a Bravo ban, they have to do that as well. They might be forced into it. I think the unique style of play that Asparagus have means they might be able to win the Operator ban phase going into it, but I think we saw them ban their own Sens away in the previous matchup. I don't know what to expect from this, and again, I think we're going to see very targeted bans at this stage of the bracket.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Whippet, and I suppose the only other option is a very tough one for Asparagus, is do you ban the Deimos? We know that Doki loves to play that Operator, he's incredibly dangerous on it, but we saw in the previous game that they themselves love a bit of Deimos for Jay. So it's one of those, do you, cut off your hand to spite your nose to spite your face type of conversations they need to have with themselves. But the other option then is, like, I know we've not seen a lot of it, but G2 are exceptional with their shield play as well over the course of Europe this year. Like, I think just on a skim, in Europe, they won 70% of their rounds that they brought Monty. They're exceptional with it. They've got that Brazilian influence. You really have to think about G2 because they can go one of two ways.
I honestly, this is now my mind is kind of going off. I wish we had an extra ban for either side just for this sort of situation, just because we have so many good shields right now. Whereas, like, you're just spoiled for choice. You have at least 4 operators that are pretty sick with shields on the attacking side. And yeah, that's something that you're going to have to think a million times about, because it's not like you can ban all of them. Only a few months ago, you were thinking, oh, well, Monty blitz out of the way, a few shield, that's unlikely. It always is unlikely. But now with a good Blackbeard, you can still do the same as a Monty. And if you're more proactive, maybe the Blackbeard is the better choice compared to the Monty. If you want to be more proactive, more kind of thinking about taking ground on a map ASAP. Kafe is one of them, or some solid positions where you do not have to worry about nitros from below are going to be pretty sick to have. However, we're finally ready. Our final player has set themselves into the server, and we're ready to go. G2 Esports versus Asparagus. It is the grand final of the 6th Invitational 2025 last chance qualifiers for Europe. And it's Gibson and Whippet to take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milosh, and welcome in friends, family, and fans of these two teams and what could be the biggest game of the year for them as they attempt to qualify for SI. G2 Whippet, one of the behemoths of the siege scene, arguably the biggest org we've ever had in the scene. Their names will go down in the annals of history, but this is not that team. This is not that roster. They have had some changes, and that's why they find themselves in the LCQ finals.
Gibson, we have seen a striker and Sens ban. Now, remember I said I was a little bit unsure about how these bans are going to go because we've seen things be either really targeted or very out of kind of line. This is one that makes sense for me, though. Going into this one, the castle is a very core part of the identity of the defensive structure Asparagus bring on a map like Kafe. And for G2 to ban that away, that is going to make it more difficult for them to play the way they wanted. And Asparagus have, again, banned an operator that we associate with this team, being that Maestro. So they've kept that same tradition from the previous best of 3 that they were playing.
Yeah, why not? If, as I said before, if you can't read what your next move is, how are your opponents going to do the same? This, though, is a massive matchup. G2 have had hours and hours to prep for this one. As I keep saying, the majority of viewers of this game are going to be supporting G2, but there's always a chance for Asparagus. But Whippet, I want to talk about history, right?
Oh,
I know that you
history, Gibson. This is my specialty subject, so go away. Go for it.
Historically, Whippet, of course, was a massive G2 fan, coming from the old Penta days. Whereas,
that was me.
As a caster, Whippet and I have casted G2 3 times. Just 3 times, because we've been working in other regions. Whippet, those 3 games have either been at international events or qualifiers for international events. What is G2's record in those 3 games that we've played, that we've casted, that they've played?
G2 is 0-3 on every single time we've hopped on a mic for them. And Gibson, this is one of the ones I'm going to remember. I remember this. We were doing EWC in 2023, and we watched Falcons eliminate G2. A deflated G2 that didn't look the way we expected from them. Actually, a G2 that had Gemini on the roster at the time. Very different look from them now. And as much as I am the world's greatest G2 hater, I think at this point you have to accept the fact they are the favourites going this one. Look at the talent on this roster. It is undeniable going into it. But from the side of Asparagus, lineup-wise, we're going to see Hungry donning that Monty shield. Going to be very effective, getting significant amounts of map control, especially out towards Piano. We're going to have those long angles staring you down. No Mirror ban, but Mirror's not being opted to get brought out from G2 here on the defense. And Asparagus may be a little bit confused here because for the very first time in what feels like forever, they have the opportunity to attack this top floor side.
Yeah, and straight off the bat, we're seeing Loira, who we witnessed in Stage 1 in Brazil earlier this year, become the player that G2 have signed. Plenty to come from this young player. A risk, of course, to bring a 19-year-old across the globe to represent this org. They will set up a maze inside of Piano, using those Kiba barriers, creating angles that only you can win, that only you can fight from. And that just slows down the attack, right? Because you got to draw and you got to be extra sure. It means that if you drop Red Hatch, it becomes extremely dangerous to make that cross, which, by the way, there's a BP there to get even more information on. I feel like Asparagus are playing directly into the G2 setup at the moment.
Asparagus have definitely not wanted to take the Route 1 style, which is somewhat characteristic of this roster and this lineup so far. And the big thing to see, Gibby, I'm going to look at is, oh, great one. Alamau's going to get the opening pick there. C4 tossed out. Rexon will fall. And with only 3 drones remaining, a minute 20 left to go, Asparagus, for the very first time today, I'm going to say this, their drone economy has been rather poor. So they have limited opportunity to get the information on these operators from G2. Blaz will get one, trades himself off into DBNO, and down below is that Valkyrie. So Doki should be able to get that revive, and does so. G2 in complete control here, the opening round of the defense. Asparagus just looking for a way in at this moment, and it might need a miracle, and it might need someone to make an overextension or a poor call of judgment, and that's the only really way they have to get themselves back in this. Loira finding some pressure out towards Pixel. The Monty can do very little to stare you down, but retreats all the way out towards Planks, and the teammates are there in support as well. 5 versus 3, 40 seconds. This should be one that G2 can coast out the victory.
Yeah, Monty has to be careful not to extend himself too far down this corridor, allowing for the swing to happen on the other side, and that's exactly what happens. Loira will get another few kills. It's flawless for G2, and what a way to start this game up. They played into the way that they thought Asparagus would play. They used their aggression. They baited the Monty all the way down the hall, and Loira tidies up the round. But that's an excellent start. That's a great nerve calmer for G2 in this.
There's a simple phrase Gibson is that kind of has been ping-ponging around my brain for the entirety of that matchup going into it, and there is a phrase. There are levels to this. As much as I might be a G2 hater, they are, in EUL for a reason. Asparagus aren't there. This is a pickup team essentially. They're going to be competing in Tier 2 on the Project X later on this week as well, just like Matchco. They are against the big dogs here. This is a difficult day for them, and G2 showed that level, showed that class, but it is only the opening round, and I am always rooting for the underdogs deep down inside my heart. So Asparagus are not out of this fight. It's only 1 round played. Some repicks happening as we see Jackal getting brought out here from Packbull. An interesting choice. A Spanish operator not being played today so far.
Yeah, but look at the rest of the lineup. You're bringing Buck, you're bringing Ram. The reason why you're bringing Jackal is you want to clear the map a little bit quicker than you normally would. So they're going to go into the top floor, work their way down to the middle floor, and establish vertical control with the Ram, with the Buck, and use the likes of a Gridlock to prevent any, to at least give you some flank knowledge if it's going to happen. They're playing to control the map here. It's changed to what we've seen from them in previous rounds, but I think that it kind of tells you exactly how they want to play this one. On the other side of the coin, G2, pretty standard setup. They're extending out. They're not very little pressure on site. They're extended up to that top floor as well. Alamau with the Boss G is going to be dangerous. You've got to clear him from the position because, as much as people might question some of the IGL decisions that were made over the year in the server, when it comes to straight up mechanical ability, he is one of the best of the world, and he is one of the best in the world for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot doubt it as much as people might try to do so. Alamau again has the numbers to back up every decision being made so far. And that Boss G is a difficult thing to clear out at this stage. Again, look at this, tucked inside a ticket. That's going to be Blaz. If left unchecked, this could be 2 to 3 freebies if they wander on into him. And there's no drones even in close proximity to him so far. Well, actually, Gibson, look at this. 5 drones already shot from G2. Their drone hunting capabilities have been fantastic so far. And I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to allow Blaz to get a freebie. Jay does have an idea and gets that opening pick. And Asparagus on a great beginning here is... We're down below in VIP and back up with Packball.
Yeah, they knew. And drone economy is difficult on a map like Kafe. Rexon finds Alamau as well, so this is a brilliant start to this round for Asparagus. They've got the 2 roamers. They've now established vertical control. Now they can focus on site. Yes, Jay is taking a lot of damage, but he's done his job. He's got his one. Now you set up the flank watch, and it's not going to be a player holding the flank. It's going to be those track stingers that will give you that information. Minute and 15. Now the big question for a team like Asparagus, or the big problem we might see, is don't spend too much time focusing on looking through the vert. You gotta try to make an execute at some point. Remember, time is a valuable resource. There's the smoke that'll enable the freezer drop if they elect to go for it. But the question is not, yes, Doki takes a lot of damage here too through the verts.
The Kiva barrier is patching up towards Freezer as well. Again, we know Asparagus are very preferential towards his Freezer take. Now, Lawyer still plays in that position, DMR with in VIP with that DMR, meaning the win condition is still in the hands of G2 at this moment, even though it's a 5-3 advantage in terms of player count for Asparagus. Again, a lot of focus on the verticality here. Alamau did try to rotate this hatch, but it is pre-open for them. That nade is good, and it will force Doki back. He can't deploy that Kiva in time, and Packball drops in, and then the smoke is perfect. Lawyer's DMR can't set off its song. And now with 24 seconds left to go, Lawyer has to make a deep rotation. Finding one though on the J. What a shot! Reads the rotation, and this is why he's the demon. Lawyer finding 3, and it's just like that. Back to 2 versus 2. It's all over just like that. Uno, calm, cool, and collected like a Finn, you'd imagine. Gets it done. G2 finding 2 in a row.
The boy from Brazil going large and whipping it with a DMR. Some things never change. Brazilians and DMRs is a love letter. You gotta say it. And it all stems from the fact that in Brazil, they play on LAN all the time, and they know how effective those DMRs can be, particularly when there is 0 ping. But incredible retake from Lyra. Yes, you could argue the timing on the trade was not great from Asparagus, but you've still got to win it. Lyra wins the quick 2, catches the player sneaking through Rice to get a triple, and that wins the round from there. He leaves it all down to the Finn to clean things up. But what a bounce back from G2.
Camera in position.
G2 very strong in play from this one. I mean, again, this is again the levels too that's going into it. G2 have been exceptional in these positions. Lyra, you just got to imagine that is the X factor for this team, realistically, Gibby. Able to dive in, find success back to back. If you can have someone who can do that, you can win rounds when you shouldn't get the job done.
This is a good start. It's 2-0, right? You've got a very good record against Asparagus. You played this map earlier today. You raced out to a lead in that game too, and then there was a sprinkle and a little dash of G2 trolling to give Asparagus fans a little bit of hope, but then they finished the job off. They played them in best of 3. They won 2 maps, all in regulation. They've started things off the right way, and well, what a better way to add to it. Lyra will get the DBNO onto Hungry. The res will come through, but in order to get that res whip, it's going to take a little bit more time. Now you got to be quiet. You know, let the voices quiet a little bit, Lyra. Don't peek too much because they're going to be focusing on that. They're going to think that you'll be thirsty and look for that flush.
Deagle doing his job, just carving up as much floor as possible, and this is where Asparagus are going to be more aggressive, or at least intended of being so. A lot of damage on early to Hungry. He's going to maybe be a little bit cautious to make this play happen. Blitz is going to be a massive key factor to this. Asparagus, this is more towards our DNA that we expect from this side, being way more aggressive, bring operators that enable you to be more aggressive and try and make that 3-2-1 execution stick. They must be a massive factor here. Again, there is no mute in play, so you'll get full effect from anyone who you've detected. But Gibson, look at the HUD towards that Deimos. They've not spotted anyone out on this. Logic Bomb goes out, and that will give them much needed information, as Rexon will find the opening on the Doki. Packball gets his pick on towards Alamau, but traded off by Blaz in the midst of that chaos. A great read, spotting that Jaeger out. Needs to blind him, but no, Uno finding 2. And just like that, Asparagus' advantage is neutralized. Boss G gets one more with a hip fire. You couldn't even write that one. Lawyer sweeps things up. Hungry falls. 3-0 sweep for G2.
Look at Finn. He's been in the sauna for the last few hours. He is warmed up and ready to go. And that is just phenomenal play. look, they rushed into sight. They had so much control. And then, A, you let him get the flank off. He gets the kill. Secondly, you stun him with the SMG-12. He still gets the job done. And then a hip fire into the chest in the hall. The boss G's not broken, guys. The boss G's not broken. He wins the round again. And it's 3-0 G2. They're racing into a lead here on Kafe.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And this is where I'm going to get a little bit worried now for Asparagus, a map that we have seen them play time and time again throughout this bracket so far. They have played it essentially in every single best of 3 with varying degrees of success. They even played it earlier today against G2. And I think G2 have learned what lessons there were to learn from that and are playing perfectly into this. Asparagus, it's not working out for them so far. So Gibby, what do you want to see from this team to mix things up? Do you want to go back to that Route 1 style of play, or is there anything else they need to do to try and break this steadfast defense from G2 down?
I think they got to pause once they get the advantage. 2 rounds in a row now, we've seen them get a pretty good numerical advantage, and either because they've left the time short already, or because they're in so much of a rush to complete their checks that they forget to slow down and think about what the next steps are. That's 2 rounds in a row now. They've spoiled a 2-player advantage, and you just can't do that against any tier 1 team, never mind against G2. So I think up the tempo in the early round a little bit, pacing. Then once you get the first few kills, you don't need to get ahead of yourself. Don't put the don't put the cart before the horse, and see where the round goes from there.
Slower start so far here. Packable down the shotgun on the Damos this time around. A peek out from the Valkyrie. Doki finds one. Rexon's been slain. Doki still has that level of class around the way he moves around the map, demanding respect and pressure wherever he goes. Opening pick for G2 yet again. Now that Valkyrie has revealed her presence, and that's going to be a nightmare for them. That's going to be a C4 threat lurking down below. And then MPX in hands of Doki, waiting to be able to pounce best as possible. I think you have an idea to drive by white stairs. Doki peeks out knowing the Damos is there, and Packball not quick enough on the draw to find enough damage for a DBNO or a kill. Candelas go out, the execution arrives, and the blitz is going to be that vocal point of pressure arriving inside of Dining. A jump out there, and Hungry's going to be able to get one on towards Blaz, and Day is going to pop off for Uno. It's going to be pressure on white stairs. This shotgun was picked for a reason, and it's to get this control. A single pump of that NH70 up close and personal will be enough to say that. Warning, but Packball looks the wrong way, and Alamau gifted a freebie back to level playing field.
Yeah, 3 versus 2. Doki will take down Jay, and Doki gets his triple on the round as all the big names for G2 are singing from the same hymn sheet at the moment. You've got Alamau pushing inside a laundry, and Alamau will clean the round up. It's just star names doing big things, getting the important kills when they matter most. And one of the things that people have said, positively or negatively about G2 in the past is sometimes whenever they get themselves in a situation where the round looks like it's over, they have a habit of maybe throwing just a little bit, doing a couple of things wrong. There's none of that. So I've seen none of that through the opening 4 maps. They're playing aggressive. They're holding their crosses. They're playing off of each other's information. This is it's not the prime G2 roster, but this is prime G2 we're seeing right now.
This is the most locked in G2 have looked for a very, very long time in this side of competition. Now, they really want to go to the Invitational. You got to think about this, right? There's a reason why there are 2 stars above that crest on their jersey. They've lifted a hammer 2 times. It is one of the most legendary names inside of our esport, and you've got to feel that they feel the level of, we've got to be there. That's our place. That's our home ground. You can never count out G2 at the 6th Invitational. It's somewhat written in the stars. And they are playing like that so far. Asparagus, 0-4 down. Something needs to change. This is normally the side that they're more effective on here on Kafe. They at least bring a little bit more of an explosive flair to them. It's been a little bit muted on this side so far from them. But G2 have made everything excruciatingly difficult, and it's not going to change anytime soon. Asparagus need a way into this round. Who can find it for them?
Well, it's going to come down to big plays from individuals. I think at this point, you look at the way the G2 are set up on this top floor. 4 rounds to the good as things stand, and 2 are all being brought on the top floor by Doki. Not electing to take the DMR here either, which a lot of people like to bring, but instead going for the MPX, and Jay will deal with Lyra pretty quickly. Down goes the Azami before all of those Kiba barriers can be put into play as well, and that means Piano is there for the taking. But the problem is, the longer you leave it, the longer you allow G2 to settle, and look what happens. G2 have already got pressure back inside of that position in Piano. They've retaken it. It was too slow from Asparagus, and now G2 are ready for the next phase of the attack.
For Asparagus, so the big thing here is just to get their opening pick. Now you have the numeric advantage, you can play around that in terms of your trades. Lineup-wise, again, Doki on the 2-bar out hasn't had a major effect, but as I say that, finds something with the MPX, so it's going to be a bit of a nightmare here, using that to slow down drone gain on that position. Vault in from mining perhaps, but no, not opting for it. Uno will get one on the Daya, and it's going to be Packbull to find that trade on towards the Finn. Minute 40 remaining in this round, back to 3 versus 3, but look at the names still standing. Alamau, Doki, and Blaz all up against Asparagus at this point. Not going to be an easy day in the office. Nonetheless, never count out our plucky tier 2 team.
3 versus 3, so after all the chaos in the early stages, we're back to a level playing field with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. G2, all the defenders now, bar 1 on the top row, 1 playing below to deny any form of a plant, and there's going to be the lion scan popping off. They move now towards that default plant, but something is just amiss. They've realized they've got 1 minute left to work with. You've still got drones that you can use to find where these defenders are, and that's exactly what they do. Hungry will find Blaz. 3 versus 2 now, and it's all down to Doki and Alamau. Long angle now through bar. This is a horrible pixel to fight a gunfight against, but gives up that position. Repositions now against the hard wall. The drone will sail on by, and damage dealt towards Doki, but Doki still stands, and Doki will win the fight against Rex and switches over towards Freezer now. More damage dealt now to Alamau. 30 seconds to go now as Hungry will find a double on the round. What can Doki do? Well, one thing's for sure, you need to see Asparagus set up across here.
Asparagus need this round oh so desperately. That drone will spot out. Doki and Packbull finds it. A much needed round for Asparagus, and that's going to be a big thing for them mentality wise. Okay, we can get rounds. It is not out of the question. We can hang with G2, at least on our map preference going into this one. So if Asparagus get themselves their opening round, it is going to come at the tail end of the first half here. G2 still lead 4-1, so a 3-round advantage moving into round number 6 here. G2's defense going all the way down the fireplace and mining for this one this time around. Asparagus, great play early, getting that opening pick, and that gave them a lifeline. That gave them a little bit of a boost in morale, a little bit of a jump in their step, and that's what we need to see them do from this moment. It's trying to recover a stable playing field, so Asparagus need to fight for that opening pick, and that's going to be where you're going to be looking at players like Packbull, like Rexon, like Daya, who have been finding them time and time again to keep that success and find them here against G2 when it matters most.
Mining the site of choice now with it this time around. Azami brought by Loira once more to set up a maze on that top floor in and around Piano. Cade will look to electrify the hatch as well to prevent that direct avenue in towards trains, which of course is in sight, but it's the area of no man's land between the two sites that if you control, you've always got a great chance of winning the round. And it's all this, like, this Kafe so far tonight has come down massively onto top floor, and there's the disgusting cap can traps, right? The ones that you look quickly, you don't see them through the trash bags, and then you run through and you're like, guys, why do we not know there's a cap can trap there? If Uno gets a couple of kills off the back of that one, he deserves to win the naughty step.
Oh, Kafe. We haven't seen a single successful cap can trap detonation all day long. Is this the game we see that thing change around? Track Stingers deployed out towards that new balcony to give them a little bit of reassurance that will be a safe position later on in this. Now, those footholds will prove to be a very difficult thing to deal with later on. That means you have to try and get control of Train. We'll hop on board with Doki on the roam down below yet again. 5-3 so far across 6 rounds. A great performance from the Scotsman. And the question is, can they keep that momentum rolling? Kaede, yet again, the only player spotted out by that Deimos, and it seems like Asparagus, one of my biggest praises for them was their drone economy in the previous matchups, but this time it's not been as efficient, and they're not getting maximum value from that Deimos. Time and time again, that's going to hurt them in the long run. The logic bomb goes out, and nothing quite found with it. Rexon does get the opening. That's on the Doki. Valanaus there for that stride on towards Jay. Back to level playing field yet again.
Yeah, but look where Jay is. Look where they are. Like, Asparagus already have pressure in and around side. Will get the kill onto Rexon, bring us back to a 4 versus 3 in favor of G2 as Alamau gets back on his feet. But it was a very pushed. Oh, Daya has just obliterated Uno through the wall with a pre-fire. What have I just seen? Cade getting targeted now, 3 versus 3, but Cade, of course, inside the train carriage itself will not be able to be killed from above. But it's vital information. If you know where one of those defenders are, all you got to do is work out where the final 2 pieces of the puzzle are. One, of course, being Alamau over by White Stairs with backup in the form of Loira. A minute to go 3 versus 3. This is a crucial round in this matchup, the final one before the side swap.
Deathmark goes out on towards Loira, and they'll now know that Deimos is down below. They can establish a crossfire from this. They've got a Lion Scan to work with. Correction, no they don't. They now know that out towards Laundry is going to be a threat, but that single shot, the revolver might give away the play here. Blaz gets one on towards Daya, and it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Alamau pops off, finding one. It's going to be an absolute turkey shoot. Loira gets packable, and G2 wrap up by 5-1 here on Kafe.
And even with the information, you know that there's one defender on site. You know that there's one by white. You still lose the battle. So just like that, G2 storm into a 5-1 lead on their defense. Now they move over to the attack. And if you look at the stats, it ain't good for Asparagus. Again, G2 win more than 50% of their attacks inside of EU on this map.
But you know what, Gibby? I'm going to throw an asterisk to this stat line.
Okay.
Say, right, think our minds back just a little bit to the Montreal Major. Now, did G2 have a, let's just say, a quite memorable crash out against a team like Dark Zero 7-0 loss on a map like Clubhouse? That just happened.
It did.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the reason I'm going to bring that one up is it was a very, very big example on that matchup of how G2's decision-making in the offense can often suffer. They tend to run themselves into problems. Now, they've had a long time since that event, and of course, Cameraman's came into this team. They can correct that. But Asparagus, if they can force stall-outs of G2, that's their lifeline. That's their chance. They can make G2 sit against a brick wall, have to make a decision. That's where teams can benefit from them. So, fingers crossed for the side of Asparagus to get that one to go, but G2 have just looked so clinical. I don't think that's going to be a factor in this matchup.
Capcan traps, the double Capcan traps on the ticket window. Very commonplace to put 2 of them right there. But who am I to question Jay, who is, of course, in a best-of-3 matchup to qualify for SI. Looking at the side of Asparagus, they're doing exactly what you expect. Extending up to the top floor, they're going to hold it from above. G2, on the other hand, they've got the setup to go very direct here with Blaz, with Uno playing on the ace. If they want, they can go direct. They can go horizontal. And I feel like that could be the case because Loira's gone the door. He's the lion. He is the key.
I think that's going to be a perfect example of what they want to do here, Gibbsy. Now, Uno is a little bit away from this one. They're going to drop aggressive onto this new hatch, and they're going to drop straight into Pillar. You read this perfectly. The cover from Alamau was there, and Hungry shut down. This is going to invite the Brazilian to repel straight in. Loira walks in from hell, gets one, but Rex is there to find one trade, and so is Packbull. And that's Asparagus finding a lifeline in this round. Now, that barricade will make a lot of noise and might relay that position. Rexon finds a second one, and Blaz falls. Asparagus might be able to get themselves their second round. It looks likely that they can do that here on the defense. Loira alone against 3. Now, if there's one player I would never count out in a position like this, it would be Loira. Verticality might be a problem, but they're not staring at that for just yet. He can elude that detection for the time being and finds a shot on the J. What a shot, Gibby. I'm starting to believe here.
Gotta retake top row, though. You've got the case. Maybe planting on the other side might be the best thing to do in this scenario because of the verticality that is still being held. You see those red silhouettes off in the distance. You go too far into the corner, you open yourself up to a spray from white. A minute to go. Maybe, just maybe, Asparagus think that time's against them. C4 above creates more verticality, meaning that that's not a position you can plant in, but you know what? That earlier rotate comes in pretty clutch, but so does Rexon. He gets the kill. Asparagus win their opening round on defense.
Very important round to win there, but the thing I'm going to say from this one is this is going to be a situation where Asparagus are fighting from the ropes time and time again. The level of decision making from G2 there was fantastic. They saw an opportunity to drop from New Hatch straight in the Pillar, and they can get themselves Route 1 access in the site via mining, via train, via Pillar itself, and that was very difficult to deal with. Now, players like Rexon, like Packbull were able to get those trades and settle the nerves just a little bit, which is very important for them, but that still shows that they're susceptible to G2 kind of collapsing quickly when they see that gap. The G2 are very, very good at that indeed. One round back though for the side of Asparagus, and that will be a very important one to build on from this moment to get themselves their second or their first defensive round. Can they keep that rolling here? This map does lean defense favoring, although that doesn't mean too much considering what we saw on Consulate earlier.
That never mind defense favoring, that was just a map about defense where the opening phase went 6 each on their defensive halves. This time, mining will be the site of choice. Lineup change. Doki on the Deimos, a very familiar sight to those of you who've been watching EUL and the majors all year round. Blaz switching onto the Lion this time. Lyra going to the Dokkaebi. So Lyra on the DMR. We've already seen the damage that they can do. Run out from Packbull. He's going to give it a couple of seconds. Look, the camera's not on yet, so they're waiting for the peak. Here comes the peak, but no! They're not around the wall just yet. But it's information garnered, right? You know that there's a player now in and around pillar. You've nothing ventured, nothing gained. But it's just little things like that. A second or two later on that run out, and Packbull probably gets a kill.
The thing about that Gibson that I really enjoy from this side is, yes, G2 have somewhat been dominating this matchup completely, but Asparagus are not dejected yet, and they still have the confidence to go for a run out like that. So from Packbull, that's the experience showing that you have to lead from the front. That's exactly what he done in that moment. I didn't get success from it, but still shows they're in this matchup nonetheless. Track Stingers deployed by Alamao to try and give a sound mask to get some pressure upstairs. He's going to open up that hell window, or heaven window I should say, and a C4 primed and ready. Hungry can need to land this. It's very important, but I think Alamao just taking his time, trying to bait that, knowing and expecting the likelihood that a C4 will arrive at some point, so just waiting, and that nade is perfect. That's going to put Hungry under so much pressure, but he escapes any damage done, any significant damage. The second one detonates beside his feet. A lot burn. Oh my goodness, Gimme! Every grenade going to Hungry, and he still stands tall!
That last nade should have killed him, but it fell through the gaps in the floor that was created by the nade before. Hungry hanging on by a thread, but still in the fight. Look at the angle being held by Packbull on the skylight, waiting for the drop, but Lyra will get the kill onto Daya. C4 still at the ready here as Hungry's in the position, but Jay on a wander will catch out Blaz. 5-2 the scoreline, 4v4 the player count on this round, and Packbull went for the play below New Hatch, but Alamo gets the kill, and the case is going to be put down by the Flying Finn. Uno will get it down. You've got two defenders nowhere near where they need to be in order to win this round, and the angle's being held up, but Doki knows that there's a very good likelihood there. Uno's in the perfect position to play for the trade. This is what G2 historically maybe didn't do the best, but they played the trade to perfection, and G2, Doki gets the kills, and just like that, G2 won their first round on their first attacking round.
G2, sorry, I should say, Doki and Uno there set up basically an unwinnable crossfire for whoever walked down red stairs. There's not a lot you can do there. And again, the entirety of G2's play there, from what we caught on observation, everything's out towards Cocktail. It seems like it's going to be some pressure out towards there. That's going to be the take to go for it. Nope, they hit in the midst of chaos in towards mining, get that case down and play around that win condition. Exceptionally done from G2, and I think they rightfully moved themselves on to map point at this point. And some advice from Lyra there.
From being defused by attackers.
Really nice of Lyra to help the opposition, isn't it? Like, he's literally just a kid. Like, I want to reiterate this. Whip and I saw this player develop in Brazil in Stage 1 last year, and G2 took the risk. It is a risk to take such a young player across continents to play in a different region, and they're reaping the rewards for it. 10-2 so far through 8 rounds, and not only is he able to get all the kills, he's also trying to IGL the other team. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lyra has been an exceptional pickup for this team, and again, that Brazilian influence running deep. Again, primary coach, now secondary coach, all Brazilian Alamao, Lyra.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
A lot of that influence coming from this team, of course, and has proved to be massively beneficial for them in some of these latter stages of this qualifier. Now, Gibby, it is map point here for G2. Let's talk about the bigger picture here going into this one. Asparagus have chosen this map. They have played this map time and time again. They've even played against G2 earlier on today, which they did lose at as well. Was this a tactical error to go here yet again, or was this trying to play off the vibes? They knew they're confident here because G2, I think G2 have read the script, and this has been a very difficult day in the office for the side of Asparagus.
By banning Club, they dared Asparagus to pick this map because Club and Kafe are the two favorites, the two preferences. 7-3 was the scoreline last time we went here. It looks like it could be 7-3, maybe even 7-2 this time around. C4 thrown, that could be good. Does a lot of damage onto Doki, but it's just a few feet too short. Doesn't get the kill, and Doki will live to fight another day. I spoke earlier about the fact that G2 have a 70% win rate on attacking rounds in Europe when they bring them onto. They only need one round on attack now to win map number 1. And this could be the one. The Finn will be the tip of the spear, although that tip will be blunt with it being a shield. But there's Blaz getting the opener. Packbull gets the trade, but how much information can Hungry even feed? What can he do with this information?
Well, Hungary has the all-important C4 down below. Doki pops up, gets that confirmation, Packball shut down, and the C4 does not hit its mark. Uno will be thankful for that one. The Monty's still a factor in this round, but Asparagus one player down, minute 25, and I think G2 almost have free reign to establish whatever they want. And look at this, Blaz, the confidence to rappel on in, but pays dearly for it! Rexon finding 2, and that's why you never underestimate your opposition, G2. Overconfidence can be a killer, and that's what we've seen, but look who's alive, it's Loira. The case is cold. It's Hungary and Rexon. Now, surely they have the information, that cardiac sensor. They should know where the Sophia is arriving from. Loira finding 1. Loira can't get it done! Rexon finds a way to save the day for the narrowest of margins. Asparagus stay alive.
First off, Loira is a demon. He is actually insane, but Rexon. I saw somebody earlier today calling him Rexon from Wish. Nah, this is Rexon. This is a future star that you're watching here as well. And they won the round. And you spoke about a complacency. It looked like it was done. Blaz repelled on him, thinking, yeah, we got this round 1. This is easy. And then there's the swing. Rexon's like, hello. There's a couple more kills on the spray. And just like that, but look at this, Loira, the game sense weapon. He knew there was somebody on planks. The trade was slow. Look, Rexon was a little bit slow. The pre-fire was perfect. The spray, it bounced an inch away from the head of Rexon, but Rexon didn't miss his chance.
The crosshair placement was a millimeter too low. If it was a millimeter higher, we would have been saying, well, that's a great map. Well done, G2. On to bank. But, alas, for all your G2 fans, there's a chance of potential comeback. Asparagus might get the job done. It's a long shot, and I'm on severe copium for that. Underdog stories are what I do live for on this, but G2 have looked exceptional so far. I'll lean back into that a little bit, though, in that previous round. It felt like there was, they had a lot of control, they had that man advantage, but again, Blaz repels on in pretty nonchalantly. There's no one there to cover him, and that enabled a massive bounce back, finding 3 in rapid succession for Rexon. That did enable that. Again, G2 can never underestimate anyone, and that's the type of decision-making that has cost them rounds in the past. Now, the too sharp, let that one happen again. Right?
You know? Well, look, it's still 6-3. It's still advantage G2. Loira still having one hell of a game, 12-3. Rexon on the other side is 10-7 as these two young gunners go head-to-head in this fun matchup. Uno on the Monty again. Didn't really work for them too well last time around, but maybe this time could be a little bit different. Drone network and camera network set up by the defenders. Hungary will attempt to feed as much information to the side as possible, but they've brought 3 C4s. They realize what worked against them earlier, and they're going to try to do it towards G2, but that camera was just a little too easy to spot there for Uno.
Very effective use of the IQ upstairs on the roof, being able to pick out those cameras and basically be a conductor saying shoot here, shoot there, and now that web of information has been muted just a little bit. They still have 1 BP standing, and I believe 2 Valkyrie cameras are still applicable. Deep angle held by Jay there. Couldn't quite find anything from it just yet. Salma Chargers open up the access, and very, very quickly that upstairs hold looks a lot less steadfast as G2 work ruthlessly, efficiently to clear as much map control as quickly as they can. Again, look at how good they are just getting this control and demanding space and respect from Asparagus.
But the score, the level player count is still the exact same. It's 5 apiece. Doki almost losing his head in that fight with Jay. Most of the Asparagus players now have fallen back as they've ceded top floor control. However, you still got to do work, G2, with that control. Upside down rappel, holding the rotate, holding the flank is Blaz. And it's very important that Blaz does not, forget their job, that they do not get up, they do not get down, they hold that for as long as they need to establish full control. Red silhouettes still playing below. You can see maybe that could be a late brown retake, maybe a little push up again. Jay will make it a 5v4, and somehow we see an escaping act on the other side by Rexon as well.
That's massive. G2 lose the first pick of this matchup of this round, but don't get themselves traded. Uno's make a rotation in the pillar, and this is where the Monty can demand respect. You have to respect this shield. Like, they can walk in and take space, but the Legion is going to burn oh so critical time. With Doki holding control upstairs, that retake angle isn't there, and verticality is going to deny power positions. Alamau gets that pick on towards Hungary, and now they can begin to pick Asparagus apart bit by bit. The case should go down. Is the cover good enough? Pops up Packball, finding two, and just like that, Peter Bull has unraveled G2, but 000 is still here, but it's going to be a C4. What a moment there, as Asparagus still have a lifeline.
Peter Bull got the final kill, but it was Wrexham once more who made the play. Stepping in, kills the cover. And by the way, can we just talk about the fact that Uno was completely unbothered by the fact that his teammate died an inch away and there was footsteps there?
Well, of course he is. It's icy cold. It's a Finn. He's not going to move. He's like, my job? Case. It goes down. You know? But, Gibby, I believe in a very strict rule in terms of Rainbow Six Siege. I am trying to apply this in right. If you talk, you're going to lose. Now, just saying. Earlier today, Alamau did refer to players as bots. We see Lawyer trying to give advice, and all of a sudden, it's not gone so well for G2. Maybe they might need some advice to get things back on their offense. As Asparagus have looked much more in control, and the big thing about that round for me, Gibby, is they played to keep their life intact and not allow G2 to trade them away. Now, they are still in deep water here. They are fighting for an overtime to keep their map choice in effect, but they're building momentum. And this is my critique of Alamau's IGLing. When a team has momentum and there's pressure on G2, that's when things begin to fall apart. And that is it. He's an exceptional player. We see it time and time again at live events. You see it especially in Sao Paulo and Brazil, that pressure of the crowd. Now, not the biggest stakes here, of course. You're against Asparagus, you're not against FaZe or W7M, but you still have a lot to play for with that opportunity to go to Boston.
Alamau, though, incredible player, though, when his resume speaks for itself. Stat lines just off the charts when you look at his peers and positions and roles that he kind of plays in and around. But all you got to do is get one round over the line, and then you go to map 2. For Asparagus, they're doing what's been asked of them. When the side swap came in, they knew they had a tough ask to win round after round, to bring it to 6-6, to bring it to overtime. Now, they've started to upset G2's flow ever so much, and they're going to continue to try to do the same. Looking at the attacking lineup here, but I feel like with Loira being in play with the Capitao, the usage of those fire darts is going to be incredibly important at clearing space and making sure that you can prevent any sort of a flank from other areas as well. You feel like it's going to be behind Bakery. Usually when you see a Capitao, that's where you assume you're going to try to fire dart off.
I think Asparagus need to play this extremely risk-adverse at this moment. There's a lot of angles watching out behind that countertop. The Selma charge will open that up, and that's not the angle you want to give yourself up to. TCSG misses its shot, flashbang goes out, but Uno just charges on in. TCSG rips one more a shred, and we're back to level playing field. And look at this, Packball knows someone's on that invert repel, and he's going to make himself a dilemma behind this countertop. So back to level playing field. And again, you can hold Packball, but if he keeps himself in cover, guess what? If you don't have a head to shoot at, you can't clear him.
No fire darts to clear that position any longer either, as it's become a bit more aggressive. Stun grenade thrown though, and it's the old-fashioned way. Shock and okay, Daya. Okay, Daya, he'll get the kill onto Doki from that off angle, still holding inside of Kochek. You didn't get Uno, but now you've got a peak battle. One player with the ACOG from a long ways away, the other holding what seems like a pixel from a mile away with the hollow. Everyone else from G2 has paused. They're silent, they're droning, and now they move once more. Where's the next opportunity to strike your next shot? This is tense, but 3v3, 40 seconds to go. Asparagus need to win this round.
30 seconds and 3 toxic canisters remain. One's just been deployed to help choke this play out. One member of G2 is upstairs, and that could be a problem. Alamau. Oh my goodness. Okay, Blaz. Right. Woo! That might be GG for this map as we see a rotation arriving. Blaz doesn't find that shot. It's going to be a great read from Alamau. It's all down to Hungary alone. This case should go down. He's retaken upstairs, and that drone, unfortunately, gives away his intention. And a deep rotation out. G2 should have this round on lock. But how many times in this day have we said the phrase should, and it goes absolutely against the script. He looks the wrong way, not checking deep enough, and G2 should be too experienced to let this one fall apart. He does have a bailiff in the back pocket, so he can make himself a more maneuverable angle. He can rotate via that red head hole set, but he will choose to not do it. He only got 20 seconds left to go. The case is all the way up by prep. Not a lot he can do from this. That eye is open, yeah. This is a tough one. There's not a lot he can do. It is going to be consolation prize for the kills. Alma gets that shut down. G2 lockout, but it takes 11 rounds, and we saw a rally from Asparagus, but unfortunately, G2 get the job done and lock it out. And now they lead this series 1-0, and they're one map closer to going to Boston.
Yeah, it was an excellent choice of plant spot as well by Rice when you consider that when by planting there, their whole plan was to defend it from outside. You've one player playing on the elevated spot, looking over the railing, your other players playing by the door. That is unwinnable in the 1 versus 2, and it's experience. Little things like that, map knowledge, knowing your angles, choosing to plant there, whereas you'd see other teams planting directly on the bomb chassis or behind, Ramsey itself. G2 win the game, and I do feel like it came down to experience, with a little dash of that Lyra magic that we're starting to become accustomed to over the course of the last 2 weekends.
Lyra played exceptional. There's a small rally from Asparagus, but it was not enough to get them across the finish line here on map number 1. But we will go to a quick little break. Do not go anywhere. When we're back, we can break down and get ready for map number 2.
it almost went the other way. Well, you know what? G2 were able to pull up and continue their run, being 1-0 up on map number 1 in this series, the grand final of the EU Last Chance qualifiers. This is it. We're a couple games away, a couple maps away potentially from just closing things out and knowing exactly who will represent EU as the final team going into Six Invitational 2025 in what, 2.5 weeks from now. Really, time does indeed fly. But gents, I want to talk about that previous map before we pull up those map bands and get into map 2. Gibson, I mean, looking at it, this was a G2 map in more ways than one, just thinking about it and seeing how things went between the two earlier, and yet G2 almost let the back slip.
Well, if you play a map, 5-6 times over the course of 2 weekends against the same sets of competition, it's going to be very easy for the opposition to strat against you. And that's exactly what G2 did. They had a perfect kind of wrap on what Asparagus were going to attempt to do on their attacks. And yes, they had some huge plays like this one we're seeing from Uno right now, which certainly helped them to build that commanding lead. But I'm not going to steal Whippet's thunder, because I know that he has a point that he wants to make about how after a few rounds, it did seem like Asparagus began to rise themselves up a bit.
I'm glad that you said it, because you kind of took the words right out of Whippet's mouth.
Gibby stole it from me when we were talking before we went live, I guess. But we were like watching the Asparagus play. They slowly got into this matchup round after round. Things got closer and closer. They had that small little rally. And I mentioned to you, Gibby, before we went in here, I think that if we had Asparagus, who this was their first game of the day, they could have got this to overtime. Now, winning that would have been a bigger question, and that's because G2 have played exceptional. The highlight reel is going to show all the magic from players like Loira, for example, who had a massive map against this team. But the way G2 have moved to this map, the way they command so much pressure and map control so efficiently, they do show why they're levels to this game, and G2 have been exceptional so far. They take the map choice of Asparagus, which has been a fortress for them all qualifier long, is a massive sentiment how good this team is, and I feel it's going to be a problem. That shot from Blaz was crazy, but I do think Bank's going to be a difficult one for Asparagus, really.
Yeah, we have to really make it clear. This is the third best of 3 that Asparagus play in one day, back to back to back. That is exhausting when you're competing at this level. It's not like, 3 best of 1, something like 3 best of 3s, one of them really going all the way. And yeah, this is what now map number 6 that they just finished. They're going to map 7. I mean, I'm surprised they're able to pull the score that they did. Really through it. Honestly, Rexon really doing his best in this matchup, and well, we'll see what happens on that second map. But first, I want to remind everybody of our map bans before we head into Bank. It'll be the first time that we get to see it throughout this final closed qualifier bracket of the LCQs. And Bank plays quite differently, I'd say, than Kafe Dostoyevsky. But looking at it here, G2 have been reacting by banning certain ops, target banning against Asparagus on the other side. They've been proactive on their attacks and on their defenses. What more can we still see from them here on Bank, Gibson?
I think we'll just see what G2 do well. Look, it's one of their most played maps in Europe all year round. They know every single inch of the surface. The layout of the map really plays onto the mechanical ability of some of their players. You think of those long angles and those long gunfights that we know that Alamau can take on oh so well, particularly on the defensive side of the game. This is by no means over yet, but by getting their second favorite map or second most played map, it gives G2 so much of an advantage. And even if Asparagus win this, it's going to take a behemoth effort, and you wonder how much of what's left, what little is left in the tank for that team, will that leave them with if they can force a third map.
It's going to be a long, long day for them. Stylistically, Bank does favour G2. The structure this map brings out, whether you're attacking or defending, is going to favour this side. And again, this team of G2, they're so much more experienced as a 5-man unit against compared to Asparagus coming into this, and that's what you'd expect. It's a tier 1 team, one of the most elite and high notoriety teams in our esports, against essentially, I wouldn't say, I don't think a pickup team is the right way to describe them, but a team that have kind of come together for these qualifiers and making a deep run in it. So I do feel G2 have the depth to be able to make Bank very, very difficult, but the raw talent Asparagus have and have showed us time and time again means they can create problems for G2. The question is capitalizing on those moments, because we know they've got the firepower to compete with players like Doki and Alamau, but they need to be able to take control. If they get a pick on a massive bit of map control, they need to take that quickly, and I'm very curious to see how the operator bans roll out this time again, because I feel like the Sens being taken away consistently, same with the Maestro, has really hampered the performance of Asparagus so far.
Is that team play? It's so important for Bank in general, because you can get kind of segmented, because there's such a wide map. There's so much to do on here, especially on the attack. Once you lose a couple players, you're going to stall out really fast, and stalling on Bank is not good at all. And that's kind of the one superpower that G2 can abuse versus Asparagus on the other side, that are going to have to be careful throughout all of it. But going too slow also doesn't fit too well with their playstyle or playing against G2 in general. So the question is, what do Asparagus bring to this? Given that we've said, hey, again, this is uphill battle, even if they were super fresh, but what do they have going into Bank, Gibby?
Yeah, I think that what they really need to do is take a leaf out of Matchco's book from when they played against G2 on this map last week, particularly on the defense. So Doki in particular has a habit on this map of solo entering, whether it be down through basement or in through ATMs. And what Matchco did, knowing that Doki would be playing someone like a Deimos entering that part of the map by themselves, they would set themselves up to have 2 or 3 players ready to do that, to take Doki out of the equation very early on. And that was like a really impressive thing that Matchco did based on their counter stratting for playing against G2. I think Asparagus should do the same. Try to isolate those entry individual players and give yourself the numerical advantage to go on and win the game from there.
I agree with Gibby on this one. Then there's a lot of things that G2 do consistently that Matchco did exploit in their victories that hopefully Asparagus have learned from this. And I was very impressed with the fact that they were able to begin to grow into the last game.
Well, this might be the end, END. We'll have to see once we get through map number 2, Bank. Will G2 close it out and qualify to 6 Invitational 2025 in a couple weeks in Boston, Massachusetts? Will Asparagus fight back and take it to map 3? Well, we got something to figure out here. And how about our storytellers? Gibson, whip it, please. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. What could be our very last time today diving this one? It could be the last time for the LCQs completely. So, Dokkaebi, our first ban out, followed up by that Sens. G2 removing the Sens, which is a high-impact operator from Hungary. We've seen this time and time again. G2 actually fell victim to execute based off a Sens play earlier today on Skyscraper to this team. Kaid taken away as well. A pretty standard ban from map like Bank with the prevalence of hatches. You do not want be caught by those electric claws if you don't have the right utility to deal with them. And our final ban, Gibby, rolling out from Asparagus. Any predictions?
I'm going to say Azami because it's on my screen before you asked the question. So
I tried to time it perfectly. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite get it there. They really put you on the spot. But Azami ban. This is going to be, I think, other than the Sens ban, which is relatively targeted out towards the playstyle that we see from Asparagus, this is going to be a very standard set of bans. And I'm going to look at the addition of the mirror. That's going to tell me they're going to be going down below for this. And Doki on the Deimos that you mentioned. Doki has somewhat made a name for himself on this operator since its addition to the game. Doki, I think the playstyle really suits having that utility that Deimos brings for him, and he has the gun skill to back things up as well with that Vendetta 44. How big a factor is that going to be, especially if Asparagus do opt to have a roam presence?
I don't even think it's the impact of the operator itself, it's just the impact of Doki. Like, Doki has been and will be one of the best players in Europe for a long time now, and I feel like you have to prep for playing against him. And for the longest time, G2 have went how Doki is gone, and now with Loira, the pressure's off him just a little bit. And again, you and I, we did a bit of slagging about the team, about how they shouldn't, maybe shouldn't have gone to Finland and went to Lapland when every other team was prepping. But they figured that they had done all the hard work in the few weeks, in the months prior, and they felt like building team bonding, building trust, and maybe just an escape from Siege for a little while would do this team the world of good. Yes, in the first week of the Open qualifiers, they were rusty, and they will tell you that themselves. But this weekend, they've looked a completely different side, and I'm excited to see if they can carry that forward. But your question, is Doki going to have an impact? My answer is always.
I mean, of course, Gibson. I think I maybe perhaps phrased that in a poor way. Doki is going to have an impact no matter what. It is a very, very rare day that Doki does not have a significant impact in any matchup that he plays in. So, diving in here, G2 on the offense here on Bind. The defense does tend to be a little bit preferential here, as it tends to be for most maps in Rainbow Six. Player instead of Elevator should get spotted out by that drone, and does so. Doki will be falling in behind that, I'd imagine. Now, they should have been spotted from that, so Deimos might have an impact on that. Actually, correction, there's no Deimos anymore. Doki swapped on towards that IQ. So they don't know where this player's rotated away from. This is a very dangerous game of ring around the rosy, but Doki reads into it and finds the opening pick. Jake first to fall for this one, and a great clear from G2 on this top floor.
Yeah, a little, you know, it's what we expect from Doki entering. A little bit of help from a drone, but getting that opening pick right on cue. Open area hold is still in play, so you've got control of the top floor, but you've still got defenders that you need to worry about. Next, you feel like that's a gunfight that maybe should have been won by Asparagus, but hey-ho, it's not the way the game always goes, and I feel like with the pressure now, this is the perfect place to play, close to the hatch. If you feel like you can't handle it anymore, you take a step forward and you're back towards site. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, but I am impressed. G2 doing a lot of very good work in the opening 2 minutes of this round to set it up for the execute at the end.
Similar story to what we saw on Kafe. The way G2 move through this map is incredibly efficient. There's not a single wasted step, a single wasted motion. Everything is incredibly streamlined to have them take the map and get that control in the most efficient way possible. Just look at that point upstairs that Doki got the opening pick, but how good and how clean that was exceptional. And I wonder if they can keep that trend rolling. Blackbeard factor for this one as the X-Carriage fellows chew open that wall. They can charge through this and opt to do so. Smoke counter tossed out to buy some damage, and Blaz won't be too keen to punch deep with that. The Bees go out and spot the player deep inside of red, and that will be a fair indication of C4 is primed and ready from that. We'll be jumping on board with Moira, who will be sending those Bees down below. Second smoke canister has been sent, and this might be an opportunity for G2 to dive straight into sight, as he knows it's going to be here, and that's exactly what Alamal's going to do. Dives in, finds one, should be able to get a second one, and this should be around for G2 Esports. Is Alamal's going to get himself a third confirmation? No. Hungary finds a way to stop that with this case, and should go down. He's all alone, and this is going to be the opening round in favor of G2. Triple kill for Loira. Mega performance, as always, from young Brazilian, and it will be Hungary. And a consolation prize, Loira finds 4 in that round. G2 will accept it.
Yeah, that's just a clinic, right? You send Doki in on the top floor with the drone, you find the roamer on the top floor, you know there's going to be one there, you get the opening kill. That gives you full control of the top floor. Next on the step is opening up the hatch and putting enough pressure on open area to force the player in open area to drop back towards site. That's checklist number 2. That's done. It leaves you in a position now to start baiting out the utility, and that's what they did. That's why they bring the Blackbeard to peek that mirror window, to force the smokes, the canisters to come out, to use the C4s, and while they're so hyper focused on the fact that the Blackbeard is there, they push through. What have you seen with it? What's
often we see teams stick to going through the rotation and not opting to go through sites 2 times in a row. Asparagus have opted to go back down to the basement, and realistically, not a lot's changed in this lineup. They substitute out that Valkyrie for Rexon on the Tuberal, and I'm very intrigued what their intention here is. Now, the larger extensive roam game didn't work out. Doki got that opening pick, and realistically, you know you're going to be in an uphill battle when Doki's doing that roam clear with the drone ahead of him. He's just so mechanically good, he's going to win those ones. So I have a sneaking suspicion they might opt to play a little bit more of a bunker style defense, but as I say that, it looks like they really want to hold on to open area yet again. Just a different approach this time around.
You can hold open area without holding top floor. Like the last time, I think it was solely to catch Doki on the entry, and they're still going to have a player up on that top floor clearing cams inside of square. But I think the better shout is to put more of a presence inside of open area, which it looks like is what they've done this time round. So Jay going to play inside of elevator now, wants the hatch open for an easy rotate back a little bit later in the round. But I prefer this. I like this better than extending the roam onto the top floor, because at the end of the day, open area is the keys to the kingdom, the keys to the castle. If you hold it, it's very difficult for teams to go for that execute in through server.
G2 have met 0 resistance upstairs as expected by you, Gibson, going into this one. Now, open area. the extra commitment to utility there is going to be a massive play for this team. They need this hold to burn another minute or so to be effective, and need at least 2 players to escape. Blaz has a fantastic drone, knows that mirror window is going to be occupied with a mirror in behind it, and they might be able to catch a freebie with this punch hole from Archives. No one's crossed into it yet. The drone network from G2 is exceptional, even though only 3 drones still remain, but they're all in very significant power play positions. The Blackbeard, not in a great position, gets caught out by that crossfire, and Rexon gets that credit as Blaz is first to fall. Asparagus in a much better position this time around. Death marks go out on towards Daya, and this could be an issue if they expose themselves too deep. C4 has been ripped and might be able to buy a freebie. They have to wait for that 2-barrel to disperse and send it out deep now, and that might be golden. Yes, it is. Alamau down.
Alamau down, and now you can fall back to side. It's still about the halfway point of the round, but the damage has already been dealt because they're still going to try to clear open area, and that's exactly what Loira is attempting to do from this point on. You've lost your Blackbeard, you've lost your sentry, which gives you so much utility to use later on in the round, and it means that G2 might need to change things up a little bit, and maybe the drop and whip it. We've seen this before, and Hungry will get the kill from inside of Elevator. There's going to be a forced drop by Uno. He's going to see nothing through the smoke. Doki will make it a 2v4. Jay makes it the 1v4. Daya cleans it up. Asparagus win round 2, and they get rewarded for doubling down on basement.
A great addition or a great reactive play to that strategy, and that does show you that G2, or not G2, that Asparagus do have a little bit more depth in their locker than you would perhaps. Words difficult sometimes. I thought it's been a long day, Gibby. It has been a very long day.
It's been longer for Asparagus. We've only done 2 games. This is their 3rd.
That is true. That is true, Gibby. That is an impressive feat, by the way. But what I meant to say before my brain stopped working going into it is that it's kind of showing the depth of this team past the fact that we maybe build them up as the team that will get in your face, play goofy strats, and kind of work around what is Hungry's kind of gimmick of having a lot of unique plays going into it. They showed that on that. They play a more traditional style of play on Bank, and they were rewarded very heavily for it. Great defense from them. But caveat to that is the basement does tend to be your not quite gimme round, but a round that you should be comfortable to win consistently on your defensive side. Going into open area and dining here, Gibby, any expectation what G2 are going to pull out here?
Yeah, first off, as far as G2's expectations, it'll be get vertical control. You've brought, you can see Doki has switched over to the Banner to get the hatches, as has the Ram, and then Lawyer will be used as the key entry with that. That's the Blitz Shield a little bit later on. But the thing I want to point out is open area as your second, technically it's their 3rd round, but it's the second site in their preference order. The problem, I think, about playing open area as your second preference is when you don't have Azami, who's been banned out. Azami is so effective at holding that angle from square, and not having Azami available could make this a little bit more difficult for the defending side.
So on the offense here for G2, looking at what they want to try and get control of early. They're going to try and get themselves focused up instead of lobby, and we already have control of that one as we hop on board with Alamau on towards that Ash, running straight up to get control early, and that Blitz is hunting down the player with that boss G. Not a lot you can do as Loira charges down towards you, should be able to pick up a second one, and actually does so perfectly. A very, very clinical execution upstairs from G2. They collapse from multiple angles, left no rotations available, and now it's all well and good. Even if you trade away this Blitz, job well done, and that's what they'll do. They get that pick back on Loira, but the damage is done. That upstairs hold completely neutralized. G2 done that within seconds. Bravo them.
Yeah, Packle, but look at this. Why was Jay and Packle on the same camera? They're both watching the lobby cam. You need to be more in sync now because you are numerically challenged. It's a 4 versus 3. You got to work in tandem to let your teammates that are still alive know how they can make a play that can still win the round for the side. All of verticality has now been established. The Ram pretty nice sight, and retake here to oh no, oh my, Daya. We spoke about hurricanes there. I don't know what he was firing on right there, but every single round goes asunder, doesn't hit a single chance, and that opportunity for a huge flank might not be over just yet, and it is. He eventually falls back, but that could have been huge, and now they find themselves 4-2 down. Oh, it's a story of what a 4 versus 1 now, all down to Daya, who missed the shots earlier, misses these ones as well.
Gibby, I'm going to say this plain and simple. You know what that is? That is a factor of playing your 7th map consecutively here. You got to think about this. Again, between map to map, game to game, the breaks have been quite short for these teams. And even then, you think about this. You've just played in the last game, in the last best of video play, which went all 3. You had 2 overtimes, long overtime games, and a pretty long regulation victory as well to get to this matchup here. G2 are relaxed. They've probably been vibing out. They've been blasting the tunes. They've been getting ready for this matchup. And it kind of shows a little bit in those moments. But Asparagus are still threatening to be dangerous. I do want to rewind and talk a little bit about how G2 got their map control on that previous round. They were set up perfectly. Almau charging up that staircase with that Ash. They had opened up counter walls so the player on that rappel denies rotations via elevator down by bending. All of a sudden, you got that Blitz charging in via Skylar and someone on those CO windows. You have a multiple angles encroaching on you. G2 had a perfect execution to clear that roam. Bravo them, as I mentioned. And that, yet again, I'll reiterate this. That shows the levels to this game going on. G2 are exceptional what they do.
And even more, something to keep an eye on with it, there is a clear decision from Asparagus to not play the top floor, right? They've gone on the open area once more. They have decided they don't want the smoke of trying to defend the top floor. They'd rather have an extension up there and fall back towards site. This time the setup's a little bit different than what we saw last time, but will Loira have the same impact this time on the Ash? Why is Ash carrying the diffuser so many times today, Whippet?
You said the confuser there, Gibby. I heard that one from you.
Yeah.
I don't know, but honestly, hear me out though. You got to think about this. You have an operator that can get into positions incredibly quickly, and again, we've seen the vision from teams on doing this before. So maybe Loira might be tasked with diving into a bit of map control early, or in that midst of that chaos and using that speed to get deep into a position. Now, we often mention that teams don't often pick the same site twice. They've picked this site yet again. They've done it with the basement, and they were rewarded with that victory in their second round. Can they find that success again? Blaz on the Amaru is going to pose that threat, likely emerging via box hatch to try and put pressure on site directly. Loira gets the opening pick, and we're going to be waving goodbye to Jay, and that might just be the dinner bell getting rang now to send an Amaru up that hatch and put site pressure directly on. There's still a chance for Asparagus, but they need to get the next pick to go their way, and it's going to be a scrappy fight out towards electrical.
Yeah, Rexon doesn't hit any of those shots at all. Takes damage in return. Alamau finds Pact Bull, so things are going from bad to worse. Loira still putting pressure on over by electrical, but is the damage already done? At this point, they can now work on taking full control of the top floor. I like your thinking about Blaz, and I'm keeping an eye if I can see that Amaru silhouette in the distance at some point, maybe making that play up through the hatch. But if you're G2, you don't need to be in a rush. You know it's a 4 versus 3. You've dealt damage onto Rexon. You can get on the drones. You can get a really good idea of where these defenders are, because at the end of the day, it is an FPS game. However, information is so important. The more ways you can make a fight fall in your favor, the better.
And you speak about information. Look at how many drones G2 have left. One! They have one drone. That is not good with 50 seconds left to go. You think about all the corners, all those power positions that you can hold on this site, and with Daya locked inside of archives right now, I don't think G2 feel necessarily all that comfortable, but they do have experience in these positions before, so can they get the job done? 30 seconds remain in this round, in a great position for Asparagus to claw one back. The issue is Loira. This deep angle from electrical denies access bottom square, and he's going to win this one surely. A scrappy fight with the R4C, but gets the knock, and it's going to be Alamau to clean one up as well. Just like that, they collapse on the site, and G2 don't need the drones. They get that victory, now lead 3-1.
Yeah, it's not looking good if you're a fan of Asparagus, and you can understand why. We keep bringing it up. They've played so many games today. They've been at their desks for almost 9 to 10 hours. They've done a full day job at the desk so far, and it's not over yet. G2 3-1 up on the attack, on bank, which, by the way, can we point out that over the course of this year in Europe, you know I'm not a big stats guy, right? You know that I'm not, but I did look up some ahead of this. They won 58% of all their attacking rounds on bank, and they're trending above that as things stand right now with this 3-1 lead. They're going to basement. I feel like Asparagus, they need to change something, and I know it's hard to do when you're tired, when you're fatigued, but you need to stop giving G2 the entry pick. It's happened time and time again.
This is like watching two gassed out fighters, or sorry, a gassed out fighter try to hold their own in the late stages of a championship fight, realistically. G2, the fresher of the two teams, and again, that is a factor to it, but I feel like saying that on repeat somewhat subtracts from the fact that G2 have had an exceptional performance in these matchups going into it. They have looked incredibly clinical, incredibly precise, and the best way to put it is a well-oiled machine going in this one, and G2 have deserved their spot at this position so far, and so far they deserve the scoreline. Asparagus aren't out of the fight just yet, but I got a feel they need, as you mentioned, they need to find something, change it up now, because they need some rounds, need some momentum to perk themselves back up.
And it can all come from one round. Like, one round can change the entire scape of a game. If Asparagus can do something really, whether it be an insane clutch in a 1v2 or a 1v3, whether it just be a flawless or even just a clean round, a really clean round, that can be the sort of thing that builds them up. Now, Maestro is in play. Fenrir spotted out, but they can't really do anything about it. And, oh, no. Why? Oh.
Yeah, so that's tough. At least Hungary sees the bright side in it, and Uno will take that as a keen opportunity to dive straight into sight. Drops the other hatch, Uno will pick one up with a pack ball, and it is going to be a collection of kills now for G2 as everything begins to unravel. They does get one, but it's going to be a consolation prize as G2 claps on in, meaning they get even more of a progressive lead in this one, and oh my goodness, just waltz on in and finds a clean opportunity at that player making a drop via lobby. Gibby! Difficult day for Asparagus and a difficult day for everyone cheering for the Tier 2 underdog to make it into the 6th Invitational here in Boston. G2 looks set for that ticket yet, but it isn't over till it's over. It is Rainbow Six Siege, but Asparagus, what do they have to change going on into the last defense here?
I don't know, I'm still just, this is in my mind.
Yeah, I'm not recovering from this. But by the way, can I say that something about this? Alamo missed the free headshot. I'm just saying.
So you're positive for Asparagus there, and I was trying to say that Alamo missed the freebie.
Yes.
That's the... You know how in the depths of copium you are right now. If the positive for a team is, yeah, you lost the round overwhelmingly, but they did miss a free headshot. I don't know. Look, it is what it is.
What you're given, Gibby, in this one, but at least Hungary again saw the positive and funny side of things going into it.
Well, look, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. And
trust me, I'm doing plenty of that watching this one.
we move on to the final round of the defensive half for Asparagus. The final round is the one that they'll take us to the top for. Maybe they realize we're not winning these other sites. We'll go to the top. Little extension here. If Packville can just be a menace. You can see all those silhouettes by ATMs. It looks like it's going to be a rush, potentially up gold if you look at the position, and that's exactly what it might be. Pressure put on. They've got the information now, and yeah, Packbull, I think that's the wisest decision you could have made. Get out of there, rotate around, live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, Packbull would have heard this. The stomping of that shield and the player behind him with the active rifle deciding to escape via basement is a wise decision. But the issue now is looking at a space G2 have ahead of them. They can simply walk up gold, but they aren't overextending. See that decision making to check loan office and not push up and risk anything? This is what I like to see from a team like G2. They have been sometimes complacent in the matchups, but now they're taking the extra steps, those extra 2 or 3 seconds to make sure they have that control guaranteed. Loira will find the opening pick, and that's going to be a very recurring theme, it feels like, even if they make it to the Invitational, as he is so exceptional as a player. Looks to find a second one. What? Okay, Rexon, that's what we need, and that might be the moment the Catalyst's team so desperately needs to get one round clawed back at the bare minimum.
Shots like that are worth the entry fee alone, and Rexon himself has been a rising star for this side. Hungry with a C4, but Alamo and Blaz recontrol the round for G2. 3 versus 2. You've got an attempt to flank, but Uno is waiting there patiently on the Canto rappel. He takes down Packbull. It's all down to Rexon, but Whippet, do you see what I see? 1 HP Alamo, 1 HP Blaz. Guno is on the roof outside the building. This is not done just yet. You've got a yellow ping. You know where the case is going down. I don't think you're going to be able to stop it, though, and you're not going to stop the Finn. He says, Hoover. Round is done. A great attacking half for G2 as they take a 5-1 lead onto their defense. And do you want a bit more copium for Asparagus?
Yes,
sir,
I do. Yes, sir. Right.
So, this map is great for G2 on attack. They are very highly into the positive stats. 58% attacking win rate in Europe.
Oh, okay, so you're building up to the defense win rate. What's that?
It's sub 50%.
So there's what you're telling me is there's a chance.
Yeah, but it's 48%, so it's not much below 50%.
Listen. We'll take that from time to time. But I mean, I'm gonna have to give G2 the roses yet again. As much as that pains me sometimes, it feels like they played that round exceptionally. Again, they had every single every situation in their head played out and perfectly dealt with. They had someone on counter repel, denying from the walk up marble stairs. They were able to control that round perfectly, and they never let Asparagus get themselves back in that mankind advantage. G2 traditionally are a team that love to play of that trade-based system. They never let you get something for free, or at least that's their intention. And they are very much playing to that system yet again. They're not giving Asparagus anything for free, and you're feeling them struggle with that one a lot. G2 are really fighting for their trades, and I like to see that from this team going into it. Drone Economy has been suffering from G2, but Asparagus have not made a decent attempt of pushing into it on the offensive side. But moving on to this defense, Drone Economy is going to be something I will keep a track of for Asparagus, as it has been particularly good so far in the previous best of threes they've played today.
Yeah, G2, though, I feel for their fans, for them, they just want to get this done now in the next 2 rounds. Not because, of course, the obvious thing that gets them through, but even more importantly, it's just a clean win. They play good Siege. They're not doing, they're not making too many mistakes. It's good team play, and G2 definitely need it. Now you can see the creep up through dirt. Doki is peeking. Doki will win the fight. Rexon is down. Yes, it's a 4 versus 4, but good night. Down goes the Ash.
Doki is absurd. The talent that one man has is insane. And that will bring us back to level playing field. Elevator control gathered up by Packball. I gotta wonder if he's maybe thinking about a potential drop at this stage. He is gonna be immune to camera spotting him if anyone's active on that default one. Of course, Nook is not silent anymore while moving, even with that gadget active. I think the wise choice is to sit and be a little bit more patient. There is one player of G2, I believe Alamau, staring out towards that, expecting some of the dropping that in the latter stages of this round, so Packball will not get entryway for free, as waiting for his team to put a little bit more pressure on site directly.
And they're opening up these angles, but it's all the pressure is on Asparagus as things stand. It's a 4v4. You've still got red control. Doki will make things more difficult, as Packbully was trying to make a play from inside of elevators, taken down, and Doki's not going to rest on his laurels, making sure that there isn't a secondary player there. And of course there is one. We can see the player above that position, but with a minute to go, you gotta wonder what's next. Loira on the flank here as well. Buck's gonna open up the angle, and Jay will take a ton of damage, and Loira's gonna win as one. Yes, Jay's there for the trade, but it's a little bit too late. Opportunity now for Jay, and he's gonna miss it as well. That was a player dead to rights. Alamau C4 will take it down, despite Dai's best attempts to shoot the C4. This is another round win for G2. All but done. Again, we've seen stranger things in Siege in the past.
So Gibson, you want me to say the line? This should be around for G2. Should be.
But it is G2.
I mean, you know what, Gibby? I think that's even more of a confirmation that this round should be a guarantee for Asparagus at this stage. I think G2 should have this one guaranteed and locked in at this moment. And if they do get this round done, which should be only moments away, as that Evil Light does get itself caught out, but that will reveal that position. It will only be a matter of time until Almo claims that kill. G2 now find themselves on map, match, series, and qualification point for this. It has been an exceptional performance here on Bank, and Asparagus now find themselves in literally the worst case scenario for a side like this one. You're tired, you're fatigued, and your backs are now against the wall. If you want to find that miracle run, if you want your seat at the table and be acknowledged by the big dogs of International Siege, you gotta beat G2 and be flawless doing so here on Bank. 6-1 your scoreline. What could be our very final round, getting ready for this one here on Bank.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, and we've given Asparagus their flowers all day long, but if you're fatigued, the last thing you want to do is play against a team that have players who've won multiple majors, players who've won SI, and absolutely brilliant young talent coming through from Brazil to go into the mix of it. Like, it's a tough ask, and this G2 is starting to look very impressive. Today in particular, I gotta say, G2 have looked very, very good. They're 6-1 up on Bank. They're on defense. Yes, their defensive win rate on this map is sub 50%, but even at that, they should still see this one away. And I don't like saying goodbye to teams. It's not nice saying that a team, your journey ends here, but what a journey Asparagus did have, considering they only picked up Packball, what was it, 2 weeks ago? He said they were he was looking for a team, having stepped away from Wild and they were like, oh yeah, we have a spot. And they find themselves in the SI LCQ close final against G2.
A tremendous personal achievement for all the players on Asparagus. It is not over yet. It certainly looks like we are on the path for G2 to make their trip to Boston. To take their seat in Fenway Park and enjoy the ride they have on that. Maybe even claim themselves a third hammer. As long as it's not North America, I'm okay with that one. So, had to be one final dig at that one going into it. So, we have a very difficult day for Asparagus to get themselves in this one. Already, Jay has taken a tremendous amount of damage from this, and the confidence you can see from G2. They want to take these gunfights, and they want to be able to try and send this match all the way to victory lane as soon as possible. And I think they're very close to doing that indeed. 2 minutes remain, and it's not a lot from the side of Asparagus just yet. Flashbang goes out, and that might be an invitation, an aggressive peek, and that will be the opening pick, not confirmed. A very difficult job to recover Jay in this moment, and Loira will get that credit eventually in this round.
And you know what? Showing a lot more trigger discipline than maybe other players in his age bracket would do by vaulting out for the kill, just more focused on making sure nobody swung from inside of square. Loira will fall back. Information that a player is low. Doki gets a kill. Packbull will trade it back instantly, but look at this. It's a slaughter. Blaz and Uno will get a couple of kills. Why not Packbull? Why not jump out to try to get the kill onto the castle? But it is all down to Peter Bull. They're in ATMs. He gets his kill. It's a 3 versus 1 now with SI beckoning for G2 Esports. You've got the case. You've got a line and maybe a possibility of sprinting towards site, but G2 just... they gotta get this done. G2 fans are begging a clean round win, a clean game, and a trip to Boston.
That would be perfect for G2 fans. Long have they suffered through inconsistency and poor performances. No guarantee Boston can be any different, but at least they will have their seat at the table. Packbull alone, the veteran of this team. And it's all down this one. Doki and all of Packbull's commitment to get that pick, diving out that window. But it all will just be a consolation prize. He finds one, can't make it to it. Alamau, the captain IGL of this team, wraps things up as G2 have booked their ticket to the 6th Invitational 2025 in Boston. Congratulations as they get the job done in a very clean fashion here this evening.
And you know what? It is great for Siege to have G2 at SI. Some things go hand in hand, and that hammer below is synonymous with this org. Congratulations, they've done it. They found themselves in the LCQs, but they got the job done. And maybe it could be the start of a miracle run for them to get another hammer in the bag. Gotta give credit, though, to all of the people involved in the qualifiers. You know, in particular, Asparagus. It was a long day. They fought their hearts out, but in the end, they came up short. But I'm sure they got a lot of fans in the running. And let's be real, Rexon is a future star.
I mean, thinking about someone we can thank, of course, we can thank Milosh for putting up with us all day long. We can welcome him back to the stream in a moment's time. Gibby, this was a long, long day indeed. And there is Milosh for this one. G2,
hello.
They've got themselves their ticket to Boston. Are we even surprised? It seems like fate has lined them up for another LCQ run and a victory, and potentially even a hammer. That's copium for G2 fans, I guess.
All right. Let's just... They just made it to SI. Okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right? EU's gonna win it all. We already know that, but let's just not put it all on G2 just yet. Commiserations to Asparagus. They have played really well, and apparently I had myself muted on the other side, but I was saying let's not get ahead of ourselves with G2 just yet, lads. Let's hold on. They just qualified. Asparagus, again, they played excellently. They made it so far here. I think that's a testament to the squad and what they can offer in the future, and I hope that future is bright. We'll be seeing them play more and more as time goes on, and who knows, maybe greater things on greater stages in that future. But G2 have made it. As you said, it seems like an inevitability. I'm just happy that we've seen G2 keep improving throughout this entire tournament from open quals to now, and it seems like there is a formula in the works here that I can't wait to see tested on LAN.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I always think about with modern G2 is one of the biggest problems that they've always had is not upping their performance levels for every team. Like, they always played well when they played against the really big teams from across the world. But when they played against maybe some of the teams that they'd be expected to beat, they were complacent. They didn't get the job done. You know, you think about their early exits at events this year. This time around, they got the job done. This weekend, they're playing against teams that they're expected to beat. They did it comfortably. They played well. And that, more so than playing well against the good teams, is the sign of a good team. The ability to beat the teams easily that you feel you should beat. They've done that. They played good, clean Siege. And I think overall, it's a positive sign. Now, whether or not Cameraman had anything to do with it, I know he's new in. Whether or not it was just the fact they had that trip away and they were able to do some team bonding and maybe create better relationships with their teammates, it all kind of comes together into that wonderful package that is G2. I don't want to say they're going to win SI, but there's definitely positive signs going into the event.
Gentlemen, I'll be back to you in just a sec here because Cameraman, the man of the hour, is ready for us to have a chat.
Hello, Milosh. Hello, everyone.
Here we are. Cameraman, it's a pleasure to have you on here and pleasure to have a chat finally together on this. Congratulations first of all on qualifying to SI one more time for yourself. You've kind of been racking up those qualifications over the years now, but what's it like to work with G2 and to run this team in this form and its changes from open quals through the quals that you see today and making it to SI?
I mean, so much easier because, like, I always had good ideas, you know, but at the end, like, I didn't have, like, these, these guys are insane, you know, like, they just make the job easier, you know, like, even if the things are not going accordingly, like, they just, you know, they kill everyone, they get the responsibility and just decide rounds. So I'm very happy to be here and just it's a great opportunity, and these guys are insane. Like, I cannot say anything more than that.
It was great to see it throughout the qualifiers. But one thing Doki that was mentioning yesterday is that the new system that kind of functions in G2, where it's you, Ramalho, and Uno that are collaborating a lot to build the strategies that we see and have them activated within the server itself. Can you shed a bit more light on how that works, and especially with Uno's new role within the team?
Yeah, first I want to thank Ramalho, for the opportunity and trust he put in my work, because like we are dividing equally like the maps, and so like I have one job to take one like these maps, and he has the job to take the other maps, and then like if it's too much for us, then Uno helps us, you know. So like we have three like good minds thinking about the game like over and over, you know. So it makes the job like way more easier, you know. So yeah, it's been a pleasure and a blast to be here. Yeah.
And Uno, how does he fit into this when it comes to taking those strategies that you build together and applying them in the game?
When I was gelling, like I like the most likely map to play on the day. Like I like to know and have like my own game plan, let's say, you know, so, like, and participate more on that. And so he been doing this, like, you know, and to understand better and like not only like hear stuff. Sometimes like of course, like we're not perfect. Like we're gonna do something that they don't agree or they don't like it, you know, like. And it's if we're gonna say that only right before the game starts, then like it's not gonna be a good thing, right? Because then they gonna do something they don't agree. So it's good to have him like close to us to check and just like be a third mind here. Yeah.
Yeah, that collaboration definitely was showing now. But between, you know, there's a difference between playing against the top teams in the world where you have a lot of VODs, a lot of stuff to study on, where, you know, all of your work together can really shine, versus how you play in the qualifiers. So can you guide me through the process of like preparing for teams, in this case, especially Asparagus, where you don't really know what to expect out of them?
Oh, actually, like we had a lot of stuff because they played the whole open qualifier. So we had a lot of stuff to watch, you know, so it was just another game, you know, not different. Yeah.
Another day at the office. I mean, cameraman, at this point, this is how many SIs that you've been to? Your first now that you'll be going
I actually think I break a record, you know, because I qualified for 10 SIs and we only had 9. So, I don't know. I qualified 10 times and we had 9. So yeah, I think I'm the SI guy,
We're gonna have to look back into it. Sometimes you were part of the first ever team to go and play at SI in 2017. For Brazil, right?
Yeah. I qualified for every SI,
Yeah.
But then the one SI I got dropped from FaZe, and now these SI I got dropped for M80, and I qualified again. So it's 2 times qualifying for one SI.
You end up making it at the end. Yeah, I remember that phase one. It broke my heart before the event, but you know what? Look at you now. That's all I'm gonna say. Cameraman, thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans and G2 fans out there, especially now? I mean, you're done. You're good. You're going to SI.
Yeah. First off, I want to thank my family, my friends, and G2 fans. I got a lot of messages. Thank you guys for having me. We're gonna have a great time here, and hopefully we're gonna bring another hammer for the trophy shelf, hopefully, and put G2 on top again.
There you go. G2 on top again. Look, G2 on top, EU on top. If we can mix up between all of it, that'd be wonderful. Thanks so much, cameraman, for joining us. And, well, what a weekend we have had. Cameraman, G2, the rest of the squad, all making it to Boston in only a couple of weeks. Gents, it's been a pleasure. 2-0, G2 on top, and what a way to close it out on Bankaby.
Yeah, they did it well. They did it clean. They were dominant. It's a map they're strong on. And all in all, I think it's a mix of them being the better team, them playing on their favorite map, and them having less work to do today than the opposition. But look, they were great. I'm going to give credit to every single player on G2. They stepped up big time over the course of this weekend. I feel that they're excited. As a fan of just Siege in general, not having G2 at an event would be, I think, sacrilegious. And I also want to say that it is nice to finally break the G2 curse of Whippet and I casting, where they've finally won. They've won a game that Whippet and I have casted. Let's go.
It's been a long time in the making for that one, Gibby, several years at this point. But Alamau will be the MVP for this one, and I think an incredibly well-deserved one. 25-8 on that final map at 79% cost. A massive individual performance from the IGL of this team. And, I mean, we said it on paper, has some of the best stat lines, and proved it in that one, and helped lead G2 to yet another Invitational, as you said. It would almost feel wrong to not see that logo in the mix of a group stage of the 6th Invitational. And they've got themselves there via the LCQ, but that has been their home for a very long time at this point, and they've often made deep runs in events when they go from the LCQ. So if you're a G2 fan, have that copium ready, because who knows what they can do from here.
Absolutely. Well, Gibby Whippet, I think it's time to close it out between us. Final words. Would you like to say how you're feeling at the end of this all?
Well, I go first. I'll go first. First off,
yeah, go.
Pleasure to work with you again, Milos. We don't get to do it often enough, but it's great to be with you. Great working with the crew, and all in all, look, EU on top. We're going to go to SI. An EU team is going to win SI. It's not going to be NA. I'm sorry to tell all the folks that are waiting for the NA calls. It's going to get done, and it's good to see EU teams putting their best foot forward.
And of course, I mean, I have to say thank you for you guys for being able to. It was a long day for us in the EU calls. It's been fantastic here. Of course, everybody in Twitch chat and watching across on all the other platforms, you've been able to enjoy these games. And you know what? You're cheering for Asparagus or for G2. You've had a masterclass of Rainbow Six Siege here. And guess what? The Invitational is not that far away. But there are NA calls later on today, so stay posted on this channel. There'll be more stuff later on. But it's been a pleasure as always.
Absolutely. Like Whippet said, in what? Not even an hour at this point. Let me double check on this. They're starting up like very, very soon. An hour and a half from now, it'll be the start of the NA finals, and currently it is a big fight between Wildcard, OXG, and Cruelty. So big ups for Mexican Squad and LATAM that are moving it forward. I know I have my LATAM casters here to really rep through it, but it's been a pleasure. Gibson Whippet, thanks so much. Thank you to Grace and Chamberine, who made their big debut, I guess, through this. And it's been a pleasure working with them, especially Cham for the first time on the show. And yeah, thank you so much for our production team. Thank you all for watching. Genuinely, it has been an absolute pleasure to spend this weekend talking about Siege and the game that we all know and love, and seeing what EU has to offer, of course, before the Invitational. G2 on top, EU on top? That's a question that we'll look to answer in the very, very near future in Boston, Massachusetts. But for now, we still have to know who joins us all from NA that we get to watch from home and see what happens there. Thanks so much. We'll see you very, very soon. Have a good night.